And what better time than now to look ahead to the 2025 season, since today marks 100 days until it starts. Let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, it's great to have you back. 100 days out, it won't be long. I would describe that ENSO forecast that we were just looking at as aggressively neutral, the La Nada in its truest form. That's a forcing that we look at this point in the season. What are your thoughts on where we stand right now?
Well, a couple of things, Ian. One is there is something called the spring predictability barrier for ENSO or El Nino, La Nina, ENSO meaning sort of the combination of those two possibilities. And what that means is that this time of year and up into about March and maybe even April, it becomes very difficult. And the forecast for whether it's going to be an El Nino or La Nina are much less reliable. And the reason is that the winds over the Pacific, the trade winds are very, very light. So since there's no strong forcing one way or the other, things can happen that are just more like daily weather that can kind of flip it back and forth. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that when we have this sort of a neutral condition, assuming that's what we get, like we did early in the season last year, then other factors besides El Nino and La Nina tend to drive it. Dips in the jet stream, cold fronts, other sorts of things can come along because they don't get pushed in a strong way by the El Nino or the La Nina to aim us in one direction or the other. So it becomes much more difficult, and the outcome of the season is much less certain when we have this sort of neutral kind of condition, if that's what indeed happens when we get to hurricane season.
Yeah, Brian, that was something we talked about in last year's Fox Weather Hurricane Special. Folks are saying, well, what's the value in a seasonal forecast at this point then? And the value at an absolute minimum is that it gets people talking about the hurricane season. And if they're talking about it, they're at least thinking about preparing for it. As we see the new names on the list this year, Dexter, that jumped out at me. I can't believe it's been 6 years, but I remember flying at the Dorian when it was still a major, strongest storm on record to strike the Bahamas. It appears as though we'll have a number from the list that will likely be retired from 2024.
We'll see showers in the morning, possible again in the afternoon and evening, and that's just something we have to contend with here throughout the weekend, with rain chances really picking up Sunday through Tuesday of next week. Our tropical outlook, I can't believe we're already talking about this officially. June 1st, which is Sunday, hurricane season kicks off, and we're already tracking the tropics where there's not much going on in the Atlantic. But as we take you to the Eastern Pacific, there is a tropical storm, Alvin, that has its eyes set over to Cabo. And a couple things you need to know about our hurricane season. Again, it starts on Sunday, and what's driving NOAA's higher prediction are the warm sea surface temperatures. Meanwhile, back here at home, what you need to know is that Sunday rain chances crank up. Rain looks likely for Monday and Tuesday before we walk rain chances down by Wednesday.
So strap in, everybody, and let's get to it. We've got a PTC in the Pacific. What is that? A potential tropical cyclone gives the Hurricane Center the ability to put up watches before the actual entity develops into a tropical entity. In other words, 39 miles an hour or better. We've got that here, some deep deep convection around this. But again, it's kind of big. It's one of those things where the skater with the arms out doesn't spin as fast as the ones in, right? And we're going to try and bring the arms in with this in time, but looks like some unsettled weather along the Mexican coast. Either way, tropical storm watches, Zihuatanejo up to Manzanillo. You remember Zihuatanejo if you were a fan of the Shawshank Redemption movie. They just obviously brought that to light. All right, the system stays offshore, but the ancillary impacts mean showers along the Mexican coast and thunderstorms and maybe a wind gust of 39 miles an hour. We don't see Hurricane Center bringing this to a hurricane, but it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest with you, to get to a minimal hurricane. It's not going to be touched by anything for a while here. So you kind of get the idea. We've got this little trough axis in here. There's actually 1, 2, 3 systems kind of rolling around in through here on this monsoon trough, and they're going to continue to move. This one's really not well picked out by the models at this point, but the one behind that is, and this is the one they're giving the 30% for, but it's also broad. A lot of the vorticity is on the Pacific side, but there is a little bit on the Atlantic side. So this whole thing is going north. Well, that's Delilah heading toward the west. the potential tropical cyclone. But you kind of see this elongated area of low pressure here sitting over the southern Caribbean. So the European says, hey, maybe there's a couple other models that put something out here, but you can see the propensity is for this to develop on the Pacific side, which would be no surprise to yours truly. So there's that spot that we're looking at that may advance toward the north. So we're about a month early in the Pacific for the fourth named storm. But believe it or not, on average, we're not even at the time where we typically see our first named storm in the Atlantic basin, which is about June 20th. So the big question is, do we have a chance to get that storm? Well, look at the shear. That's about as good as you can get in terms of shear. There's only one little spot down here and down here and down here. If you don't have that, you've got the dust, even though we've got a significant wave coming off of Africa right now. By time we get to July, the forecast for the MJO, which is that rising air motion area, over the Caribbean and the Atlantic is to be slightly sinking. So we'll see if we get into July with no named storms. We'll see.
June 1st is when it began in the Atlantic. May 15th is when it began in the Eastern Pacific. And so far, we haven't had any development in the Atlantic. Not that unusual, but, you know, I'd say every other year or so, we do get some development in the month of June in the Atlantic side. Nothing expected over the next 7 days right now in the Atlantic. I'll show you why in a second. We do have Invest 94E in the Eastern Pacific. This one is more concerning than all of the other previous 4 ones that we've seen because this one has a little higher chance of directly tangling with land. So it has an 80% chance of developing within the next 2 days, next 7 days, 90% here. So within the next day or two, we could see a tropical depression, then tropical storm form in this area. It's very broad right now. I mean, here's the area of concern, but you take a look at this zone in here. That's kind of where there is the most convection or thunderstorm activity and where there's starting to be some of a low pressure circulation. So that's what has to happen. That has to tighten up. You have to get a tighter low pressure with thunderstorm activity around it. We're modeling it out, and because it isn't Invest, we can get those hurricane models, so showing you where we are looking at that potential impact. There's a lot of spots from the southern part of the state of Oaxaca or up towards Acapulco. There's some opportunities for land interaction. So we want to show you what the models are showing you. This is the European model, the forecast going out over the next week. Again, since it hasn't formed yet, there's certainly a lot of air involved in this, but definitely that concern in here for at least some rain and maybe some wind as we watch for this to extensive, if we do see it develop more extensively getting into the next few days. Thankfully, it is closer to land, so there's not a lot of time, but certainly something to watch. The next name on the list is Erick. 5th named storm. The fact that we've had 4 named storms. We learned last week from the National Hurricane Center that 4 named storms in the Eastern Pacific is way ahead of schedule. Actually, about the second earliest on record to have so many storms. So it has been a very busy start in the Eastern Pacific. Meanwhile, nothing in the Atlantic. We've got Saharan dust still out there. You're seeing it over the islands right now. That milky look to the sky, while you don't have a lot of thunderstorm activity, has been good for the tropics. And also, the wind shear has been something else that is not favorable for development in the tropics. We have that, especially over the main development region and actually especially over the islands as well. These are 2 important factors in cutting down development, Kelly, so we'll take this as long as we can.
Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ. Erick has officially formed in the Eastern Pacific. We brought it to you this morning. It is expected to graduate perhaps into a hurricane by tomorrow, potentially hitting Oaxaca, Mexico by Thursday. Now, this just coming in as we look at the discussion going over this with Stephen McLeod, Britta Merwin here. Listen to this from the National Hurricane Center. They're looking at the intensity. This is a little bit higher than it was in the previous discussion, and we could see rapid intensification with this. No surprise, because it is sitting over some very warm waters. There is a lot of juice, a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and we don't have much in the way of wind shear here. So there's a look at Erick right now in the Eastern Pacific Basin. It is now the 5th named storm. It is the earliest E-named storm in the Eastern Pacific as well. Eastern Pacific making records left and right this season as we start to watch what goes on for the rest of the season. 40-mile-per-hour winds is where we sit with this one right now. We already have some watches and tropical storm watches and hurricane watches in place. The hurricane watch, you can notice, goes all the way over the southern portion of Mexico, and the tropical storm watch goes all the way over a portion of southern Mexico as well. This one, Britta, we watched because it's interesting. Just last week, you were the first one to point out you were so interested in this because of where it was situated. A lot of heat to work with in the waters there.
And too much time exposed to that heat.
Exactly.
It's much farther south than what we saw with Cosme, Alvin, Barbara, and Delilah. And we have a huge chunk of territory here of hot water for this thing to feed off of. So no shocker that the NHC is highlighting that potential for rapid intensification. Again, intensity with a hurricane can be hard to nail down, but with all the evidence markers at place, this definitely has the potential of blowing up. And unfortunately, this is a storm that is going to impact Mexico. We've had multiple storms in the EPac this year that have done nothing but create large surf. This could be our first landfall, and it could be a landfall of a powerful magnitude.
Well, look at the cone, and a reminder, it's just where the center of the storm may go. It's just, it doesn't talk about all of the impacts, storm surge, rainfall. And Acapulco is within that. They had rapid intensification just a couple of years ago in October with the storm there. So they're hit hard.
They're still not past Otis.
Not exactly, Otis. And this is a high terrain. We could easily see up to 12 inches of rain for this part of the world and be dealing with flash flooding and also some mudslides, landslides. It's a storm we want to watch closely in the days ahead.
Have to talk tropics. We've got our fourth storm in the Eastern Pacific. Tropical storm Erick. Actually, this is fifth, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
it's the
fifth.
fifth
I was
one,
like, wait a second, we just had fourth.
And it's
going to
be likely become the second hurricane of the year. This is way ahead of the usual pace in the EPac.
That's what I was thinking, because we had our fourth storm super early. Now we've got Tropical Storm Erick. We look at Acapulco there in the forecast cone, and so everybody's thinking, wait a second. I feel like Acapulco was recently in the news for a devastating hurricane, and you're right. Nearly 2 years ago, even less than that, the city took a direct hit from Hurricane Otis. You all remember this one. This one was a story. Recovery still ongoing in Acapulco from Otis, a Category 5 hurricane that made landfall in October of 2023. Now, it was near the tourist area. You remember seeing all the incredible video. This thing, Dr. I don't even know if we'd call it rapid intensification. You know, we think of rapid intensification. What Otis did was mega rapid intensification. It felt like we'd never seen anything. We woke up in the morning after seeing what a tropical storm to a Category 5. It was jaw-dropping what Otis did.
Yeah, and the other thing about Otis was that I think in general we have gotten better at anticipating rapid intensification, but in Otis we were not anywhere near being able to anticipate that with the models. Hurricane Center forecasts were way below. It just totally overachieved what we expected. So that is why that particular storm merits a lot of study, because forecasting intensity near the mountainous terrain in Mexico can be a challenge. But at least in this case, if it does rapidly intensify, it will have been largely forecast. Now, if it gets to Otis levels, we aren't anticipating that. And that's hard to forecast that high end of an event. But look at the upper level, high pressure. The wind shear is super, super weak here.
Yeah, and you've said there are going to still be some factors that could change what we're looking at. Staying more offshore here in the next, 24, 36 hours would allow this to get a little, or stay a little stronger, whereas more interaction with land, that you mentioned, that mountainous coast, that could allow more weakening.
Yeah, because there's no shortage of fuel in the general path of where this is headed, and it's warmer than average all the way up the coast. So weak wind shear, extremely warm waters. What about the storm's structure? Well, the cold cloud tops have recently been on the increase, and the last few images on the visible for the evening really show the overshooting tops really starting to take shape here near the center. That dry slot maybe is starting to erode. So this has every opportunity to rapidly intensify tonight. You know, tropical systems tend to have a convective maximum at night. The instability in the tropics gets larger at night. And so overnight tonight, it could really ramp up if it gets that inner core together. We already got the hurricane warning up. Now, Acapulco, you think, oh, well, they're on the edge of the hurricane watch. Don't worry about it. That's just a matter of timing.
Right.
Because when you look at the cone, remember past cases like a Charlie on the Gulf Coast of Florida, right? It's coming up at an angle, and a slight change in the angle of approach going somewhat parallel to the coast. If it takes the left-hand side of the cone, this could be a direct impact on Acapulco with maybe another 12 hours over that water, like you said.
Right, so that would mean a stronger storm. Regardless, you've also pointed out the very mountainous terrain here across Mexico. This is always problematic with systems like this, because tropical systems systems dump a lot of rain. So regardless, we could see some significant or serious water problems.
Yeah, and you don't have to be near the center for that to happen. If it stays offshore or comes in sooner, a lot of areas will be at risk for floods and mudslides. Now, the hurricane hunters are going to fly this tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, because we got to follow this as it might be rapidly intensifying. And again, look at how it's going, roughly parallel to the coastline. If it goes a little farther left than that, it could still be well put together when it gets to Acapulco. So don't let your guard down in Acapulco.
And we are back here on Weather Command, and as we brought you at the top of the show, Erick is now a hurricane, the second hurricane of the Eastern Pacific season, and we are talking about a life-threatening landfall tomorrow along the Mexican coastline. The latest stats that we have on Erick, which is now a hurricane, those winds are sustained at 75 miles an hour. The National Hurricane Center talking about how Erick is presenting on satellite this morning, and there has certainly been a notable uptick in its intensity. As a result, that pressure is dropping 991 millibars now. That's the lowest pressure that we've seen out of Erick, with it now a hurricane, that threshold of 74 miles an hour, meeting that 75, and it's moving to the northwest at 7. This has been a notable slower movement, and with it being slightly slower during the day yesterday, over those warmer waters has allowed Erick to strengthen. And there has been talk that Erick could rapidly intensify. And the fact that we have land implications here, it's something that we need to watch. Hurricane warnings extend from Puerto Escondido all the way up into San Marcos. We've got Acapulco under their first hurricane watch of the season. I mean, this is the first landfalling storm when we look at both basins.
All right, welcome back. Time for your tropical update. Let's have a look at the overview, which is actually looking really good on the Atlantic side, meaning the Atlantic, Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico. Tropical cyclone formation is not expected in the next week, and probably even then some. There are very good reasons for that. So if you have plans, take them now. It really does look to be the normal sort of period of quiescence as we go through the middle and late June into July. We often don't see tropical activity. It's not that unusual. However, the big story in the tropical world overall is this strengthening hurricane right now in the East Pacific that will very likely make landfall in the next 24 to 36 hours. That is Hurricane Erick out there. It is now a Category 1 hurricane, beginning a period of what's called rapid intensification. We think it is going to strengthen probably all the way up until landfall along the coast of Mexico at some point tomorrow. So heads up. This is a very dangerous storm. Could be a Category 3 hurricane at landfall, which would be a remarkable event. As you can see, this system is moving toward the northwest now at 8 miles per hour, kind of paralleling the coast, but not for long. It's going to run into land at this concurrent trajectory, and we do expect it to do so at a very high intensity, perhaps 115 plus miles per hour. Very significant wind, of course, very heavy rain, and that could bring extremely bad weather to Acapulco and regions nearby, especially to the south and east of there. This is what it looks like on the satellite presentation. There is an eye in there. It is now just becoming a bit more visible through the IR shots, but this is a sort of a common feature that you see with developing hurricanes, and it is actually necessary for the hurricane to get a lot stronger to pop out that eye. We're starting to see that process now in acceleration mode. So our eye is underway, rapid intensification, and a hurricane at landfall is coming soon. With all that in mind, we have hurricane watches and warnings out for parts of the Mexican coastline. It's going to look something like this. Roughly, you can see the northwestward movement, and then it almost turns due north and probably crosses the coast sometime on Thursday morning. So heads up there. Again, destructive winds, and the surge will be to the right of the landfall location, and bad weather will extend out from that. In particular, the heavy rain, which is going to continue in the complex and higher terrain of the coast of Mexico and inland as well. But this is the good news again. I'll leave you with this before I send it over to Reynolds and Jen. On the Atlantic side, we're looking good. Take a breather, take a vacation, enjoy it. It's not going to last forever.
When this impacts the southern coast of Mexico, somewhere between Acapulco and Puerto Escondido, that's going to happen tonight. So all hurricane preparations have to be finalized here this afternoon, and everybody needs to be in a safe place there. They have very rugged mountains just beyond the coast, and as we saw last year with Helene, the mountains and the heavy rain from hurricanes do not go together. So all kinds of threats coming here. Category 2 hurricane out there right now. Hurricane hunters have been in there to check it out, and the 100-mile-an-hour winds are indeed what's going on. Moving to the northwest at 9 miles an hour, pressure down to 971. This is heading for the possibility of a Category 3, so Category 2 hurricane out there right now. But it's not a very big storm. This is the National Hurricane Center's analysis. Now, the yellow area are the tropical storm force sustained winds, and you might get some gusts up near hurricane strength, but look at the hurricane force wind area. It's that little tiny area right there. So what you can see from that is as this heads toward the coast, somewhere up in here, it doesn't have to miss by much for the heaviest winds to miss by a lot, but there's a tremendous amount of moisture coming around this way, and all this is going to run into those mountains there. So once you get just inland from Puerto Escondido, just inland from Acapulco, all those small coastal communities, then you have tall mountains, and Oaxaca up here, this is the capital of the state. That one is 5,000 feet up elevation up in the mountains. So you can see that there's just a lot of mountainous terrain there that's going to cause a tremendous amount of rain. But exactly where the strongest part of this storm is going to hit, that's an open question, because just a little angle difference makes a tremendous difference of where along this coast between Acapulco and Puerto Escondido that center of strongest winds comes. In any case, the whole region is going to get the heavy rain. So there's the cone from the National Hurricane Center. You can see that they anticipate it continuing to strengthen in this little stretch here before it gets up to land. They've got 115 miles per hour on it. Could it go to 120 or 125? Yes, it could. As you'll see in a moment, the conditions there look quite favorable. Now, the models have just updated, and what you see here is a shift to the right in this latest run just now, just coming in. Interesting. This just happened in the time that we have been on the air here, as a matter of fact. So I think the cone is going to shift a little to the right. The point is, though, that if this is what happens, and indeed the storm ends up somewhere in here, there's where the new Google model puts it. There's where the European AI model puts it a little over there, but the Google model is right there in the cone. That means it's closer to Puerto Escondido. So the only kind of populated areas here is that's one of them, and the other one is way up here in Acapulco. Now, there are little towns and villages all along the coast, but those are the main population centers. Boy, this puts a lot of pressure if it does indeed shift that far over on Puerto Escondido, which has an open harbor to catch the storm surge and a big long beach there. It's a big surfing community there. There's where the winds would be if it went down the middle of the cone, and so we'll see when we get a new cone coming up later this afternoon exactly how all that shifts. But the tiniest bit makes a lot of difference which community gets the worst. Because they're not certain, the hurricane warning goes all along the coast here to just south of Acapulco. Tropical storm warning here over what's called the Emerald Coast on this coast here, because that's the way the wind is coming in and driving the water there up into the mountains.
Welcome back, everyone, to Weather Unfiltered. We're keeping a really close eye on Hurricane Erick. Now, a major hurricane bearing down on the Mexican coast here. Winds at 120 miles per hour in a Category 3. This could end up being the earliest major landfalling hurricane in Mexico's recorded history.
But it will not be the first time we've dealt with a major hurricane in this part of the coastline of Mexico. In fact, it was just last September, this same stretch of Mexico's coastline hit by Hurricane John made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. Then it moved back offshore, redeveloped, weakened a little bit, then it hit Mexico's coast again as a tropical storm. But the winds were damaging when the hurricane came ashore, but its long stay caused huge amounts of rain, flooding, mudslides, 29 deaths. So, Mike, we've got to take this situation seriously,
a lot of
obviously.
people might be saying, I don't even remember, John. Well, if you might recall, at the same time here in the U.S., we had Hurricane Helene that was happening. So, John, people probably don't even remember us talking about it that much.
No, but it is fresh in the minds of the folks here. So it's here we go again. But this soon in the hurricane season, this is a little unprecedented, but it certainly is looking the part on satellite. As we get the last few visible images of the day, you can really see the stadium effect of the eye wall convection. And our weather producer Dalton has superimposed the visible on the infrared. And one thing you can see is the visible imagery, the kind of the pinwheel inside the eye there. And on the infrared, the coldest cloud tops are where you have the most overshooting tops. And so the satellite estimates were screaming, oh, this is becoming a major hurricane. Well, hurricane hunters just went through from southeast to northwest, and lo and behold, they did find with that SFMR instrument maximum sustained winds, according to that instrument, along that narrow path at about 115 miles an hour. But the Hurricane Center knows this is on a rapid upswing, and they probably didn't measure the maximum wind. So
they could do that in another pass somewhere within the hurricane.
We have the ongoing mission. They might be able to go through one more time, although they have a long ferry back home. But Hurricane Center went on the intermediate advisory with 120 miles an hour, a little greater than what the aircraft data were showing, because you can't sample the whole hurricane with one pass.
What do you see playing out here, Dr. Knapp? Obviously, there are a lot of things working for this. We've got hurricane warnings in effect here as well. A lot of population, you said, just off the shoreline here that you're concerned about.
Yeah, no, Puerto Escondido is certainly on the coastline. Other communities are, but Highway 200 goes inland there in the states of Oaxaca and Guerrero, and that is where some upslope communities are very exposed to strong winds, heavy rain, and landslides, and that is part of what happened in Hurricane John last year, a lot of landslides. But the details of where it comes ashore are uncertain, because if it goes on the left side of the cone a little bit, it could take a little longer, but it's going to make landfall overnight tonight. It could easily make it to Category 4.
You think so?
It's possible. It'll be a Category 3 or 4 when it comes ashore, but that won't be the end of it, Mike. And also, this will be, like you said, the earliest major hurricane. We've had a lot of hurricanes before July, but there's a trend toward the hurricanes becoming earlier and farther east. This was the closest call in 2012 to a Cat 3 making landfall on this same stretch of coastline. It was right on the doorstep of major hurricane, came ashore as a strong Category 2. And at the time, that was the farthest east hurricane. And Barbara is now the farthest east, and it's the second earliest behind Agatha. So we've had this trend for the hurricanes in Mexico to be coming ashore stronger, farther east, and earlier.
What's your biggest concern with Erick tonight?
It's the landslides. That's what I think is really going to impact a lot of people, not just at the coast. We could have heavy rain all the way up into Tampico, the water, along with the wind.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you. Alex?
All right, let's get back out to the tropics. Hurricane Erick, this is a big story. Now, if you're just tuning in and you're seeing this satellite imagery of what is a major hurricane now, a sustained wind 120 miles an hour or more, this is not something that is going to affect the United States. This is going to be a big problem, though, for parts of Mexico. This is in the East Pacific, where we've had a lot of action already this year, but we haven't had a landfalling storm yet. That's going to change on Thursday morning. This storm is going to make landfall, likely as a major hurricane, possibly even as a Category 4, probably a 50-50 chance of that. It's either going to be Category 3 or Category 4 at landfall. But I wanted to throw on the 18-hour satellite loop here just so you can see the kind of the progression of this storm. So we'll start during the overnight last night. And you remember the show yesterday, if you were watching Fox Weather at Night, we were tracking this, and, it was kind of raggedy looking. It was a tropical storm, but we could see on the forecast models that it was going to certainly turn into a hurricane. Watch how quickly it got its act together. Let me zoom in on this even a little bit more. You can see the eye starting to form. This is 10:30 a.m. on Wednesday. And we go a little bit further in the future through the day on Wednesday. This is about 4 p.m. or so. This is when the eye really started to emerge, and it actually went through an eye wall replacement cycle throughout the day. And you can see even more convection, where you see these brighter colors here, the whites and the purples. That, when we're looking at this infrared satellite imagery, the brighter the colors, the colder the temperature that the satellite is seeing. Now, what causes the colder temperature? The clouds being higher up in the atmosphere. What causes the clouds to be higher up in the atmosphere? A stronger thunderstorm. So basically, the brighter colors mean stronger storms, and you probably knew that already, but I wanted to explain what was behind it. But yeah, you can see in the last couple of scans here, let me just take it back a little bit and then we'll move it forward. Look at this. As it's making its approach, it seems to be strengthening. You can see a flare up here of some really solid convection. So Puerto Escondido, this is going to be likely a devastating storm for you guys. Where does it make landfall? It's going to be somewhere very close to Puerto Escondido. But the problem with it is that it's not going to move directly inland like this. What it's going to do is it's going to have kind of a southeast to northwest type of movement. So wherever it makes landfall, it's going to do something like that, where it ends up riding the coast a little bit. So there are going to be some prolonged impacts along the coast for sure, probably as far northwest as Acapulco. Now, I know Acapulco, you guys see this storm, you're probably on edge a little bit. Because of what happened a couple years ago with Otis. Yes, of course, we remember that. It was supposed to be a tropical storm. It ended up being a Category 5 hurricane. This one is going to make its worst landfall farther towards your east, so it will not be as big of a storm. There's Otis down below me, just to remember that one. And that, you want to talk about a pinhole eye. That one definitely had a pinhole eye. When you look at the last of the visible satellite that we could see, which was really around 7:30 Eastern or so, it was looking pretty solid, and you can see that flare up of all the thunderstorms around here. And actually, if you put this in motion, watch how violent the motion is. If you look down close to where the ocean is, it almost looks like everything is moving like 3 times as fast. Look at this down here. Just look how fast all that stuff is moving if you look really, really closely. So violent storm there. You know, some of the outer band thunderstorms already starting to come ashore. It's going to be a long night and a long day on Thursday for places like Puerto Escondido.
And set up over the Everglades and along the west coast of Florida. So we're familiar with this setup with that southeast breeze hanging tough. And then tomorrow night looks to be mostly dry. We're tracking Hurricane Erick, a major one over the eastern Pacific. This is going to move inland along the southwest coast of Mexico early tomorrow. The center of this storm, the eye, is getting closer and closer to that coast. Maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. Mexico, when you look at the records, has not seen a Category 3 or stronger hurricane this early, not ahead of the month of July. But that's going to move inland there. We don't have to worry about it here. Our 7-day planner shows our rain chance at just 30% tomorrow and then down to 20% on Friday, back up to 30% Saturday, Sunday. Nothing too strange going on in our area. High temperature near 90.
The winds were at 145 overnight. They've dropped to 140. So we can tell data-wise with that drop in wind speed that we're having interaction with land, and you can see that interaction on satellite. Now, technical landfall of a hurricane is when the center of the eye actually reaches onshore. So that process, that technical point, hasn't happened just yet. National Hurricane Center, of course, the one in charge of making that call. But as we take a look at the conditions, we can go ahead and pause the satellite here. We can tell that the eye wall is extremely close to the shoreline. So just going in nice and tight on the Mexican coastline. This is the eye itself right here. So what they're waiting for technical landfall is the crosshairs, the exact center of that eye wall, actually making it onshore. So, Craig, we're pretty close here. But, you know, despite the technicality, I think it's best to take a look at landfall as more of a process. It's been making landfall all night, and they have been through just probably terrifying moments overnight in Mexico, where we have the hurricane warning in place. We've had powerful winds, the hurricane force winds, where we likely are experiencing wind gusts well over 120.
For sure.
They extend 15, 20 miles out from the center of this storm.
Let's talk about Erick, which, by the way, became a Cat 4 at 1:45 yesterday afternoon and last night. Cat 3 now making landfall 20 miles east of Punta Maldonado in Mexico. Strongest pre-July hurricane on record to strike Mexico. All right? I mean, we had this kind of hyperactive EPac over the last 3 weeks, and now, again, it continues to, amaze me here as we get this kind of Cat 4 hurricane for the grand finale. So you can see this coming. Eye wall replacement cycle starts. Didn't quite get there and get through it because then it weakened as it started to feel the influence from the land, and now you've got it falling apart. It'll be a TS by this afternoon or tonight, okay? But this wicked ramp up yesterday to 145 at 8 p.m., and then, of course, things are calming down. Rainfall looks like it'll be heaviest over Acapulco, but this is not even close to what happened, certainly, with Otis many years ago, and they're still reeling from all of that. So rainfall is definitely the big deal and through here. What's after this? Well, we've got, still a chance to get something that comes off of the monsoon trough and spins up here into the eastern Pacific as we go from about a week from now. But the hyperactivity of one every 3 or 4 days looks like it's going to calm down. This is where CPC puts the hot spot. The Atlantic remains quiet. And as we get into early July, the sinking phase of the MJO, which doesn't really help us with tropical activity, is going to be very, very much present for us. So, guys, tropical season on the Atlantic is on hold right now.
Long lines in Acapulco, Mexico, as people try to get last-minute items ahead of Hurricane Eric's landfall. Now, conditions worsened in these coastal towns last night before Erick finally made landfall as a Category 3 storm this morning. So it's inland now. It is weakening rapidly, but the dangerous weather continues with very heavy rain and likely life-threatening flooding over the complex mountainous terrain of Mexico. As typically happens when tropical cyclones interact with land, flooding becomes a significant threat to life and property, and I do believe that is what's the case now. Not that far from Acapulco, we're seeing some moderate to heavy rain in the region. This is not really so much of a wind maker. The winds are also not likely 85 miles per hour anymore, certainly not inland. Any strong wind would be out over the water in the exposed marine environment. But overall, this is still doing a lot of giving us a lot of issues for sure, meteorologically and also otherwise, with the very heavy rain and the continued moisture input into Mexico, which is going to lead to a lot more rain over a larger area of Mexico and eventually maybe even in the southwestern U.S. The higher quality and higher moist atmosphere will be moving into parts of the U.S. in several days' time. A couple notes here on the landfall of Erick. It made landfall as a Cat 3 at 125, but before that, a few hours prior to landfall, it was 145 mile per hour, rapidly intensifying hurricane. So it was a big deal. And one of the other stats here that's very interesting, it was the strongest pre-July hurricane to make landfall in Mexico, as well as the earliest Category 3 and above storm to strike Mexico as well. So it was one for the record books, no doubt. And the question is, are we going to see more like it in the near term? Maybe, but not on the Atlantic side. And that's excellent news. The Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, and the deep tropical Atlantic remain relatively inactive, but that is typical for this time of year. We oftentimes see, again, this is sort of a calendar by calendar, month by month look at tropical cyclone formation. It does happen in June and July. But keep in mind, the peak of the hurricane season here is not until mid-September. We have a long way to go, Jen and Lynette. So, yes, it's eventually going to get active. Take advantage of these quiet times now.
Listen to this. These were the conditions in Oaxaca, Mexico earlier this morning and really the last several days. Hurricane Erick made landfall along Mexico's southwestern coast as a Category 3 storm. It's now weakened to a tropical storm. Erick is the earliest E-storm on record in the Eastern Pacific. The old previous record was June 25th, so we shattered that by 6 days. By the way, you don't expect to see the E-storm until the middle of July, so this has been historic in every sense of the word. We said it made landfall as a Category 3. You'll see that here. Max winds at 125 miles per hour, but it wasn't done. Remember, oftentimes when we think about storms made landfall, it can't get any stronger. We saw it actually intensify even further as it got to a Category 4, 145 mile per hour winds at one point. You'll see that here. This was earlier before it made landfall. So thankfully, it slowly actually weakened a little bit before it made its landfall. But I'll tell you what, at the surface, especially in those mountainous areas of Mexico, you're not going to feel the difference between 145, 125. This is a brutal major hurricane extremely early in the season. And when you look at the visuals below, this is the main problem, is those vicious winds bring all of that moisture from the Pacific. It ramps it up. We call it orographic lift. And those mountains squeeze out every ounce of water available. And you get landslides and debris flows. We're going to have easily spots that are going to surpass a foot of rain for these areas. You think about Acapulco, and immediately my mind goes to 2023 Hurricane Otis and that Cat 5 storm. You're only less than 2 years removed from that. And now you have another round of heavy rain and storms early on in the season.
45, yeah, and then it dropped down to that 125 mile an hour at landfall. And yeah, I mean, clearly there was some significant damage. Also, the rain reports too that were coming in, closing in on like a foot and a half.
Yeah, that was the forecast, right? It was at least 16 inches of rain. We still have it. It's the last 24 hours. You can see it roll right through towards Acapulco. Now it's raining itself out. I mean, you can see clearly a little extra flare up when it goes up the higher terrain. but we've got another area to watch behind it.
Same area that one formed. It's amazing how these systems, though, once they move over land, they just fizzle out.
It's such high elevation and dry.
Yeah, and it's proof that, you know, these things are fueled and fed off the warm sea surface temperatures, low shear, and it's just like clockwork, right? We have another area that we watch. The chances are up a little bit today. We've seen
30%
already.
Yep. Right. What are we up to? Flossie.
Flossie's the next one.
Okay.
I don't know a Flossie, but do you remember? I don't even remember Flossie back when they used these.
Oh, I don't know. Gil, I know from The Simpsons. Good old Gil.
Oh, Gil. Yeah, I worked with the Gil.
Did you? There you go. But they're well above when you talk about the average named storm, right?
I know.
The F is supposed to be August 3rd. I mean, we're not even July.
It's one of those things that I mean, and Brian Norcross, obviously the expert, talking about how quiet the Atlantic has been. It's almost this trade-off with the quietness that the Atlantic, because we've only seen one area of interest for the Atlantic so far this season.
10%. It got up to a whopping 10%.
Yeah, and we're heading into our 6th named storm,
which is
That's
pretty
impressive.
Pretty amazing. And this is why I want to show you this. Atlantic climatology. Today, generally speaking, is the first day we would see our named storm. First named storm is June 20th, average.
Crickets.
Man, it's nothing out there.
Crickets.
It's dead, and this is good. Nary a cloud. You talk about the ITCZ is dull.
It's true, and looking nearshore waters or in the Gulf, there's nothing. You have a bit of a boundary that's off the Carolina coastline, but no interest in that thing spinning up into much of anything. No. ITCZ continues to fuel the Eastern Pacific, just not the Atlantic.
Yeah, marching across pretty well, but it's marching into dust as soon as it happens. What's kicking up the dust is the actual waves themselves as they drag it along with them. So, yeah, plenty of Saharan dust is out there. This is typical for June. We would have seen our A-named storm by today. It doesn't look like we're going to see it through the end of June either at this point.
I mean, by the looks of it, and the hostile winds that we have, we know that those trade winds have been very, very fast, but just the sheer upper level dynamics, that is impressive to see, even by June standards. So I think the hostile environment, which we often see in June and July, not lost on it.
Let's carry it through the first week of July. And here we are. We're watching right here for moderate chance of development on the East Pacific side only.
Again,
hey,
Caribbean's,
Tell you, if you got vacation first week of July from anywhere from Texas all the way up to Maine, that forecast looks pretty good, right?
It's true. I would say that for the Eastern Pacific, that you start to get that humidity to creep up in August and September. That's generally when, but these storms have been a bit unique for the Eastern Pacific. So maybe we'll see it calm down just a little bit.
Yep. Next.
Confidence getting a little lower, maybe?
I maybe.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we know that the dead June doesn't mean anything for August or September. We know that.
Correlation.
But still, it's nice to see that we're not scrambling right now in the early part of the year. So that's always good. First name season, name song. Andrea.
Song, whatever you want to call it.
Barry, Chantal, Dexter.
Closing in on 50 minutes past the hour. Time now for our tropical update. And we're in hurricane season, both in the Atlantic Basin and the Eastern Pacific. Eastern Pacific starts on May 15th, and the Atlantic Basin begins June 1st. Let's start in the Atlantic Basin because we're, 22 days in, and so far, not a lot of action. We do have an area now, an elongated area of low pressure right about here. It's well to the east of Bermuda, which is that island, that rock out there. And the National Hurricane Center says about 10% chance it could develop as it moves in that direction. It also means there's a 90% chance it will not develop. There's no direct threat to land. Maybe increased surf, though, could be rolling into Bermuda as we head into this week. The European model is picking up on this spin right here, and it continues to move it on towards the northeast and away from Bermuda, away from the east coast of the U.S. and elsewhere. Nothing else in terms of organized thunderstorms, which are what hurricanes and tropical storms consist of. Nothing's developing over the next 7 days. That's some good news. Typically, we do see things in the Western Atlantic, the Caribbean, and the Gulf as well. So nothing unusual to see stuff this time of the year, but nothing has happened. In fact, on average, the average first storm is named 2 days ago on June 20th. Now it's the 22nd. So let's keep things quiet as long as we can because we still have the big chunk of the season to go. So all quiet so far. Completely different story, Eastern Pacific. Again, we're more than a month into our season already, and potentially this area could be our next name system. Flossie would be the next name. 70% chance of developing, and it hopefully will stay offshore of Mexico. The European model, we're going to pick this up on Thursday, so several days from now. Just then, starting to pick up on this spin. It'll kind of parallel the west coast of Mexico and hopefully stay offshore. But definitely some impacts will be expected in terms of increased surf by next weekend across the west coast of Mexico. But outside of that, all is quiet, and we'll keep our fingers crossed it stays there for much of this season. Molly?
Now, when it comes to the summer months, another thing that's on the minds of meteorologists is tropical season. And the Atlantic has been thankfully very quiet so far. We are officially behind schedule with usually the first named storm for the Atlantic Basin coming on June 20th. But we are still calm, although we do have Invest 90L that popped up in the subtropical Atlantic. It is far away from anything. So while, yes, we're highlighting this storm, it's the first signs of life, any kind of impacts to the U.S. or Bermuda are basically zero. Nothing that we are concerned about here. The chances of development this weekend, if you were watching Weather Command weekend, it was in that 70 percentile range, so the higher scope. Now we're watching the odds of development dial down a little bit. Still a chance. I would say I'd give this storm another 24 hours until I think that the chances of anything go down to just about zero here. But you are looking at some development that's trying to form some organized thunderstorms, and that's really the big key of just an area to watch or an invest. Invest just meaning that the National Hurricane Center is interested and they're a little more invested in, and they want to investigate this a little bit more. As far as the low-level spin goes, keep an eye on this little glass or spyglass here almost. You can see that spin as it pulls further and further north. What we've got going on is a high pressure that's sitting off towards its east, and then we'll see a small little dip in that jet stream, and that's going to pull it further up towards the northeast and carry it into much cooler water. So we were speaking with some folks today. They called it the tropical graveyard. So I guess when it comes to the potential first name storm of the season, it would be pretty much a nothing storm, which is some good news as we get deeper into hurricane season and we only get more and more active from here. The consensus between all of the models, whether we're talking the GFS, the UK model, Canadian model runs, they have very high confidence, which also means that, this forecast is not very difficult. We know exactly what's going to happen here as it moves northeast. We've got a few island chains rolling out into the Atlantic. We've got Bermuda, I'd say maybe a few hundred, if not 1,000 miles off towards its west. So biggest impacts here would just be for the fishes. So again, no human impact with this storm. For the rest of the main development region, we typically focus way far south, closer to the ITCZ here, where we have seen some development, some tropical waves roll in, but everything has been working against any storm system. The dust, hostile winds, and now we're also talking some fast trade winds, which not only are adding a layer of wind shear to the environment, but also cooling off the waters for the MDR and the Caribbean, something that I would say we desperately need if we're trying to keep tropical season as quiet as possible.
But a reminder that we do still have a lot of dry air in place. So as these showers move onshore, they're going to quickly fizzle. They're just not going to have that available moisture for them to stick together and continue moving. A quick check on the tropics. As I mentioned just before the break, we finally now have our first named storm of the season. Tropical storm Andrea has formed in the Atlantic, east-northeast of Bermuda, just so you can see where we are, and about 1,200 miles west of the Azores. And these are the islands that we find here. Winds are of 40 miles per hour. It is quickly moving towards the east-northeast at 17 miles per hour. This one will pose no threat to land. And as a matter of fact, it's about to move into a very hostile environment with colder ocean waters and also strong upper-level winds, which means by tomorrow, we will likely be dealing with a remnant low-pressure system, and the system will fizzle.
Well, we are watching the first named storm of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season.
After a very slow start, we now have tropical storm Andrea. Let's bring in Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis, who has the latest. Betty.
Hey guys, and what's so interesting is how far out Andrea formed over the Atlantic Basin, hundreds of miles northeast of Bermuda. Here's the latest advisory: winds of 40 miles per hour. It is racing toward the northeast at 20 miles per hour. This is visible satellite imagery. That swirl of clouds, that is Andrea. Now, this is infrared satellite imagery, and what we would look for here are really vibrant colors, which would indicate the colder, higher cloud tops, which would tell us a lot of thunderstorm activity. Deep convection may be associated with Andrea, but that's not the case. This system is essentially void of deep thunderstorm activity, and it's just a sign that this is going to be on its way to dissipating. It's forecast to fade into a remnant low later on tonight. Elsewhere over the Atlantic Basin, nothing really catching our eye, but we've never had a tropical cyclone to form so far north and east over the Atlantic. Louis?
Turning now to the tropics and the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with your tropical update. Betty?
And this system was designated Tropical Storm Andrea at 11 a.m. and now at 11 p.m. It's basically over. Yeah. Didn't even last a day, half a day at best. So now a remnant low over the Atlantic. It never was a threat for anyone. It's moving east-northeast at 20 miles per hour, forming well over those North Atlantic waters. So Andrea is no more at this point. We'll continue to watch it open up over those waters. In the meantime, elsewhere over the Atlantic basin, we do see some dust over the tropical Atlantic. We don't have anything planned for development over the next 7 days at this point. I'll be back in a few minutes with a closer look at our forecast for the rest of the week. I'll let you know how the rain chances are shaping up. Louis?
Okay, Betty, we'll see you in a bit.
And for quite a while, we've seen this big box on the middle of this map saying no activity expected in the next 7 days. Well, guess what? That all changed not long ago. This actually came out during the evening on Thursday. We've got a new area to watch. Right now, it's in the Western Caribbean. The area where it could form into something, and it's overall a pretty low chance, would be up in the Bay of Campeche by the time we get to this weekend. Okay, so I know this kind of almost came out of nowhere, but this can kind of happen this time of year. This is definitely a hot spot for action if we are to see anything. Now, again, this is overall kind of a very low chance right now, but it's a disorganized mess of thunderstorms as we speak. It's going to be moving across the Yucatan Peninsula, and then this is an area that we could see some development. Now, let me look at the visible satellite on this and just give you an idea of what it looks like. And keep in mind, it's not formed yet. This is not a tropical storm. It's not a tropical depression or anything like that. We're going to be watching for it to form as it moves toward the northwest. Now, you know, to the untrained eye, this kind of looks maybe a little bit impressive, right? It's kind of this large area. It's got the circular kind of thing going on, right? But you know, we don't have a well put together center. There's also not much rotation, it appears, down at the surface. You really need to have a well put together surface low in order to have a storm. Now, you do see some rotation here when you look. Watch that area of the storm right there as you get close to the Yucatan Peninsula. You can see some counterclockwise spin, there's no doubt, but that's actually up in the mid-levels of the atmosphere right now. You see all the thunderstorms associated with this, by the way, they're on the outskirts of the storm. When we start to get a little bit closer to looking at whether this is going to be a tropical depression or a tropical storm, probably once it crosses over the Yucatan Peninsula, you'd be looking at where the center of rotation is. There would be more rotation down at the surface, and you would be looking for thunderstorms to be forming tightly around the center. Right now, we do not have that. All the thunderstorms you can see much farther off toward the east. They've been putting out some pretty good outflow, and we'll see how this system wraps up over the next few days. Now, I want to be super clear about this. If it is to form, the forecast models are all taking it directly into Mexico. So this does not appear like it's going to be a storm that will have any effects on the United States. But again, just to review here, this is an area to watch. It's not even an invest yet, so there are levels to this. Remember, we've got area to watch. This is the base level. This is like the forward from the author, okay? The introduction would be getting an invest, and then you get into the potential tropical cyclone, tropical depression, tropical storm, et cetera, et cetera. Now, let's go over to the Pacific, and we're going to follow that super closely to make sure to tune into Fox Weather first, early on in the morning. They'll get you the latest on that. This is Invest 95E. That's really right across from this last storm we were talking about. You know, we have talked about this a lot over the last couple of weeks, how there's this general area of disturbed weather, but it looks a lot more likely that this is going to be the worst of it, the west of Mexico area in the East Pacific. Well, this storm is probably going to become a hurricane at some point. It's looking pretty likely that we're going to have, at the very least, Tropical Storm Flossie, probably Hurricane Flossie. And again, this really hasn't come together quite yet. Once again, I always like to go to the visible satellite. Sun is down now, so it's very tough to see. So I stop it at about 6 o'clock Central Time or so, right before the sun went down. And again, you take a close look at this. Very tough to see down at the surface. You do have a lot of thunderstorms. The thunderstorms are clearly visible, and it actually is really cool when you look closely at this. If this loop would just load, you can see all these little outflow boundaries getting shot out by the thunderstorms. Look at this. There's one right there. You got another one. They're all over the place. There's another one kind of up on the northwest side of the storm. You got another one coming in down here. So anyway, point is, you can't see down to the surface, and we would need to see down to the surface to see whether there's any rotation going on there. But it's those big thunderheads that are creating the problems there with being able to see that.
Expect rain across parts of Mexico. It is hurricane season. Let's talk about the tropics, not just the Atlantic or Caribbean or Gulf side. It's the Pacific side as well. To invest, we're watching. Let's get the first one in the Gulf, for now the Bay of Campeche here. National Hurricane Center is giving this a 50% chance of developing. So does it get a name? Does it not? Doesn't matter, because the weather continues to be the biggest issue here. Maybe the winds could also increase if it becomes a storm or a hurricane, but definitely already we have a closed low here for sure. We're trying to organize thunderstorms around it. Maybe it becomes a depression later today. It is increasing chance, but it's running out of real estate in terms of better chance of being named and having that closed low, stronger low organized over the Gulf waters here. But this is the area we actually do see storms originate and form this time of the year, late June. And typically we already have seen our first storm. We saw it a couple of days ago, June 24th. That was Andrea. The second named storm is usually on July 11th. So if we have our second named storm, it'll be early. And yes, if you missed Andrea, it wasn't really an impacted form east of Bermuda and kept moving east. But bottom line, models are showing increased rainfall, enhanced rainfall because of this circulation here across parts of the Gulf side of Mexico. Both models are in agreement. More rain there. And yes, some of that rain will move into the U.S. Here's that. Maybe have a closed low, maybe a depression, maybe a storm. Bottom line, that moisture will also feed into Mexico and also the Big Bend area, South Texas, the Valley, and pushing it into the parts of the Southern Plains, too, as we head into this week. But that's the only game in town. I mentioned two systems. By the way, just before we get there, we already had Andrea. Next name on the list in the Atlantic would be Barry. In the Pacific, this area has a 90% chance developing over the next week. This, too, will bring more enhanced rain here on the west coast of Mexico. So west and east coast, the Gulf Coast, all seeing enhanced rain because of tropical entities. And the models here pick up on this circulation, holding it together. This could be our sixth named system in the eastern Pacific. But then by the end of this week, this could approach as a hurricane to the southern tip of Baja. Talking about you in the Cabo San Lucas area.
Now let's go ahead and turn things to the tropics, where we now have Tropical Depression 2 that formed in the Bay of Campeche for this afternoon. We're seeing with it maximum sustained winds at 30 miles per hour, and it's moving to the west-northwest at just 7 miles per hour. As it moves over the open water there, we are expecting it to strengthen even more as we head into tomorrow into a tropical storm with winds upwards of 40 miles per hour, and then it's forecast to move onshore across Mexico, where it is forecast to weaken. Now, we know that there are tropical storm warnings in place right now for the coastline of Mexico, and they are expecting to get upwards of 10 inches of rainfall from this. Sanella?
Accidents happen when you're enjoying yourself in the tropics. And speaking of hurricane activity, we now have our two tropical depressions upgraded to tropical storms, and we still have another area we're watching here. A potential development as we head on towards next weekend, the holiday weekend. But right now, latest tropical storm, second one of the year. It's ahead of schedule. July 11th is an average second name system. Now it's June 29th, and we have tropical storm Barry here. The winds, they might strengthen a little bit, but the important thing is the organization. The hurricane hunters have been flying in here, and they're finding strong gusts here, but also watching all this moisture stream into Mexico. Strong westerly winds here, so we're going to keep pushing the storm and the rain onshore. And because of that, there are some tropical storm warnings up for this part of the Gulf Coast of Mexico, including you in Tampico. And by the way, Brownsville, right here, right under that the R there in alert. So we're going to have this moisture. It's not going to stop at the border. It's going to stream into the lower U.S., lower Rio Grande Valley here. Look at this, some forecast, maybe a foot or more of rain. That will cause some flooding and could cause loss of life as well. So meanwhile, the rest of the Atlantic still watching waves here. Eastern Atlantic, Central Atlantic, across the Caribbean, enhancing our rain showers there. But the Saharan dust layer, it's helping to dry out the upper levels. And tropical systems need moist upper levels, and we don't have that. So it's kind of inhibiting development there. Don't see a lot in the Gulf, but we are definitely seeing some quick developments in this time. And then in July, we're still watching the Gulf, the Caribbean, and a lot of areas closer to home, but we're slowly but surely activating the main development region here across the Atlantic. So we're only 1 month in. We have a long way to go. We still have the heart to go through. All right, had Andrea on the 24th. Now Barry is named. And last year, our second named storm was actually on July 28th. Became a hurricane the next day. So yeah, it's active compared to that, but not nearly as active. We're still early, so no bearing on what could happen later in the season. Flossie, our sixth named system, super active year already. I think on the average is much later in the season for a storm to be formed and named here, but tropical storm watches could be issued and upgraded to a hurricane warning, so this is forecast to be another hurricane here in the eastern Pacific. Guys?
This is what's going on in the Atlantic right now. Nothing way out at sea. We've got a couple of things going on, though, down in the Gulf and off of the southeast coast. So here's Barry, and to the east of that, there is a new area to watch, which is basically for this whole area around Florida. It includes the eastern Gulf and then off of the southeast coast, where later on this week we could see some development. None of this stuff that you see in here, those thunderstorms, none of that has to do with the area to watch. It's a forecast for what's coming up later on. I'll break that down in just a sec. So let's start with Barry because it's the active storm. It's an actual tropical storm that's ongoing right now. Again, a very unimpressive looking storm. It's got 45-mile-per-hour wind with it. The pressure not terribly low, 1,006 millibars. It's moving toward the northwest, and I'd say by the time we get to around midnight, maybe a couple hours later at most, that's when it'll make landfall over in eastern Mexico. And again, this is Mexico right here. You got to go pretty far up toward the north to find the USA. Here's the southern tip of Texas. So you can see it's already injecting some moisture into here. So yeah, we'll have some increased rain rates and that type of stuff, but overall nothing too bad. You know, the interesting thing with this storm, when you look at the high-res satellite imagery, is the center of it. Look at this. I'll just go back and forth a little bit so you can see that here. Look at that right there. You can see a very clear counterclockwise spin. That's the center of the storm. Now, in a stronger storm or a storm that's strengthening, what you would see is a lot of these thunderstorms wrapped tightly around the center of the storm itself. And in this case, you don't have that. You've got kind of a detached eye while all the thunderstorms are on the southeast side of it. So again, it's a sign of a pretty weak storm. I'm not saying I know more than the National Hurricane Center. They have unbelievably experienced meteorologists there with forecasting tropical weather, and I'd love to get one of them on the horn because I'm just curious how we ended up with a tropical storm out of this. Now, you'll notice as we go forward in time in the loop, you start to lose exactly where that center of the storm is at the surface. You're looking for those surface clouds, and all these blurry clouds up here, those are high clouds, so it's tough for the satellite to see through there, but you can get the general idea. It's really starting to move farther up toward the northwest, and that again, that's going to be making landfall tonight, and then pretty much after that, it's over.
And it looks like we are tracking the tropics. We still have some activity brewing out there. A couple of areas we're watching here. One area is this little swath here, this yellow shaded area. We have a cold front that's going to be pushing down over the southeastern United States over the next couple of days here. And once it gets down over northern Florida, could maybe a little low on the tail end of it try to develop and bring tropical moisture across north central Florida. Possibly only a 20% chance over the next 7 days for that to occur, but it could bring some rainy conditions across parts of central Florida, even our area, as we get towards the end of the week, the 4th of July holiday. So we're going to watch that closely. Also, we're tracking what's left over of Barry. This is now a tropical depression. Briefly was a tropical storm with 45-mile-an-hour winds, gusting a little stronger than that. Now maximum winds are at 35, moving northwest at 9 miles per hour as it's making that landfall along the eastern coast of Mexico. And it looks like that will continue to bring them some heavy rainfall in their area. So we're looking at this kind of fizzling out, dying out, and they've removed the tropical storm warnings and those advisories across that coast as that storm continues to lose some steam. But still definitely some rainfall from this, 2 to 5 inches possibly. That means some of those upper mountain regions can run into some flooding in that area. We still also have some tropical dry air out there. This is the Saharan dust layer. We have another plume coming in as we get into the late week. But look at over our area for Friday. It's not really too much Saharan dust. So if we do get something that's trying to form up there near Panama City, those areas later like Thursday, Friday, possibly bringing us a little more rain, we'll watch it closely. But right now, very low impact, very low potential for anything to form. But we'll keep you posted on that. And if we get anything else named beyond Barry, it will be Chantal as far as our next name on the hurricane season. So we'll continue to track if anything is brewing.
You are still going to get rain here in North Florida. We actually need it kind of down the peninsula more than we do in the panhandle. But we'll take what we can get. We are in the rainy season, and one of the reasons why is because of the tropics. Notice the GFS has a little bit heavier rain in and around Lake Okeechobee, say the Belle Glade area, and we could use it. Really the worst drought for us, north central Florida, also into South Florida. So we want this rain to really get into the ground. Now, here's the thing. All it takes is one tropical entity and you can wipe out the drought in a snap. It does not take a lot. So we don't want to overdo it. If we could just slow and steady the rain, because you know that you get one hurricane, one tropical storm, you get 16, 30 inches of rain in a matter of a day or two. If you are heading to the beach, I know a lot of people flocking to Florida this time of year to enjoy the beaches, enjoy the theme parks, watch it in the Panhandle, also the East Coast where you have moderate rip current. Where even if you have a green flag, I would always stay close to a lifeguard. And I don't know how much time you spend at the beach, but have you ever just been, you walk right out where the people you're with are sitting, and then next thing you know, you're like, where are they? And you've like floated down the beach, and you have to like get out and like schlep all the way back up to where you know, your family is or your friends are. Even stuff like that. And if you're just not used to the beach, it's a good idea to always be by a lifeguard. Biggest storms are in the Gulf of Mexico right now, and we are going to see this moisture continue as we go throughout the day. And that means that you're going to see scattered storms. And some of these could be big boomers, heavy downpours, strong gusty winds with this. And we are going to see it not only as we go through the day today, but as we go for the next several days. We are going to see those showers and storms. You can see these storms just off of Clearwater here, Clearwater Beach off in the distance. Yeah, you guys might not want to be in the water. I wouldn't be shocked if there's some lightning out of that, and lightning can travel at least 10 miles or more. So do keep that in mind. This is kind of the time where you should be heading in. And you're going to see a lot of days like this where you have to go in, you have to go out because of the showers and storms. As long as you're seeking shelter somewhere, that's good. If you're outside, you got to get inside. That's essentially what all this says in not so many words. But, Jim, this is going to be a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday event for us,
right,
which is, of course, July 4th.
Right. It actually gets worse as we get toward Friday because whatever's going on, Northeast Gulf, intense. Florida, is going to be sitting right over your heads, pretty much. All right, so let's talk about that. Do we get something out of this over time? Yeah, Steph's
You're
not
a
high
little more
on it,
convinced than I am, I think.
It could go either way.
I just think the land interaction might give it a little trouble.
100%. I completely agree with you. The big question is if it develops on the east side of Florida or the west side of Florida over the water and has a chance to evolve, that's another story.
Yep.
And that's why we have to watch these things. The water's so warm.
It is.
Steph,
We'll
we've
talk
showed
about
people
that, yeah.
90-degree water temperatures down here in our B block, which we will do again. We'll show you here in just a second. So for whatever reason, the 8 a.m. is not updated. It kind of goes a little like this. It just puts a little bit more of the northeastern Gulf into the mix and through here, but it's still 20%. And we're not expecting it to change. And notice it was 0 through 48 hours. So 8 a.m. Monday to 8 a.m. Tuesday, 8 a.m. Tuesday to 8 a.m. Wednesday. So we're not looking for anything developing there. Why? Because the front's still way up here. That's coming south. It's going to be a frontal low to start with, all right? I don't know if this tut low off the coast plays a role in this at all. We'll see. But either way, think unsettled weather. Now, this is not to scale as to what our situation is this week, all right? This is just an example of how you get a frontal low. Front comes down, stalls, air converges at the front still, enough so thunderstorms to cluster and low pressure ensues, all right? So that's how you get that. And that is what we are going to see coming up as we get into Thursday, Friday, and possibly in towards Saturday. So let's take a look at the models, all right? European, this will tell you the model here. This will tell you the time. So here we go, looking at the European that says, hey, I kind of like the front stalling out off of northern Florida and then something maybe going off the southeast coast, all right? But then as we go Friday, Saturday into Sunday, notice it just kind of sits it there. So it's underneath the high. Will it have a chance to develop? It could. We'll see. It certainly could with the high pressure to the north. So there's that solution. I'm going to leave it there. Here comes the GFS. Same front that comes south. Same front that kind of stalls out and through here. But notice where our frontal wave is now. All right? We're talking about the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. And what's interesting is the GFS especially has the propensity to keep it there and then move it to the west and keep it over water. So that's what's going to make this really interesting to watch as we get into our holiday weekend. Again, the number one takeaway for you, unsettled weather, all right, and over, especially over Florida, and two, we'll see if something develops and lots of changeable conditions in the water.
All right, we're welcoming you back to Weather Command, and we're saying bye-bye Barry this morning. If you blinked, you missed it, right? If you're asking who's Barry, you're not alone. I was advancing through some of my graphics. Let me back it up. The storm that we saw reached tropical storm status weekend and then made landfall in Mexico. But a lot happened in the tropics this weekend, which when we look at the frequency map, that might be a little bit of a surprise because we're still talking 96% of the season remains. But our focus was down in the Bay of Campeche, and that's where we're going to continue watching. Obviously, we've got the one area to watch that's just off the Florida coastline, Haley, but it's the area as the graphics load. I told you that I'm not too good at this yet. I'm still working on it. Haley's an expert at the graphics. I'm still working on them. This low, it made that landfall. Yeah. I believe it was it yesterday?
Yeah.
And it was a tropical depression technically.
Mm-hmm.
It reached tropical storm strength, so I think the peak winds were 45 miles an hour. But this thing has already moved ashore, still bringing some rain.
Yeah, it was so quick. It was like the snap of a finger. Barry was here and Barry was gone.
Right.
Which honestly, I'm not mad at that. Let's just keep checking off the names here and make them these quick, very non-impactful storms. Biggest impacts here were actually for Mexico. We're still dealing with the flash flood impacts for them.
Yeah.
Texas getting in a little bit of that moisture there. You can see some of the remnants of Barry kind of getting pulled in through South Texas. We also have a high just to the north, and that's helping to amplify a lot of the moisture that's getting put into place. But unfortunately, for some spots like McAllen, Texas, out towards Brownsville, they did have some significant flooding, I'd say maybe a month to a month and a half ago.
Right.
But some spots in Texas, they do need the rain. And so largely this is going to be helpful, but flash flooding definitely a smaller concern, at least for the rest of today through early tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like that it'll be around, and it probably is going to receive a little bit of fuel with the afternoon heating, which we see that a lot. So expect that along the Rio Grande Valley. That's going to essentially be all that we contend with from a perspective of the remnants of Barry. I mean, even looking at the last advisory, it's the last advisory that the NHC is going to be putting out with Barry. It's going to kind of spin itself out. It could produce and amplify, as you were mentioning, some of the moisture that we might see through South Texas. But from a perspective of how much we're expecting, I mean, it's manageable. I think that we'll be able to deal with it fine.
There's other parts of the tropics that are dealing with a lot more than just heavy rain, including a strengthening hurricane here in the East Pacific. We got a couple of circles out there. We've got Hurricane Flossie. We have an area to watch. This is a part of the tropical atmosphere in the Western Hemisphere that is typically very busy, and it's been that way over recent weeks, as if you noticed. We've seen a whole lot of named storms here. This is our F storm, now a Category 2 hurricane with still some room to strengthen, I believe. The atmospheric and oceanic conditions in the region are going to be supportive. The internal structure appears like it's cooperating with the atmosphere and ocean fairly effectively. It does appear that an eye is, at least in this IR animation, showing up. Now, it may have been there before, but just obscured, but now we're able to see it a little bit more clearly. And it is a very, very ferocious and formidable tropical cyclone, thankfully paralleling the coastline of Mexico, not getting any closer, certainly in the near term. And this is excellent news because, as I said, I think it's got room to get quite a bit stronger as it goes. We just saw our most recent storm, Erick, rapidly intensify over the region. And this one is probably right now undergoing some of that same kind of strengthening rate. So we'll be watching it, hopefully moving along these trajectories, any one of them. Each one represents a model's simulation of where it's going. And that is exactly why the cone is made the way it is. It is based on the objective guidance from the hurricane tracks and the other model simulations. So there it goes, out over cooler water, and that is primarily why this thing weakens very quickly as it encounters the cooler water. Of course, the atmospheric conditions get a little less supportive on its merry way out to the west. And here's the most recent simulation that I showed you from the same model before, which had it coming kind of close to Cabo, let's say by Thursday in the next 48 hours. And that's a more, I would say, pleasing scenario with a farther west solution, very fitting with the other track models that we've seen, and of course the Hurricane Center's cone based on those track models as well. Alex.
Well, 1 year ago today, Hurricane Beryl strengthened into a Category 5 storm. Yeah, right when we changed from June to July. Earliest on record in the Atlantic. And we thought Emily was early
right.
in 2005, and then Beryl came around and blew away the earliest, farthest east record.
Yeah, you know, we look at Emily, of course, the date, as you mentioned, July 16th, 2005, a very notable year, right? And we were like, wow, this is pretty far east, too. And then Beryl was like, I'm going to do it on the 1st, and I'm going to do it way over here.
And Emily was after we had Dennis as a Cat 4 just south of Cuba around the July 4th holiday weekend. So 2005 got off to a very early start, and so we thought 2024, well, if June and July is like that,
right.
What will the peak of the season be like? Of course, last year the ups and downs were at odd times.
Right.
Beryl, and then the peak of the season, and then October with Helene and Milton. So you just never know.
Interesting the way that works out. Things always throw us a curveball. But coming on the heels of Beryl, we're looking at this season. Of course, nothing huge in the Atlantic, but in the Pacific, we've got Flossie, still listed as a Category 2, but you think this one's gained a little strength.
Yeah, look at that satellite image. I mean, we don't have hurricane hunters in there, but I would not be shocked. Let's put it that way. If a hurricane hunter was in there now, if they were to be able to find the max winds of 115, it's just a matter of time. And this is another storm in what has been an exceptionally busy start to the East Pacific season. Talk about ups and downs being at odd times. The up in the EPac already this year with the 6th and probably going to have the 7th storm in the next week. This has been quite a year. This is about to be our 2nd major hurricane of the year. At least the coast of Mexico will not get a landfall out of this.
Yeah, it feels like it's been an assembly line. This is going to stay offshore. Major hurricane status still predicted, but then very quickly as it works into cooler waters, it's going to lose its punch.
Yeah, the East Pacific is one of the most concentrated areas of tropical cyclone development and intensification, but then they quickly weaken over the cooler water. But look at what this is doing. And when you look at the last few visible images of the day, and then you look at the infrared, you go, that eye looks to be starting to clear out. So overnight, the tropical atmosphere tends to be a little more unstable than usual compared to during the day. So this has one more night to do its thing. The Hurricane Center, the most recent forecast has it getting on the doorstep of Cat 4. So if we wake up tomorrow and we had a Cat 4 briefly, we won't be shocked. But starting tomorrow at this time, it's going to be headed toward the cooler waters.
Yeah, we can see by Friday, Saturday, down to 35, even 30 miles an hour. We talked about the assembly line that has been the Eastern Pacific. We think Gil is coming soon, and then do we keep this going? Yeah,
we are going to get our 7th storm probably over the next week, and we usually don't get the F storm until August, and here we are just getting to July, and with chances of development still continuing to be high. Another tropical wave that crossed the Caribbean and South America is about to cross into the East Pacific, and again, these East Pacific systems, most of them form from African easterly waves.
All right, there you have it. Dr. Nab, thanks so much. Mike, over to you.
And welcome back to Fox Weather First. Thank you for being with us. I'm Craig Herrera. Hurricane Flossie, swirling in the East Pacific, peaking in intensity, got strong, became a major hurricane overnight, but as it continues on its journey, expected to lose some of its strength. It developed into this major hurricane overnight. You can see that on the satellite imagery, and began to scrape the southwest coast of Mexico with some wind and rain on Tuesday. The storm will continue to bring these impacts to parts of Mexico before weakening in those cooler waters. Now, some of those outer bands have brought rainfall totals about an inch and a half to some spots. So thankfully, not quite as much. If it was a little farther and closer to the coastline, then we'd be talking more in the way of those impacts. But there you can make out Flossie right there. Gorgeous storm, right? Well, to the north there, it's running into some very cold waters, basically just sucking the energy out, and then we're done with it. But look what's on its heels. Another area to watch. So we may see our next named storm, which would be, as we go through the list here, would be Gil. Now, this area to watch is in an area where it's got some good things working for it. It's got some warmer waters. It doesn't have a lot in the way of wind shear. And even though it's coming on the heels of Flossie didn't really mix up the warmer waters enough to really slow anything down behind it. So that's why we've got the chance for some development. It is still currently a major hurricane, Category 3. And look how far it is away from Manzanillo. So that's some good news for us. It continues to track closer to Baja. Could bring some more rain to those locations. When you take a look at all of the rain and all that we expect from the next system, system. That'll be something to watch because these areas have been hit with rain events leading up to what we're watching with Flossie right now. As we look at the pressure and the winds, the pressure remaining and holding steady at 962. They dropped, and that's where we got to that Category 3 winds, max sustained winds at 115. The track does take it out to the north and northwest away from Baja California, Mexico, but they will be dealing with some waves and some rip currents there. We have tropical storm warnings in place for Manzanillo, not included in Puerto Vallarta, thanks as this system continues to move away. And the reason it'll weaken right there, it is just miles away from those temperatures, water temperatures into the 70s, which sucks the energy out of that. Once it dives into those cooler waters, it's said and done, right? And when we look at the forecast models in the track, a lot of them fan out to the north and northwest, parallel to Baja, and then out to the Pacific. And then we'll watch with the moisture there. There's plenty just to the north, but then it moves into the dry air as it moves into the cooler waters. So two things working against it here as we watch the Flossie continue its journey to the north and northwest.
Yeah, well, we have got 80s here off the southeast coast, and that means that it is warm enough for tropical development. If you're just joining us, we're now at 60% over the next 7 days. And remember, if you go back to just yesterday, it was 40%, then went up to 50%, and now we're up to 60%. Right now, there's just a lot of convection. We don't have any low-level spin in the atmosphere, but that certainly could develop. And even just with the energy that we have in the atmosphere, you're going to see a lot of rain. We're going to see it over Florida here. And with those water temperatures at least 80 or more, you can get tropical development. And you've heard maybe tropical versus subtropical, or you're talking about a tropical depression versus subtropical depression. When you have a truly tropical entity, a tropical depression, a tropical storm, or a hurricane, it is warm core throughout. The core of it is warm. It's getting fueled by warmth. Everything is warm, warm, warm. When it's subtropical, it has some tropical characteristics, but it's not fully warm core. You've got the difference between cold and warm temps that is helping this to develop. So the difference is very textbook, but you might hear subtropical in the coming days. And if it is subtropical, sometimes they're lopsided or the winds go really far out from the center of it. You still get advisories, though, for subtropical entities. A hurricane can't be subtropical. A depression can be, a tropical storm can be, but not a hurricane. Over the next 10 days, look at the Euro really upping the chances for a TD, and now we're at 40–50% for the development of a tropical storm. If it does become a tropical storm, that's when it gets a name. It would be Chantal. And here is that frontal energy and then the other energy we've been dealing with coming together, especially as we head into our Friday, Saturday, and even into our Sunday. We are going to see that spin come ashore. So the question is, what exactly is it? It doesn't really matter, I don't think, because you're still going to feel the same effects. So GFS has about the same. When we look at our models, watch this spin pop onto the picture. There it is as we head into the weekend. That's Saturday, Sunday. Timing and positioning is a little different, but you get the gist of it. The southeast coast, a little breezier, a little cloudier, a little wetter. Here's Flossie. Yesterday, Cat 3, now we're at 60-mile-an-hour winds. Dry air and the colder water just tore that thing apart. But it does look like Gil is going to be joining us on the scene here. That is the next name after Flossie. We are well ahead of schedule here on the EPac, Reynolds.
That doesn't mean we have nothing else to look at, because we do. We have an area that is being monitored very carefully for the potential of becoming a tropical cyclone. That means either a tropical depression or a named storm over the next, we'll call it 48 hours or so, with apparently a 60% chance of that happening. And if it's going to do it, it would be in that hatch zone here, east of Jacksonville, Savannah, Myrtle Beach, offshore, inside of probably 48 hours, because after that, very likely the lowest pressures at the center of whatever the system is goes inland, we think, later on Sunday. And that's what the model guidance is pretty much telling us right now. Now, on the radar scans out here from the coastal stations, we're watching, actually, curiously, an area of circulation here that's pretty evident. But here's the thing. The radar scanning at pretty high altitude, because it's a slight angle, it's up at about 20,000 feet. So whatever spin you're seeing up here is at about 20,000 feet, way aloft. And the question is there a corresponding circulation right near the surface? Because that would be required for this thing to get stronger and get better organized. You can't just have a circulation aloft. That's really not going to do a whole lot in terms of tropical development. It needs to be connected to a surface vortex. And the question is it? Well, one way to know is if we look at all the available data that we can get and see if indeed there is that rotation underneath that rotation aloft. There's not enough surface data right now to make that assessment. There's a lot of gaps that can be filled with satellite data and model interpolations. But for now, these are the surface observations showing you two things. One, the weather conditions right along the coast are manageable. You know, it's northeast wind. Yes, there are some scattered showers and storms rolling in from the ocean to the coastal sections of South Carolina and Georgia, with potentially some gustier winds than that. But overall, this is not bad weather along the coast, generally speaking. And with some buoys thrown in there, you can see, generally speaking, there is a rotation at lower altitudes. The question is, where exactly is it? And again, it's very difficult to know. But with all the data that we can tell, the model data and the satellite pictures, perhaps it's somewhere over here, which is important to know roughly where it is, because it's not co-located with a lot of the thunderstorms and where very likely that rotation is aloft. This thing, in other words, is lopsided. When you have that kind of tilt or discrepancy, it is oftentimes very hard, certainly in its fledgling stage here, to get better organized. And the reason why it's looking the way it does, with most of the bad weather off to the east, is because there is just enough wind shear to do that. There is a westerly wind. It's subtle, but it's there. If you look at the wind shear plots, you might not see it, because the wind shear plots, again, are complicated to look at. They actually include both the background environmental wind and also the wind of the circulation itself. But when you just look at the higher altitude flow, yeah, my friends, there is a bit of a west wind here coming into the system, making the bad weather, at least for now, mostly on the right side of it. So where does it go? Does it stay that way? Probably today. The models do indeed suggest, the ones we're all looking at, do think that the center of circulation and the worst of the weather and the thunderstorms remain somewhat dislocated. I think that's going to be the case the entire time, not leading to strengthening significantly. That doesn't mean it can't get any stronger, but something that turns into much more of a sinister tropical cyclone appears not to be likely, with not enough room and space or enough time to occur before it all moves inland. We think, whatever this thing is, we think by later on Sunday and into early Monday. It will bring eventually, though, enhanced showers and thunderstorms and some gusty winds. Jen's going to talk much more about those impacts. But in order to know those, you kind of need to know where it's going to go, we think, and that's kind of up in the air. We don't really know. But I would submit to you, along the South Carolina coast, southern North Carolina is the most likely region for the worst of the weather to come in later on in the weekend, Jen.
It is. In places that have a lot less terrain, that hill country of Texas, proximity to the Gulf, the terrain influences make it one of the most flash flood prone areas in the country. But in Orlando, we've already got the heavy thunderstorms that have been happening for the last few days. South Carolina, your weather's going to go downhill tomorrow and tomorrow night and stay dangerous with regard to water into Sunday. So the depression is producing its own convection out over the water, mainly to the east of the center because of wind shear in the atmosphere. Florida is lighting up again because of the daytime heating, adding to the moisture content that's way above average for this time of year even, and the instability in the atmosphere associated with the pattern that produced the depression. So this thunderstorm activity over Florida will die down overnight, but the depression will be pretty persistent in producing convection as it moves to the north. And by about this time tomorrow, we could have sustained winds of tropical storm force starting in some part of this tropical storm watch, a portion of which will probably go to warning before too much longer, with the center of circulation coming ashore probably after midnight tomorrow night, or before breakfast time, somewhere in that time frame, depending upon how it meanders and how slow moving it is. Most of the rainfall will fall out over the Gulf Stream, but getting increasingly concerned about locally more than 2 or 3 inches of rain. Somebody could get 4, 5, or 6 inches of rainfall. This is just a very broad brush. A lot of you are going to get 1 or 2 inches of rainfall. So there's the persistent thunderstorm activity off to the east of what is a well enough defined center as determined by the Hurricane Hunter aircraft earlier today. And the trough in the atmosphere over here is what is shearing the system and keeping it lopsided, and will keep its intensity from getting too much stronger than it is right now. But upper level high pressure is trying to take shape, and so I think the shear will be a little bit less tomorrow as that comes out of the south. but there will be still some sinking effects in the atmosphere due to this pattern. So that should keep the convection and the intensity in check. Then it comes ashore and will weaken pretty quickly on Sunday and then move northeastward across North Carolina. Along the way, I've already had heavy rains in Florida today, and that will continue tomorrow, flowing across the peninsula into the depression. And then as it moves northward, the rains will start in Charleston and Myrtle Beach tomorrow. And the rip current risk will be even higher in South Carolina in general than it is today, because the onshore push will get stronger because of the depression maybe getting to be a tropical storm, but also this high pressure area moving a little bit to the south behind this Canadian front, and that tightens the pressure gradient in this zone. So the onshore push will heighten the rip current and high surf risk tomorrow and tomorrow night. So just to give you a general idea of what one global model is kicking out, for the winds, 30, 35, 40, maybe occasionally 50 miles an hour on the north side of this as it gets closer tomorrow night into Sunday morning. But it's hard to pinpoint who's going to get the strongest winds. A lot of us are at risk along the coast in that tropical storm watch area. Then the center comes ashore and it moves a lot of the heavy rainfall inland. And because of the position of the low getting a little farther north, the eastern side of it, the rip current risk goes up in North Carolina on Sunday as the rainfall moves in. And so water problems will be the big problem. And I think the North Carolina coastline, maybe you don't get tropical storm conditions per se, but you could gust 30, 35 miles an hour as this is moving inland. And then, of course, the rain will still be hanging around into Monday. So the timing is not good with this, Alex. People want to be at the beach. They want to be out and about, but water issues could make it dangerous. We've got to be safe at the beaches and on the roads.
As desperate search efforts continue.
But the danger doesn't stop there. Tropical storm Chantal is rapidly churning off the southeast coast, bringing torrential rain and dangerous surf to coastlines.
Welcome into Week in Recharge. I'm Molly McCullum.
And I'm Jen Carfagno. We have a lot to unpack this morning, and we want to start with the catastrophic flooding happening in Texas right now.
President Trump issuing a statement on the Texas flood tragedy, posting this on Truth Social, quote, "The Trump administration is working with state and local officials on the ground in Texas in response to the tragic flooding that took place yesterday. Our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, will be there shortly."
And he continues saying, Melania and I are praying for all of the families impacted by this horrible tragedy. Our brave first responders are on site doing what they do best. God bless the families and God bless Texas. The rainfall that led to this was tremendous, with more than 20 inches of rain. And we're still following an active flooding situation with very heavy rain still falling, not in the same areas that flooded yesterday, but not too far away. So let's talk about all of this. 20 inches of rain, Streeter, Texas, coming in with that report. Mason, Texas, nearly 14. San Angelo, Texas, more than 13 inches of rain. And we still have an active radar out there with more rain yet to come. This is a zone that could get 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in many different spots. I'm going to show you the radar and talk more about the warnings that we have in place right now and look at some of the river levels that we are monitoring at the moment. So active radar right here between Austin and San Antonio. That's where some of the heaviest of rain is falling at this time. We do have an active flash flood emergency right now in an area where it's not raining at the moment, at least not very heavily, but we've had heavy rain here in just a few hours ago. Parts of Burnett, Travis, Williamson counties, Granite Shoals, Marble Falls, all included in that. This is where we've had, anywhere from 4 to 7 inches of rain per hour, likely leading to then more than 10 or 12 or even 14 inches of rain in that zone. This is this morning's problem of heavy rainfall. And so you can see the really deep atmospheric moisture. That's the background color here. See, we're on the high level of atmospheric moisture. A lot of precipitable water. Dew points are running in the upper 70s. If there's something to make it rain, like there is right here, it really has the potential to be intense with these high rainfall rates driving this flash flooding. So this is the latest. This is the San Gabriel River near Georgetown, Texas, the South Fork at Georgetown, Texas. The gauge has failed. So what we know is that it was at 4. It's likely above 30 feet. big jump here that happened in just less than 2 hours. When you get to that point, when you're up near 30 feet, I mean, the 29 feet is enough to cause major lowland flooding, closing streets and roads. Lowest homes above Georgetown to Granger Lake are threatened. And actually, there are some evacuations. The Two Rivers, the San Gabriel, and the Water's Edge apartment complexes are being evacuated because of that risk of flooding. Then going down, we have a flash flood warning for a considerable risk in parts of Travis County, and that does include Austin, especially just north of Austin. Again, the background color is the amounts of moisture, and I want you to consider that we're in this environment that has tremendous amounts of moisture and the potential for some really heavy rainfall rates, which will quickly drive flash flooding. In this zone, we do have 50 water crossings that are closed in central Texas. Parts of Comal and Hayes County also under flash flood warnings with a considerable risk right here. So we have that considerable risk. Again, this area just to the north and west of New Braunfels dealing with these really intense rainfall rates. And again, understanding that we're in an atmosphere that has copious amounts of moisture. And that sets up right here in this whole zone, almost this I-35 corridor. You notice that it's not in Houston, it's not in Corpus Christi, it's really not in Dallas. And so, the flood watches are confined to the areas that do have this intense amount of moisture in the atmosphere, along with the rain, of course, that is happening right now. That's what we're really focusing in on for the possible flash flooding for the next 24 hours. And then as we go beyond that, we'll keep an eye on an area maybe just to the west of there.
We'll get another update here from Justin in just a minute, but we also want to update you on Tropical Storm Chantal, which formed very quickly, right? Just in the last 24 hours, we've seen some big changes, but we still have room for further intensification. Not much, because really it runs out of the open water here pretty quickly before making landfall tomorrow. But there are tropical storm warnings that are up from places like Georgetown to Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, and not necessarily in Wilmington, but Wrightsville Beach up through areas like Surf City. You have some lightning in the center of the convection, but that is not the center of where this tropical storm is. In fact, a lot of the thunderstorm activity is displaced from the center, so you have what is a lopsided system. That's not too uncommon when you see these storms that form very quickly close to land. There's not a whole lot of time for them to organize, and that's all good news, right? But that being said, we're still going to see impacts, and we already have this morning with some pretty intense rain coming through areas like Myrtle Beach, which right now is actually seeing a little bit of a break, but there's more rain just offshore that's about to move in, and you're seeing some of the strongest winds too over the water. But you see also some of the stronger wind gusts in areas like Myrtle Beach, where it's close to 25 right now, gusting to 28 in Charleston, where we haven't seen a whole lot of rain. Myrtle Beach right now reporting sunshine, and we're actually going to talk to Chris Bruin in just a few minutes. He's there in Myrtle Beach, but there is more rain on the way, and you're going to find some of the biggest waves closer to the center of our tropical storm. The hurricane hunters, they are in Tropical Storm Chantal right now. They're about to make their second pass there. You can see turning around and going through some of the strongest thunderstorms. We'll be very interested to see what they find, because at least presentation on satellite, we've seen at least intensification in the satellite view. But of course, they've got some of the best data as they're going right through the storm.
Tracking Chantal, Tropical Storm Chantal. Look at Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. We've got a tropical storm, folks. It's sitting right off the coast, and it is going to move inland, making landfall sometime overnight tonight, perhaps bleeding into early tomorrow morning. That's the favorability here. We just got the new advisory at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, 45-mile-per-hour winds. Not a big update here from the National Hurricane Center. Now, we do have the hurricane hunters. They are going to be flying out into the storm. They're going to do a couple more passes as we head throughout this evening. They were out there earlier today, and we got some really important data, right? To get the name, to see the upgrade, to see how this system is looking. It's pretty ragged. It's lopsided. All of the thunderstorm development, all of that deep rainfall is just off to the right side of the center. But the hurricane hunters, as they take off into tomorrow morning, we are going to see that mission, of course, give us more data and information. Tropical storm warnings, they're up on the board. Georgetown, Myrtle Beach. This is the zone where we could potentially see that landfall as we go through about the next 12 hours or so up to Carolina Beach, Surf City. And now, because this storm is so lopsided, everything is going to be shunted up into North Carolina. So all that rain is going to work its way up through here. We'll see the heavier downpour potential, and also too, we could see some stronger wind gusts. Now, the thing is here, this storm is not overly strong. It is a tropical storm, 45-mile-per-hour winds, brief window here where we could see maybe an uptick ever so slightly with those stronger wind gusts. But we'll probably see on the order of about 20 to 30, maybe up to 40-mile-per-hour gusts at times, especially around that landfall hour and then into the hours after, into the immediate start of the day on Sunday. But look at the coverage. I mean, it's very scattered. We have that dry air that we've been battling, the hostile winds. You take a look at the winds right now, gusting to 22 in Wilmington, 26 now in Charleston. So we're starting to see that uptick a bit here this evening. Big waves. We've seen the ocean churned up here. We have high risk for rip currents. In fact, some beaches are closed for swimming, as they should be. When you have a system like this out there, you have a really strong current too. So just be heads up there. We have that deep thunderstorm development, and we will see that rain pick up in coverage, especially up into North Carolina as we get into tomorrow.
We are tracking the tropics. Tropical storm Chantal formed in the Atlantic this morning and is projected to reach South Carolina's coast on Sunday. North and South Carolina already encountering dangerous rip and surf conditions. First Alert meteorologist Sammy Squires joining us with more on the storm and a look at our local forecast. Sammy.
John, you know, that storm is expected to make a landfall along South Carolina's coast within the next 12 hours. So the latest update here with the 11 p.m. advisory, it is now moving north at 8 miles per hour. So it has slowly picked up. Keep in mind, this storm was actually stationary earlier in the day. So we are seeing it slowly try to progress towards South Carolina. Max winds right now are at 50 miles per hour. It is not expected to become a hurricane, just maintain tropical storm strength as it approaches South Carolina's coast, mainly east of Charleston. In between about Charleston and Myrtle Beach is going to be that projected landfall here. So eventually it will turn off towards the northeast, where it will eventually weaken over the course of 24 hours, producing lots of rainfall, though, for the Carolinas.
We'll watch an area coming out of the lower Keys, by the way. Don't want to forget about you. Keep an eye on that around 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. All right, hey, we've got some news out of the tropics this morning. Want to give you an update. We have landfall. We have landfall. We officially have landfall right around Myrtle Beach this morning. Tropical storm Chantal just came ashore a couple of minutes ago. You can see that on the radar, and it's got winds of 50 miles an hour, a little bit stronger than we thought it was going to be. It stayed over the water a little bit longer, but it is moving off to the north-northwest. It's going to kind of fizzle out, but be a big rainmaker for the Carolinas today. That's your future radar there. A lot of flooding rain up there to put the finishing touches on the weekend there, all the way up into Virginia today. Everything else in the tropics is quiet. I'll be back with our forecast for the week ahead in just a few minutes.
We also have a tropical system. It is now a tropical depression, but it did make landfall as Tropical Storm Chantal in far eastern South Carolina. So here's where it is right now. Again, it's weakened to a tropical depression, 35 miles per hour. It is located about 20 miles southwest of Lumberton in North Carolina. And as you take a look at this, you see some of those outer bands coming in. Some of these will bring some of the heavier rain showers. Thankfully, they're pretty transient. We will still watch for that risk of perhaps an isolated tornado. That will always be a risk with a landfalling tropical system, and the heavy rain too. And the whole thing is actually, it's moving north at 9. It looks like it might even be making some progress more than what the last position was. So we've got this northern movement and then a bit more of a northeastern movement in the forecast, looking ahead through the rest of today into tomorrow morning. So this takes the core up through North Carolina, right over Raleigh and Durham and the whole Triangle area. So far, some of the heaviest of rain has been associated with that core of the system, so we think we'll be watching that right in here. In fact, right on cue, a flash flood warning has been issued for this core of the heaviest of rain, which is coming on down. Now, we do have a tool, too, on the Torcon. Those outer bands, it's typically what you watch for in terms of if there's any rotation to be contained within them. We'll keep an eye on that today. There have been 2 tornado warnings that I can recall through the day today so far, and thankfully we haven't seen much more than that. Flood watches are up with the rainfall that we've seen already. Rainfall rates at times have been over 1 or 2 inches per hour, and that kind of rain could cause some flash flooding. So as we see everything move north, be ready for it. Greensboro, Raleigh, you are under a flood watch for today. Here's the model forecast going forward through the rest of the afternoon, tracking that rain. Again, some of the core of the heaviest has been associated with the low pressure, so that's moving north. watching these outer bands still coming in, the moisture advecting in as well here through the Outer Banks into southeastern Virginia, Virginia Beach. We get into that through this evening. And again, watching some of this rain, which will be some of the heaviest of rain, now move from North Carolina up into southern central Virginia, well away from the coast as we get through the overnight into tomorrow morning. Stretching out over central Virginia, we've got the rain showers out there. At this point, it's becoming more of a remnant low and a trough of low pressure, but it's still an influence on the weather, and there is still tropical moisture. We have about 3 to 5 inches of rain in the forecast in a very widespread area with pockets of 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. And again, watching those rainfall rates, that's mainly in North Carolina, as when you get into the biggest rainfall rates, that almost always drives all of the flash flooding concerns. Wind will be another slight factor. Wind has not been the biggest problem, but winds could be gusty 20, 25 miles per hour, maybe gusting a little bit higher from time to time. And that combined with heavy rain could take down some trees that maybe have weakened roots. That could always be a problem too. So watching that in through the rest of today into tonight. And then on Monday, we see some of the gustier conditions as typical on the eastern side of this system. On the coast, the storm surge potential is about 1 to 2 feet. I've been monitoring the water levels, haven't seen any water rise here so far, so that's a good trend that we've been seeing.
I want to take you down to Mallory Square and look at that sky. We have not seen this in a long time. The skies are actually blue all day from start to finish. That is nice to see. More of that to come in the coming days, finally. Outside right now, we're in the upper 80s. Feels like 95 Miami, 96 Fort Lauderdale, and 99 still in Key West. So this is tropical depression, Chantal. It was tropical storm, made landfall very early this morning, and we had a pretty serious wind threat with winds up to about 60 miles per hour. They've dropped down to 30. The storm will continue to move up to the north. So you can see that huge counterclockwise rotation, quite a bit of rain on the front side of the storm, and then we've got more rain out over the ocean. But this basically becomes a big rainstorm over the next couple of days. It will lose its tropical characteristics. So watch the rain headed right up toward Washington, D.C. and the Delmarva Peninsula. That's tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. And then it's just going to graze New England. That's Cape Cod and Boston, maybe just seeing a few of the outer bands of showers, and then it's off to the ocean where it will die out over the next couple of days.
I mean, that's an unbelievable amount of rain. And it just kept on coming and coming and coming. And, of course, you see the results. We've seen the videos. We're all kind of getting back into our swing here early in the week, most of us anyway, and trying to, put our arms around what has happened in through here. And what we essentially had was just an absolutely devastating rainfall event set up with a very unassuming tropical storm named Barry that came into Mexico on the east side through the Gulf on June 29th. Came up through the Sierra Madre, New Mexico, and then started coming back down, some of the DNA anyway of it. It gets ripped apart and it's unidentifiable, but some of that DNA contributed to this. And it became a part of the situation. So I want you guys to hone in on this word emergency. When you see that with a warning, whether it be a severe wind emergency, a tornado emergency, we've seen a lot of those, or a flood emergency, this is it. It is going on. You need to know exactly where your safe place is, or you need to get to higher ground, in this case, with a flood emergency. And I get it. This all happened in the middle of the night, and so many people were sleeping. And the fact that this water came up to the equivalent of what you would see with a landfalling hurricane in terms of storm surge, and I'm talking about the speed at which it came up, it makes it hard to kind of wrap your arms around all of this. So here we go, July 3rd and 4th. You heard Reynolds, Kelly, and Jordan talk about when they were on the air. This was all starting to come into fruition. And by 7 a.m., on the 4th, after we got a couple of flood emergencies, now we're getting the death. All right, and that's a result of the tremendous rainfall. So you kind of get the idea we've got a little weather system here, and that's exactly what we've got. And, of course, remember, the air is flowing upslope in through here into the hill country, so the rest, sadly, is history as a result of just catastrophic and really unthinkable flooding when you try to imagine what happened. And, of course, timing happening in the middle of the night here. Lots of instability, deep tropical moisture. You're talking about a column of moisture that has nearly 3 inches of water in it in a small tube. So imagine squeezing out those tubes literally ad nauseum for about 24 to 36 hours. We rained at about 1 inch an hour for 24 hours in a lot of these places. And the results, of course, we're discussing today as a result of catastrophic flooding.
And of course, Dr. Postel, we're talking about still the tropics here. Chantal still bringing some issues to parts of the mid-Atlantic.
It is. And by the way, Alex, that's a good call on Monday's forecast in Kerrville. Sometimes it takes a while for the models and the forecast to catch up to the observations. We could still see some rain out in Texas again today. But here, this is North Carolina. Very heavy rain fell in North Carolina with the remnants of Chantal as it moved through the region. And check out the flash flooding across the region. Clearly in Orange County, we had some very serious issues. Unfortunately, cars trying to drive through flooded waters. That is a no-no. Your car can stall out, and all of a sudden you could be in deep trouble, literally and figuratively. So do not do that. Turn around, don't drown. Orange County right now is under a state of emergency for that flooding. Now, Chantal came in as a tropical storm over the weekend and moved northward and then slowed down over parts of North Carolina. We've heard that story before, where a tropical system kind of gets stuck. Now, this one didn't stall out completely, but it slowed down and is still, in fact, impacting some of us here in the Tidewater region of Virginia, Maryland, nearby Delaware. So overall, this is where the remnant area of low pressure is now, thankfully, beginning to accelerate northeast at nearly 20 miles per hour. So only a little while longer, I think, is what we've got. And here's the radar across parts of Virginia, Maryland, Delaware. And you can see some rain is in some places still coming down pretty hard, so heads up. There could be some localized flooding. Radar estimates over the last 12 hours are showing us perhaps as much as 2 to 3 inches have fallen, and still in some places it's raining. So again, flooding could still be a concern for us across parts of Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. But stepping back a little bit to what happened in North Carolina, we still have a whole lot of customers without power here, in particular Orange County, nearly 16,000 customers, homes without power, and businesses. Let's go back to the radar recap of Chantal, shall we, as it moved on shore Saturday night, early Sunday morning across parts of South Carolina. It slowed down and brought with it a whole lot of rain across the region from the Piedmont of North Carolina into where it currently sits over eastern Virginia. There's the swath of the heaviest rain. Thankfully, pretty narrow. Not such a huge scope on that one geographically, but where it did rain, it rained hard. We saw all those flooding pictures come out of the region from last night. Parts of Chapel Hill were under several feet of water in the downtown region. Mail trucks were also submerged as well. How much rain came in along the way? Now, that was a radar estimate we've seen. Some of the estimates now, ground truth, are beginning to pile up. We're getting more and more data now. Some places have seen over 9 inches of rain in North Carolina. Again, that coming in just a matter of hours. Thankfully, it was not much of a wind maker. We saw some wind gusts in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. Sustained winds considerably less than that. So the wind, not so much of a factor. It was the rain, which, as I mentioned, continues to bring some potential flooding threats here in parts of the Tidewater. Let's track it out going forward. Well, as I mentioned, it is now beginning to accelerate. That's excellent news. We want this thing out of here fast. Well, it's going to get tangled up with the jet stream, and I think by later on this evening or even late tonight, tomorrow morning, it is long gone over the distant Atlantic waters. Good riddance. Get out of here, remnants of Chantal. How much rain is yet to come? Well, these are probably underestimates. There always are. When you have a tropical atmosphere, some convective nature to the precip, there are going to be locally higher amounts. Alex, this is no exception.
Hello, welcome to a new hour on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
Good morning. I'm Marissa Torres. Thank you for joining us. It is Wednesday, July 9th. A challenging week. It's been a deadly wave of floods across the country.
From the southwest to the southern plains, the Midwest to the East Coast, we've had rounds of very heavy rain, certainly changing lives forever, and it's only taken 5 days. First, it was the Texas Hill Country on the 4th of July, and the weekend over the 4th. Tragically, the death toll hasn't stopped climbing. More than 100 people are dead, and we're still learning more than 160 are missing this morning.
Also on Sunday, the 4th of July holiday weekend, one person killed as homes and businesses and hundreds of roads flooded in the Piedmont of North Carolina. Rounds of heavy rain from tropical depression Chantal prompting water rescues and evacuations.
On Tuesday, a wall of water rushing down the mountainside in New Mexico, a scarred land in Ruidoso leading to a deadly flash flood. Entire homes, look at that video, swept away. This morning, we know at least 3 people are dead after the Rio Ruidoso reached a historic crest.
And hours after that video, torrential rain falling in Chicago. All of this last night as a thunderstorm parked over the Windy City, leading to flooded roads and multiple water rescues. No reports of injuries so far. Quite a bit of cleanup underway this morning. We'll have much more on all of these devastating flood events coming up.
Yeah, but we do want to get to some developing, even breaking news into Fox Weather. Colorado State University releasing an update to their 2025 Atlantic Hurricane Seasonal Outlook. We have a face that's familiar joining us, right?
Yes, we do. We all know it. We have Fox Hurricane specialist Brian Norcross joining us. So Brian, okay, I guess the question is, we've already had 3 named storms in the Atlantic Basin, but did we see any changes out of this update from Colorado State?
Yeah, a little bit of a change, reflecting the fact that the pattern is very hostile out there right now, and it looks like it's going to stay that way for at least the next week to 10 days or so. So here's the late news from Colorado State. There's where we were at 17 named storms, 9 hurricanes, 4 Category 3 and above, and that represents about a 30% above average forecast, and it's reflective of what NOAA put out in May as well. And here's the new information: 16 total named storms. I have an asterisk there because 3 of them have already happened, so that's 13 more. 8 hurricanes, so just slightly above average is the bottom line in the new projection, and that new projection is has trended down because, again, we're in this very much of a lull right now. So if last year's lull, for example, which happened later in the year, if they knew that was going to happen, they would have kind of trimmed the numbers a little bit, reflecting that. But the rest of the hurricane season is forecast to be more or less normal. All right, what's going on and how do they do it? Well, they look in 3 different areas for one of their models, the statistical model, which is the one more or less they've been using for the longest time. You notice out here in the eastern Atlantic, call it predictor number 1, they are noticing that it's above normal here. Now, when they looked at all this and did the analysis, it was on June 1st. Well, since that time, it's actually cooled off out here. But back then, June 1st, it was quite warm here. So this predictor was a strong plus for pushing the numbers up. Now it's actually trended back just a little bit. Predictor number 2 is here in what's called the main development region, all across the Atlantic and the Caribbean. You notice there that it's kind of a balance of blues and oranges. Things are just slightly above normal, much cooler than last year and the year before. So that's just a slight plus based on that predictor. And then we go to the Pacific, and this is where the El Nino, La Nina comes in. And you notice we've got yellows and oranges and blues in there. So that's just about 0 in terms of plus or minus. So we're calling that a slight plus because when it's 0, that means it doesn't have much influence. Then we can get some busy seasons in this kind of neutral kind of situation where we have neither an El Nino nor a La Nina, and that is the forecast for this season. As a matter of fact, look at the computer forecast for this El Nino, La Nina. If the lines were up here to the top, that would be called an El Nino. If they were down here, that would be called a La Nina. But look, it's right in the middle is where the consensus of the forecasts is. So the thinking is that that will not be an influencer. And when we have this kind of neutral season, sometimes we get very busy seasons, sometimes we get very quiet seasons. So the idea is that's just maybe a slight plus. So the bottom line is we have the 16, 8, and 3. But the models, they have a whole bunch of models. The European model, the Canadian model, the various models that do this predicting, plus the statistical model, plus a kind of a combo model that the CSU people do. When they average up all the models, they end up with 19, 10, and 5, but their forecast these lower numbers. Now, as I said, remember this is all back as of June 1st. And how have things developed? Well, here's where we stand when we look at the upper level winds across the Caribbean. Look, they are blazing here, and it's very, very hostile. So nothing that comes across the Atlantic is going to be able to generate in this kind of environment. And the forecast is for July for them to generally be somewhat hostile on average across July. So they've taken those June factors and kind of tamped them down a little bit and trimmed the numbers. And that's why we get the numbers that we got on the forecast that just came out here just a couple of minutes ago. So, guys, we're kind of status quo on all this. The conditions across the Atlantic are hostile for a whole bunch of reasons. One is the pressure across this part of the Atlantic is very high. The Atlantic and the Caribbean is unusually high. We have the Saharan dust. We have the hostile upper level winds. And the water is generally cool out in the tropical Atlantic and cooling in the Caribbean, actually. So for now, things are status quo and quiet is the bottom line. We're going to look ahead toward later in July for slightly more conducive conditions and some indication that maybe something will try to get going, but nothing's going to happen quickly.
Yeah, so 16-8-3, down from 17-9-4. I mean, there is a change, and so we note the change. Brian, you had mentioned too, in collaboration with the Climate Prediction Center, that new map showing the development close to the Gulf. Can you speak to about that? We have the graphic that we can pop up for you, but you know, it's near shore, right? It's off the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, so the long-range computer models do indicate a slight chance of something there. Now, if you notice, what that area means in number terms is less than a 20% chance. I mean, less than a 20% chance is pretty small. And just today, I checked out the latest run of the various long-range models, the most credible ones, the European and the new Google AI experimental model, and they are down less than 10%. So we're kind of grasping at straws here to talk about something going on in the tropics. But indeed, the idea is that some sort of a non-tropical system may dip into the northern Gulf, enhancing thunderstorms all along the Gulf Coast. And sometimes, if that low pressure gets offshore and combines with some tropical moisture, we can get something to spin up, as has happened 3 times this year already, by the way. But as of right now, the odds look quite low.
Once again, it's partially due to a dying frontal boundary, broad area of low pressure off the southeast coast. In some ways similar to what led to the formation of Tropical Storm Chantal, certainly formed in the same general area. But this time there's a little greater chance that whatever it is either forms or moves into the northern Gulf, depending upon how much time it actually spends over the water. Could be a lot of this that's over land, but the proximity to the water will mean it will bring a lot of moisture onto land areas, and rain-induced flooding is going to be a problem no matter what. And we've already got the broad area of low pressure offshore. It looks maybe a little more impressive than it is. The pressures aren't really low, and there's still some wind shear in the atmosphere, but with the instability and the presence of this low, the daytime heating, it is just lighting up the storms over Florida, and the Bermuda high is bringing lots of moisture in from the Caribbean into this zone. Now, at upper levels, you have upper low over the western Gulf, upper low over the central North Caribbean. In between, upper level high pressure is trying to take shape, which, if there's not a lot of land interaction, could allow for this to develop, at least give it the chance to do so. Colors of the low level spin getting near northern Florida, southern Georgia around this time tomorrow. But then by the time we get to this time Wednesday, the area of low pressure, a good portion of it might be over land, some of it might be over water, but with upper level high pressure overhead. So if this is correct in the Euro model, then there could be some low level spin still over portions of the northern Gulf. So it might have a short window of opportunity to develop. But again, doesn't even have to become a depression or a low-end storm to cause rainfall problems. So we're going to go through the future radar in detail with Molly here in just a little bit. But this area of low pressure is going to come in here and move toward Florida and over Florida. Tomorrow is a problem into Wednesday morning, but then it gets into the Gulf, at least a portion of it. And then you start to have the southerly flow into the Panhandle, into Mobile, into New Orleans, and it continues slowly moving westward. And then New Orleans might be the biggest problem area on Thursday, Molly.
We don't know exactly if 93L will eventually achieve a name, but regardless of that, we know impacts are going to affect the Gulf Coast. We're seeing it in Florida this morning. We're going to see it throughout the afternoon, and those slow-moving storms will be making their way toward Biloxi soon, and rain rates could be on the high side, so flash flooding is almost a guarantee. I wanted to show you on visible satellite, though, quickly, because with the sun up, we're able to use this. It's a literal snapshot from space, and you can see where we're talking about this area of disturbed weather. It is interesting. We've got a line of showers and storms out in the Gulf, too. That broad circulation just allowing for what we would call a convergence zone. You just have air meeting and then rising, creating some storms there this morning. But let's focus in on where we're talking about this spin, because a very unique thing is happening on visible satellite. If I were to show you this loop, maybe you would be able to spot it. Obviously, the atmosphere is in layers. That spin that I circled there, that's the low-level spin most likely that has dislodged itself from, I don't want to call it the main circulation, because right now it's uncertain if we do even have circulation to the west of Orlando. But to see that low-level spin sort of wrap broadly around just tells us that it's messy.
Yeah.
It's real messy, and getting anything to organize before this makes a move over land is probably not going to happen. But with that in mind, we're still feeling some of the impacts this morning, because that mid-level spin and those convergence zones really allowing for some heavy rain.
Robust rain. Yeah, I guess, yesterday was lopsided. In not having that vertical alignment doesn't mean you're not going to get this. And this could still lead to some flooded roads along I-4. Ponding could be a problem. The I-95, especially through Titusville. We know through Orlando, we do have a flood watch as a result of the rain. Maybe some training instances, and maybe some storms that aren't moving incredibly fast. Those are the things to watch.
Now to the tropical update. Let's show you what's happening as we follow a disturbance over those Atlantic waters. Michael, I guess we could say the disturbance has made it over to the Gulf side, but the key is, will it get placed over water?
That's it, Betty. And this has been stuck. The development odds has been stuck with this one at 40% now for the past few days. And the reason for that is on the eastern part of the Florida Peninsula, where it kind of came off originally. The conditions just weren't favorable. And then it crossed over the Florida Peninsula yesterday. And like you said, it's been straddling the coast today. So those development odds are staying down because it's mostly over land right now. When you look at the visible satellite picture, I put on this the low-level winds. And what you'll see is a broad turning of the winds here around Tallahassee, sort of in north central Florida here, but we're not seeing a collection of thunderstorms. We're certainly not seeing a well-defined area of spin. And for the most part, like I said, it's over land, so it doesn't have energy from the water to strengthen and to develop. Now, when you look at the water vapor picture, it has been feeling some wind shear. It's not feeling it right now, but there is dry air lurking nearby. That's what happens when these systems get near land, as they start drawing in dry continental air from land masses, and that precludes the development. So that ultimately the upshot in all this is I don't think it has time to develop into anything. It could maybe briefly become a tropical depression or short-lived tropical storm as it moves to the west, but all of that heavy rainfall is going to be spreading into parts of Louisiana. Up to 12 to 15 inches is what they're calling. Pretty serious flood threat, Calvin and Nicole, here for parts of southwestern Louisiana in the coming days.
It is a problem out there. Thanks a lot there, Michael.
But there's going to be some on and off showers and storms, and we could see some flooding, I think especially west of New Orleans. Kind of the southwestern part of the state could have some issues. So, yeah, there's still an X here. It's always interesting how the Hurricane Center does this, because they'll still have the area highlighted, but they say 0% chance either over the next 2 days or the next 7 days. You know, I always think it's interesting to look at the visible satellite imagery. And if you've been watching the show the last couple of nights, we've been tracking the center of this storm. It came ashore near St. Augustine on the east coast of Florida, kind of moved up toward the north here and ended up over land. And through this loop, you can actually see where that original center of circulation was. But toward the end of the loop, as we were getting close to sundown earlier tonight, Thursday night, look at this. You can actually see a couple different different areas of rotation developing. And that's what we were wondering. We were like, okay, so we know the initial area of rotation is dead in the water, no pun intended, because it's out over land. And then, you know, we're trying to see, are we going to get another area of rotation that develops that can maybe move toward this way a little bit? Well, we did get some little counterclockwise spins in here. Here's one. There's actually another one here off to the southeast of it, but both of them are headed directly up toward the north onto land, and they're not getting a huge amount of thunderstorms around them. So, you know, the chance for tropical development, pretty much zero at this point. But we do have some flash flood watches that are out pretty much from Biloxi all the way along the Gulf Coast, basically from the southwest coast of Louisiana all the way to Biloxi.
But this morning, we are sitting at 90 degrees for Boca right now, 83 for Pembroke Pines, 87 for Homestead and Key Largo, Marathon at 88. And we also have a tropical update for you. This major development right here is going to be the brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. 8 a.m. It is giving us this area where you can see in yellow shaded. We can have potentially over the next 7 days a system form. It's a very low end chance, 20%, not going to be a threat for Florida, and it is just an area of low pressure that'll be pushing off into the Atlantic, and most likely we won't even see this form. So we'll keep an eye on it, of course, especially since it is August. We are in the beginning portion still of hurricane season. So if you felt like it's been quiet, well, guess what? We got this whole peak to get through. So we're going to keep an eye on it, everything for you, and I'll have a look at your local forecast in just the next couple of minutes.
Let's go ahead and check in on the tropics, watching very closely the stationary boundary where we do have an area of low pressure developing along it over the Atlantic there just towards the east of North Carolina. You can see the thunderstorm activity associated with it. The National Hurricane Center watching this one spot very closely with a 70% chance of development within the next 7 days. This is going to pull towards the north and east away from the U.S. as well. Now we look just behind it and we could see an area of lower level spin get going as we head through the work week. We're going to watch this one closely as well. It's typical for us to get those areas of spin along those boundaries, a 20% chance of development over the next 7 days. And then a tropical wave moving off the coast of Africa, expected to move into the main development region with a 40% chance of development as we head through the next 7 days. We're going to watch that one as well because it could run into some drier air and things could get interesting in that region. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at our rain chances here at home. I'll show you when we are going to need to activate the umbrellas once again. JC?
We want to transition now to take a look at the tropics tonight. Look at this map right there. We're watching 3 areas of concern in the Atlantic, and one of them just became a tropical storm. First Alert meteorologist Steve McLaughlin joins us now with the latest. Steve.
And things were so quiet for a while, but it is August and right on cue. The tropics are becoming active. So we've got 3 areas of concern. We've got a tropical wave coming off the coast of Africa. It will get into this 40% area where it could become a tropical depression. Computer models are split right now. One model takes it up and away. One model actually curls it toward the Caribbean. I'll talk about that in just 1 second. We also have this stationary front, and along this front we have areas of low pressure, and when they sit in place long enough, with all this warm water, they can become tropical. That X right there is no longer an area of potential development. It has developed. It is now Tropical Storm Dexter with winds of 45 miles per hour, about halfway between Cape Hatteras and Bermuda. The good news is it is up and away. It will be a tropical storm the next few days, then should fizzle out in the colder waters of the North Atlantic. Let's talk about that tropical wave. This is our European computer model, and this shows development, possibly a tropical storm or a hurricane, but curling up and away. Meanwhile, our GFS model shows the same beginning, but it ends quite differently. It doesn't go up. It actually comes toward the Caribbean. So what does that mean? It means we have several days before we can tell you where the system is going. If it will develop, we will keep an eye on it. Obviously, anytime we get that western movement, we keep an eye on it here in South Florida. And finally, that third system, that's all of this moisture you see down here. Computer models have not been in good agreement on exactly if this will develop and where it will go. But if this model is correct, whatever the system is, even though it's not directly over us, there could be quite a bit of moisture. And you're going to see that in our 7-day forecast for next weekend a little bit later in the show.
But let me take this opportunity because the tropics are starting to perk up a bit. On this 4th day of August, we're starting to see more activity out there. We have the 4th named storm of the season. Its name is Dexter. Dexter is off the east coast of the U.S. It is no threat to the U.S., okay? It is going to move away from the coastline. Dexter, by the way, is the name that replaces Dorian on the list because Dorian from 2019 got retired after it flattened the northwest Bahamas as a Category 5 for days and then threatened us here in Florida, thankfully only to turn north. Now, there are other systems being watched across the Atlantic right now. There is one with a relatively low chance of development closer to the coast, does not appear to be much of a threat to land, not too concerned about that one. And then you see this other area located out over the far eastern Atlantic. It is a tropical wave just moving off the west coast of Africa. It has a medium chance now of becoming the next tropical depression or storm out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. But if you look at the shape of that area of development that the National Hurricane Center is drawing, you can infer that this has got a pretty good chance of turning north. We're going to keep an eye on it. The pattern kind of favors systems not turning north as often this year. Make a mental note of that. Systems not turning north as often this year, so I want to be especially cautious about this hurricane season. Now, speaking of hurricane season, it is just starting to ramp up, okay? We've seen this 4th named storm of the year, Dexter. By the way, the 4th storm normally doesn't form until the 11th of August. Pardon me, the 15th of August. The 15th of August. So we're kind of a little bit ahead of schedule in terms of the storm count here, but the season is just ramping up. So we're talking about the storms during August, September, and October being particularly more active. So lots ahead in terms of this hurricane season.
We have thunderstorms to the south of Marco Island and Naples. That's drifting towards the north. We had one isolated shower push through the lower Keys early this morning, but now the rest of the southeast coast of Florida looking quiet. But we will see showers and storms developing later this afternoon once temperatures are on the rise, that air rises and storms begin to pop. So have that umbrella with you. Taking a trip into the tropics, you'll notice one thing. There's a lot of dry air over the Atlantic, and we've been seeing a lot of plumes of Saharan dust coming off the coast of Africa in the last few months, and it's been keeping things in check. Well, there's less dust. There's still some around, but we're starting to see more activity in the tropics. For example, we have a tropical wave now in the far eastern tropical Atlantic that looks like it's quite organized with showers and storms to the southwest of it. In the next few days, it'll be moving towards the west-northwest, and we could see some development here later in the week within this orange shaded area. We also have an area that the National Hurricane Center is highlighting off of the southeastern coast. An area of low pressure could form there and possibly a tropical depression later on this week. It'll be drifting west and then eventually take a more north turn, but either way we'll have to watch, especially along the Atlantic seaboard. We do still have tropical storm Dexter though in the Atlantic, a weakening system. Winds are down to 40 miles per hour. It's moving towards the northeast. It's battling some cooler air. It's also some cooler waters, I should say, and also battling some strong upper level winds. It remains to the north of Bermuda, but in the days to come, as it continues to move away, it could re-intensify once again with over warm water, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. But either way, this system looks to remain over the open waters of the Atlantic.
So I'll get that out of the way right now, but there's going to be an impactful storm that's off the southeast coast, and then we got to turn our attention out toward the MDR, the main development region, way farther to the east. We're starting to see some waves come off of there that are going to have a pretty good shot at least this second wave that's currently over Africa at maybe making a little bit of a problem down the road. So let's go one by one. We've got Dexter. Still a tropical storm. It's moving away, so it's not going to be a problem for the U.S. or anything like that. It does have some interesting satellite imagery, which I'll show you in a second. We've got this area to watch that's off the southeast coast. Chances have actually gone down a little bit with that one since yesterday that it becomes a tropical depression or a tropical storm. That's generally going to move up toward the northeast, but going to be close enough to the coast that we'll still have some impacts with a lot of moisture being thrown into parts of the Carolinas and the mid-Atlantic. And then there's actually another area here that's just south of that area to watch, which is not tagged by the Hurricane Center right now. But we got a feeling it's going to make it over into the Gulf, and it's going to create at least some pretty heavy rain for parts of Florida. Then you go out to the MDR, and this is where I think our next real threat's going to be. If you remember yesterday, Invest 96L, it was it became Invest 96L today. Yesterday it was just an area to watch. Yesterday we were wondering, is this thing going to go north? Is it going to go west? And now it seems pretty apparent that it is going to peel off toward the north. So that's the most likely scenario right now. This one has a higher chance at making more of an east to west path and possibly becoming a problem. Again, that's way down the road. We're talking over a week out. So we start with Dexter. Again, no big deal for the U.S., so I don't want to spend too much time on it. It's actually strengthening right now, if you can believe that. Satellite imagery looks awesome on this thing. It's still very disjointed, all the thunderstorms up here on the northeast side. But a beautiful little eye feature, I suppose, if you want to call it that. Got a nice counterclockwise spin there. You can actually see some smoke from the Canadian wildfires that's working into the system there. So I'm sure a lot of that's getting pulled in. But when you zoom out on this, I think the biggest thing that you notice is it doesn't really look like a tropical system anymore. When you see a well put together, tropical storm or a hurricane, it's got that circular look to it. You don't see all these clouds here off toward the east. This looks more like a storm that's well on its way to being extra tropical, with kind of a warm frontal feature there and maybe a cold frontal feature down there, like a regular storm that would come across the country. So we'll put Dexter to bed. One little interesting thing, actually, before we finish with Dexter, it is forecast to strengthen a little bit here as it moves toward the east. So it's going to be a pretty strong storm and is going to affect parts of eastern Canada with some strong winds. So that's Dexter.
But this is what we could see. Tropical Storm Henriette. We have Tropical Storm Evo as well. So these are going to continue to pull on off towards the west. And as they do so, yeah, they are going to stay away from land, so to speak. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Right now, we look at Tropical Storm Henriette, 50 miles an hour, moving to the west at about 16 miles an hour. So there's that track right there. Now, it does forecast to strengthen and, yeah, become a Category 1 hurricane. But look where it is. So here are the Hawaiian Islands right here. It's staying to the north, and that is the best possible outcome because if it was further to the south, that's where the warmer water is, and that's where things can really start to develop and start to flare up and cause big problems for those islands. Now we talk about Tropical Storm Evo. This one is also moving west-northwest at about 24 miles an hour, so this thing is moving fairly quickly. Sustained winds 45 miles an hour at this point, continuing to just stay to the south of Cabo San Lucas, and this one is actually going to be weakening as it continues its track off towards the west here. We look at some low-level spins as we go through time, and again, it's going to show you that not affecting any type of land, and we're going to continue to watch this move on off towards the west. And again, this is something that we like to see as this thing will continue to weaken, Dr. Postel. So this is what's going on in the Pacific. What do you have going on in the Atlantic? Pretty busy.
Yeah, it's getting busier, that's for sure. You're right about that, Lynette. And we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center on the forecast for, actually, this is from where? What source is this from? NOAA. This is NOAA's update here on the hurricane season outlook. Now, what we've seen is, if you really want to nitpick, it's a slight decrease in the expected activity. The only numbers that have changed are the upper bounds here on the number of named storms and the number of hurricanes expected for the season. Prior to this, numbers were 19 and 10. Now they're 18 and 9. So perhaps some of the higher end outcomes are much less likely now than they potentially were at least looking at a couple of months ago. So overall, not a whole lot of change, but perhaps some of those scenarios which forecasted a very busy season are maybe a little bit less likely going forward. But that being said, the Atlantic is definitely waking up a little bit, certainly from where it was a week or two ago where we had nothing going on in the Atlantic side. It was all Pacific loaded. But now, of course, we have a post-tropical storm, Dexter, recently designated as a post-tropical cyclone. We have an area to watch here off the southeast coast. We'll talk more about that coming up at the top of the hour. But we also have an invest here in the MDR, the main development region of the tropics, and that's probably not going to be the only invest we look at in the coming days. There are more vigorous waves coming off of Africa, or at least over the interior, that will be moving out over water and will warrant our attention. But I outlined a part of the tropical world that is becoming a little bit more agitated in a convective type of way, meaning more and more thunderstorms and greater chances of tropical development now appears to be sort of settling into this part of the Atlantic basin, including the Caribbean and nearby areas, for a host of reasons. I'm not going to get into the details of why that's the case right now, but just so you know, that little X right there and this hatched area represents the movement of Invest 96L, likely remaining way out to sea. But here's the thing, and I outline that region here because I think there's going to be more on its heels. There's 96 this morning. This is only one model's depiction of where it's going, but it fits right in to where NHC expects it to end up. But look out here as we go into the early part of next week. There's going to be some more circulations coming off of Africa. And I'm not going to get into the details of exactly how they're forming, where they go, or their probabilities. But this one model, like many others, is indeed suggesting that there may be a couple of more invests or areas to watch or whatever you want to call it coming up in the next few days over what's called the main development region of the tropical Atlantic. And that is reflected in the ensemble mean guidance, which does indeed show that if you average up all the models, the pressures here in the next 6 to 10 days are going to be slightly lower than average, and the rainfall is going to be slightly greater than average.
All right, back out to the Atlantic we go. We're going to keep updating you on this system. It's going to be a big story. It has the potential to be a big story, I should say, about 10 to 15 days down the road. And, of course, it's going to be a story everybody's following up until then. The Hurricane Center's upped the chances a little bit throughout the day today. Now, over the next 7 days, this has a 90% chance of developing. So I think it's more than likely that we're going to have a tropical storm, probably even a hurricane, somewhere here northeast of the Leeward Islands in a couple of days from now. Now, this is not a tropical depression or a tropical storm yet, still sitting just off the coast of Africa, but we got some satellite data this morning that was indicating that the surface winds were trying to close off a little bit, meaning, you know, we've got some strong counterclockwise flow on the northeast side of it, some strong counterclockwise flow on the northwest side of it, same deal on the southeast side of it. It was just this southwest side of the storm where we couldn't really put the circulation completely together. So it's still a bit of a broad circulation, a mess of thunderstorms that's trying to come together right now. And when you look at the visible satellite, you can kind of see it a little bit. It's a little bit tough to tell because we actually do have a pretty decent amount of high clouds and thunderstorms. But if you look at this area up here, look at these low clouds that you can see. There's a bit of a counterclockwise spin trying to develop, and most of the spin honestly is not really visible because it's underneath the clouds, which is why that satellite data was very important. But let me just show you what we know and what we don't know with this, okay? Because there is a lot that we know and there is a lot that we don't know. This is the ensemble model. So you take a bunch of, well, you take one forecast model, you adjust the beginning parameters a little bit, and then you run it out a bunch of times. So you get basically a bunch of different solutions, and when they're close together, you've got a high confidence forecast. And look at this cluster. I mean, to be this far out, 7 days out, and have that much confidence is actually pretty impressive. So I would say we have high confidence that there's probably going to be a tropical storm, maybe even a hurricane, northeast of the Leeward Islands about a week from now, so next weekend around this time. After that, anything is fair game.
Breaking news, we now have Tropical Storm Erin in the Atlantic. It went right from Invest 97L to Tropical Storm Erin.
Yeah, this thing right now just west-northwest of the Cabo Verde Island, moving westbound at 20 miles per hour, continuing to move in that general direction. That is what's expected. There's the official sort of projected path. The cone here showing you moving westbound, and notice the wind speeds going up. In fact, by the time we get to the weekend, yeah, we could be talking 150-mile-per-hour hurricane. Fortunately, at least for now, it looks like stays north of the islands of the Eastern Caribbean. But a very powerful system nonetheless that we're going to be tracking.
And remember, this cone is a cone of the center of the storm, a track cone. So it's not an impact cone. And certainly if it's on that lower end of the cone, could there be impacts with, you know, at the very least, waves to the islands and maybe some of the outer reaches of showers. So, this is something to keep an eye on as we look ahead to the entire week. Today's Monday, and you can see it'll be by the weekend that we'll be watching Erin reach this point in its path.
And of course, as we work our way through, we'll be fine-tuning what may be happening further down the road here. Does it have a chance to continue to move westbound, or does it take a turn more towards the north and curve out to sea? Again, all possibilities are in play, at least for now. So keep checking back. This will no doubt be updated here, this forecast, in the coming days.
We have Tropical Storm Erin in the Atlantic in a track that heads westbound.
Now, the expectation is Erin will strengthen not only to a hurricane, but a major hurricane. Storm has already dumped heavy rains in Cabo Verde, where 7 people were killed.
We've got everything you need to know about Erin here on Weather Unfiltered. We appreciate you joining us here from Monday Evening Edition. Welcome, everyone. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. A lot to watch, of course, in the tropics. Former 97L, now Tropical Storm Erin. And the expectation is it's our first hurricane in the Atlantic of the season. First major hurricane, too, later this week.
The path, as you can see, is pretty precarious, right? It's going westbound here. The models do some differing things, but maybe a turn away from the U.S. We're going to detail that for you coming up here. Also, we've had a ton of rain across the Midwest. It's been a huge issue with flooding there.
Oh, Wisconsin had quite a weekend. Sunday, folks are battling all sorts of conditions to try to get out there. I think some people just said, we're not going to do it. But again, Erin, where we start, latest check-in with the 5 o'clock advisory, a 45-mile-an-hour tropical storm.
It is moving westbound here at 21 miles per hour, well away from the Cabo Verde Islands after lashing the islands there. And unfortunately, it did kill several people, including children. And so already tragic in the early stages of this hurricane. You look at it on visible satellite, you can clearly see the rotation here, the spin that is right in the center of your screen there. And this is likely to become a strengthening system over the next couple of days and maybe becoming a major hurricane. Looks like it's fending off any wind shear or dry air. All that dry air highlighted in orange is all pushing in unison with the storm off to the west here. And so, again, just bears watching here because at this point we believe that the atmosphere is producing favorable conditions for further strengthening. Water temperatures are quite warm here, low wind shear environment. So it's all there. Water temperatures right now generally in the upper 70s, and so likely to maintain or increase in strength as it then heads over some warmer waters farther to the west here and may steer its way just north of the island. So toward the end of this trek, this is going to be very interesting here because as you go farther in time, of course, the forecast air gets a little bit wider. That's only natural, right? But again, we'd watch this very closely, close toward the weekend and beyond, or about a week from now to see where that might be toward the end of the forecast track here. But a narrow track here over the next couple of days where we believe that we're going to have a decent amount of strengthening from this point going forward. As far as wind shear goes, there's hardly any out there at all. If you saw any wind shear, it'd be well to the south of the system, which will not interfere with it whatsoever. But again, everything is about the forecast here, Alex, and what the models are predicting right now, and if there could come, any potential impacts downstream here.
It's got a long road ahead of it, a dusty and pretty dry road, too. It's still early to really determine if there will be direct impacts to the U.S. Very early. It's thousands of miles away from the U.S. So we'll be keeping tabs on it. We want to bring in Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross, who's been watching this thing. Brian, had you on yesterday. Good morning to you. Your note this morning talking about that long journey ahead, calling it a dusty one and a dry one.
Yeah, if you look at the circulation here this morning on the satellite, well, it's a very healthy looking circulation. I mean, it's almost perfectly circular, which tells you that the wind flow in the atmosphere is very conducive for intensification, even though it's speeding along at 22 miles per hour. But it can't intensify because there's so much dry air all out around it here that it's not allowing the thunderstorms to get going. If you notice where the thunderstorms are, that's these bright kind of reddish things that you see dotted around here, and there's almost none of that in the circulation right now. So when you have a large circulation that doesn't have any thunderstorms, it's just waiting to, all the mechanics are in place, but it needs the moist air in order to get going. So let's see here as it heads west what it's going to encounter. There, when we look at it close up on the satellite, here you can see that the winds to the north are quite strong in here, but to the south there's not much. That's because it's just speeding along from east to west, and the winds extend out about 50 miles now. So it's growing in size up this way, not growing in size at all down here, but that's because it's moving along at such a pretty good clip. But in any case, it is getting larger. Okay, so here's the issue at the moment. Look at the dust here, and so what's happened is, as we've got kind of a healthy circulation going here, it's brought the dust all the way around and wrapped in. So it's really kind of encased in dust now, and there's obviously plenty of dust ahead. Even where you don't see it real thick right in here, look, you can see those kind of just wispy low clouds. Tells you it's very dry and potentially dusty there as well. And it's very dusty over the Caribbean islands there today as a strong plume is going through there. And then we have the water temperatures. You see it's over water temperatures in the upper 70s. It normally wants to be 80 degrees for intensification. So the National Hurricane Center is thinking when it gets into this area here is more likely to start intensifying. But some of the computer models, notably the European model, say more likely over here before it starts intensifying. So the intensity and the track, it can kind of go together. So that adds some uncertainty in the fact that it is so dusty out there. That may very well, the European may be right, might slow down this intensification process. But we'll see. Once the system is over in this area here, then you have warm water. If it can fight off the dust with that big circulation, it could really get going. But where exactly that's going to happen is an open question. There's the cone from the National Hurricane Center, and you see it takes it until it gets over here, until it gets into the really warm water and lots of energy for intensification. So what does that mean for the islands? The bigger the storm, the more likely to have some effect, obviously, on the Northeast Caribbean. So here is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center, and you see some intensification a little bit more slowly than yesterday, but intensifying, and a hurricane in here just about the time it gets to that 80-degree water. Well, we'll see. They're making an estimate based on the computer forecasts here. It takes it all the way up to a Category 3 in this vicinity here. If the system continues to grow in size, that could mean some fringe effects, or it could mean more direct effects if it comes close.
Let's get into the tropics. Erin, of course, is going to be our big story in through here as we watch it continue to move to the west. Today, what we've noticed certainly as it continues that speed at about 20 miles per hour, so that's hauling along. But notice where 20 north is now. We're down here around 16 degrees, so we're actually coming southwest a little bit, and that's going to be interesting because eventually it's got to turn north now to miss the islands, right? Notice the strata Q out and through here. There's some stable air. But still, this thing is bringing along its own, its own cocoon right in through here. And I know the L comes before the E. But notice it's working its way to the west with its own little moisture source in through there. So better atmospherics, better water temperatures for development. Hurricane Center has not changed their thinking at all since they put out the first cone in the fact that we'll have a hurricane by Friday, a major hurricane by the time we go into the weekend. And that goes right along with what we're seeing certainly on a lot of the guidance in through here. All right. A lot of the guidance suggests the same doggone thing. So 8 to 10 days out. This is not a track cone. If this were to just keep moving at present speed right toward the United States, that's what we'd be talking about. Now, I got to be honest with you. We've never really seen a lot of change with these models. They've been very, very consistent. Whether you run a single operational run or just the ensemble members, here's the European. Everything is away from the United States. And same thing with the GFS at this point. And the fact that there's so much clustering together here, this gives us a much better confidence this morning. And if you look at the pattern where you've got the subtropical ridge steering this to the west, and then the big ridge, which is actually retrograding west, there's got to be a weakness in here. So it's going to find that weakness and get pulled to the north. That has been very persistent with the models now for about 15 days, which is just absolutely remarkable in my opinion. I think there's not a lot of room for escape. So right now that's the way we're leaning. But of course you never take your eyes off it, and you never know how the atmosphere is going to totally work in time. But that's really how we're leaning right now. This little area to watch popped up last night. And this is going to get into the Bay or the Southern Gulf. You can see the little system right here coming across the Yucatan. There may be some weak chances for development, but what it's going to do is come up through the Rio Grande and enhance our rainfall as we get in toward the weekend. So while we're watching, our major hurricane Erin, we're going to watch this thing come up and enhance the rainfall and maybe even get some wet weather into New Mexico and even Colorado, which would be the greatest news of all. 86% of the season remain. We're on the incline up in terms of the season. But interestingly enough, Jordan, behind this Erin, there's not much to look at. You'd think there'd be kind of a conga line setting up for this time of the year, but there there isn't, which I think is interesting.
Bueno, yo voy a comenzar con información del trópico porque ustedes saben que estamos vigilando una tormenta tropical que se encuentra en el Atlántico y que viene moviéndose al oeste tratando de acercarse al Atlántico Occidental. Pero también tenemos una onda tropical, ya está prácticamente en porciones del sur del Golfo y noten ustedes que en esta área de color amarillo tiene posibilidad, esta que está acá, de desarrollarse como un ciclón tropical. La posibilidad de desarrollo es de un 20% tanto en los próximos 2 días como en los próximos 7 días. Pero más al oeste y cada vez más cerca de ese arco de las Antillas Menores tenemos precisamente a Erin. Noten ustedes cómo Erin, se nota ya un poco más estructurada, de hecho está más fuerte, más fortalecida, debemos decir, porque tiene vientos, ayer eran de 45, hoy en la mañana esos vientos máximos sostenidos son de 50 millas por hora, ráfagas dentro del sistema también han aumentado a unas 65 millas por hora. La presión mínima central es de 1002 milibares, tiene un movimiento al oeste ya no tan rápido como el día de ayer, todavía continúa siendo rápido pero no a 20 millas por hora, el movimiento de traslación ha disminuido a unas 17 millas por hora y se encuentra a unas 990 millas al este de lo que es esa porción norte del arco de las Antillas Menores. Continuará Erin moviéndose al oeste-noroeste en las próximas horas. Estamos esperando que para el viernes cerca del mediodía, ya de cara a la tarde, Erin se convierta en un huracán con vientos de 75-80 millas por hora y eventualmente entrando en esta porción del océano donde las aguas están más cálidas, tiene un ambiente más favorable, continúe fortaleciéndose para el domingo. En la mañana el pronóstico indica que puede llegar a convertirse en un huracán intenso categoría 3 con vientos de 115 millas por hora, pero continuará aumentando esa fuerza de los vientos a medida está acá en aguas del Atlántico Occidental y puede llegar a tener vientos de hasta 125 millas por hora, todavía siendo un huracán categoría 3 fortalecido. El pronóstico continúa dando la misma tendencia de los últimos días de que Erin estaría pasando muy cerca de la porción norte del arco de las Antillas Menores, de la porción norte de lo que es las Islas Vírgenes y de Puerto Rico. Noten que esto es apenas unos cientos de millas costa afuera de la costa norte de Puerto Rico, así que definitivamente impactos indirectos se van a sentir en la isla como un aumento del oleaje, resaca en las playas, erosión también costera y noten que cerca de acá de Turks and Caicos, de la porción este de las Bahamas, el sistema va a comenzar a curvar hacia el norte, una excelente noticia para los que vivimos en la costa este del país, al menos en la costa este de Florida. Eventualmente con esa curva al norte, el pronóstico continúa indicando que también va a ser una curva al nordeste. Esto lo aleja completamente del Caribe, no lo entra al Caribe, tampoco lo ubica cerca de nuestra región. Por tanto, Erin como una amenaza directa acá al sur de Florida no está presente y eso es una excelente noticia. Más adelante vamos a hablar de los impactos indirectos que se pudieran estar recibiendo en las islas del Caribe, específicamente Puerto Rico y las Islas Vírgenes, a medida que este sistema se acerca en los próximos días.
While we keep a close eye on the tropics, here's where we find Erin way out in the Atlantic, still very close to the islands. Now, we do have the 11 o'clock advisory that just came in, and we do have a strengthening tropical system. Tropical storm Erin still, again, tropical storm, but winds are now up to 60 miles per hour, so it's a strong wind at that, but it's still racing towards the west at 17 miles per hour. Now it's just a little less than 900 miles east of the northern Leeward Islands, and high pressure to the north of it, still strong, is what's steering Erin quickly and towards the west. Now, this area of high pressure is going to begin to weaken, and as it does so, it's going to cause Erin to begin to move towards the west-northwest and eventually take that turn that we've been talking about. But now, because it's moving over warmer waters, we're looking at the possibility of it already becoming a hurricane as early as tomorrow morning, and then towards moving towards the west-northwest, possibly becoming a major hurricane for this weekend. Now, any deviation of this area where it makes landfall, I mean, where it is within this cone, a little little farther towards the south, and that means greater impacts for the islands. Right now, all of the islands do remain out of the cone, but still something to watch because it will be a major hurricane coming awfully close. Again, impacts would be dangerous surf and marine conditions surrounding the entire islands, and of course those strong winds that we've been talking about. Again, eventually taking that turn, so areas in the Bahamas, all along the eastern seaboard, and even Bermuda need to watch the system as we go about through the weekend and especially into early next week.
Including places like South Padre Island could possibly be dealing with a landfalling tropical depression or storm within the next 24 hours or so. It may not get to that status, but we're going to have a tropical wave with a lot of moisture coming ashore. Hurricane Center has upped the chances of development a little bit more to 50%. I think those chances might still yet be going up overnight tonight as this system moves over very warm waters of the Gulf that are warmer than average. And even though the hurricane hunters earlier today did not find a well-defined surface circulation center, there is pretty well concentrated thunderstorm activity and a developing area of low pressure in there that's going to move northwestward around our subtropical ridge over Florida. And the upper level pattern is, not ideal for strengthening, but it's not prohibitive either. And the Euro shows relatively modest or weak wind shear and a spin up into what looks like in the model a depression or storm coming ashore in deep South Texas tomorrow night. So it could be that the Hurricane Center issues advisories on a potential tropical cyclone as soon as tonight or tomorrow morning, regardless of what kind of system it is. Deep South Texas at risk for flooding, even isolated problems farther north. It really is going to churn up the Atlantic and the Caribbean waters. Really dangerous rip current and surf episode. You don't have to have the core of the hurricane come over you to cause problems. And in especially southern and eastern portions of Puerto Rico, could have some significant rain-induced floods and landslides with the southerly flow as the hurricane passes by to your north. Now, even though I'm saying that we might not know that it's as strong as it is without the aircraft data, the satellite presentation does continue to look more impressive. So whether it's via the hurricane hunters tonight or with satellite estimates or both, I think we're going to find out this is a hurricane before too many hours go by. And moving a little bit north of due west. See how it kind of dipped south of west, and now it's beginning that broad turn to the right. And here's the hurricane hunters from NOAA. They've been through the system kind of 3 times now, and it was on the pass from northwest to southeast that they determined the winds have gotten up to 70 miles an hour. This pass from east to west has basically just kind of reconfirmed that. The winds have come up just a little bit, so it's on a strengthening trend, no doubt about it. And might not be the NOAA plane that finds it. It might be the Air Force plane that finds the hurricane force winds. But in any case, this is going to be a hurricane for many, many days to come, and a strengthening one at that. And when a tropical storm is becoming a hurricane, as Erin is doing, it's organizing its inner core. You get a lot of lightning. You also get a lot of lightning in those outer bands. And because it's no longer due south of the ridge, it's not going as fast as it was, but it's still moving pretty quickly just north of due west, and it will eventually round this ridge, slow down, and turn to the right. But for the next couple of days especially, just not much wind shear in the atmosphere at all. Just it is ventilating quite healthy. This is not what we want to see, especially when it gets over these warm waters that are only going to get warmer over the next few days. And look how warm the waters are between Florida and Bermuda. It's just more and more fuel to tap into with every day that goes by. The next couple of days have the greatest combination of warming waters and very weak wind shear, and that's when the rate of intensification is probably going to be the greatest. But a general continued strengthening trend is expected. And once a hurricane, gets well developed, it kind of develops its own environment. It'll have its upper level high pressure overhead, and I don't think there's much the rest of the atmosphere can do about it unless it's a really strong trough or something, and that's not going to happen for a while. And I think the pace of intensification might outdo these first few forecast points, so don't be surprised if it's stronger than forecast. And look at all the models, unanimous essentially in getting it to near major hurricane strength, if not category 4 or even stronger. Pretty good agreement for the next 3 days or so on the track, but then the spread dramatically increases as that turn in the break of the ridge begins. Just a matter of how sharp the turn is. That's what we don't know. GFS, similar agreement until it's north of Puerto Rico, and then the possibilities start to spread out. Because it may be close enough to bring tropical storm conditions to the northeastern Caribbean islands. We have watches up, not yet for the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, but if you do get tropical storm force winds, they could start there sometime on Saturday morning, where you've got 20, 30, 40% chance of tropical storm force winds in those islands. You're not going to get the core of the hurricane, but you still could get some disruptive or even dangerous winds. But Alex, as is almost always the case when you're dealing with tropical storm conditions, water is going to be far more life-threatening, both in terms of what the ocean does and when rain falls on mountainous islands. In the bands of a hurricane, that's dangerous as well.
Not officially a hurricane, but NOAA research aircraft is in there right now. And the data they're sending back would indicate hurricane force winds. We'll let the National Hurricane Center do the analysis on it. They're still checking out the storm. They'll go back and double check around what is now a core of a hurricane. That's what this storm was missing. It was missing a core. Remember, the dust and dry air kept filtering in. There's still some in the area, but now we have a core. Now we have a strong kind of feeder band coming around here, another one up in here. So this is developing as a significant tropical system. I don't think any question about it. I think the odds are this will be Hurricane Erin at 11 a.m. Eastern time, if not before. Let's look close up. There you see where the Hurricane Center is locating the center of circulation. And when I say a core, I mean look right around it. That's centered on this core of thunderstorm activity. And here you see these big bands of moisture now rotating around that we didn't have before. We still have dry air out here that's trying to come around and get in, but it's being pushed out because there's enough moisture coming up into the system and pushing out on it. And when we look at the dust, you can see it's made a pocket there of a kind of dust-free air, almost dust-free air, actually. It looks like a little bit of a finger coming up in here. But that's what they do. That moisture comes from the warm ocean, and if the system gets going and the circulation gets going, it pulls in the moist air from the surface of the ocean and spreads it out and pushes out the dust and moistens the environment. And then it's like not throwing sand in the engine. The engine can really start spinning, and that's what's going on out there right now, more or less kind of right on schedule.
Now, 7 weather with meteorologist Erica Delgado.
All right, South Florida, we were waiting for the 11 o'clock advisory on Erin, and it just came in, and it has been upgraded to the season's first hurricane. Winds are now up to 75 miles per hour, a better looking and better organized system today compared to 24 to 36 hours ago when it was still battling a lot of dry air in the area. It is still moving fast towards the west-northwest. I'm looking at everything for the first time here with you, and it's a little over 450 miles east of the northern Leeward Islands. So coming awfully close now, we're beginning to see some cloud cover across portions of the islands here. We'll begin to see some of those deteriorating marine conditions, more so as far as hazardous marine conditions that we've been talking about. So let's take a look at the latest forecast track here. We have high pressure that remains to the north of it. This is going to be steering Erin through the next few days, as it has been across the Atlantic, eventually going to find a weakness with that high. It'll shrink just a bit, and that's what's going to cause that turn for Erin down the road. So a Category 1 hurricane forecast to become a Category 2 already by Saturday, coming awfully close to the island, still far enough, but again, we talked about any slight deviation to the south, somewhere within that cone, would mean greater impacts for portions of the islands, especially the Greater Antilles and the Turks and Caicos coming very close. There's that turn that we've been waiting for. Now this one is forecast. This new advisory is showing that Erin has the potential to become a Category 4 hurricane as we work our way late weekend into early next week as it makes that turn. So Greater Antilles, Turks and Caicos, Bahamas, and still the Atlantic seaboard, and of course Bermuda, that is behind this box right here, should all be monitoring the progress of the system. It's all going to depend on that weakness of that high at the same time as a front comes off of the eastern seaboard here. Now, as far as watches and warnings are concerned, we still have a tropical storm watch that's been issued for the northern Leeward Islands. That was earlier this morning, and we're waiting to see if any tropical storm watches have been issued for the Greater Antilles, because as we work our way through the weekend, outer bands, of course, and those stronger wind gusts and some rainfall will be possible across some of these islands.
But it can be sneaky, as in it can produce some heavy rain and kind of catch people off guard. So let's show you what we're dealing with. Very almost no chances now of development because it's running into land, right? But it does have a lot of thunderstorm activity with it. And you can see that little swirl right there, especially around Brownsville and South Padre Island. That is where we're getting some of the heaviest rainfall. And this is going to continue through the rest of today into tonight. We're going to have to watch some of those bands coming in, even up towards Houston and Victoria, Texas. Corpus Christi could see some of that. McAllen right now, you're seeing some of the heaviest rain, and I don't like this. The trend with these storms is very slow moving or even no motion whatsoever. And that could put down 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain in a relatively short period of time. And I know our flood risk is at a slight risk for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were to be flash flood warnings here through your day today. Storms working up towards Huntsville. The difference here is these storms are actually moving, so some heavy rain and then things should quiet down. Still some unsettled conditions will continue. Breezy here if you're headed to the beaches and not the sunniest of days. Notice this band kind of forming here, or at least model guidance is suggesting that as we get through this evening and overnight tonight, kind of wants to die down as it approaches the coast, but we'll keep an eye on it. And then also that core that's down near McAllen, that is going to be working up through South Texas and even make it up towards, say, San Antonio and even the I-35 corridor tomorrow. So tomorrow morning could be very wet here across parts of San Antonio. With a setup like this, model guidance has a hard time indicating who's going to see the heaviest of rain. I do think an inch, 2 inches is very likely in some of these areas, but we know with a setup like this, there could very well be overachievers. I would watch the forecast closely if you live in this area and maybe even over here, just south of San Antonio and say along the I-37 corridor between Corpus Christi and San Antonio for tomorrow. So something we'll have to continue to watch. Again, that risk for flooding, especially down near Brownsville and McAllen. All right, let's get the latest now with Hurricane Erin, first name hurricane of the season.
On average, August 11th is the first time we have a named storm hurricane in the Atlantic. So this is a couple of days late, but still right on time. We're getting into a very active month of August and September. And there's Erin right now. There's that invest that Chris was talking about. Another disturbance, kind of quasi-tropical moisture off the coast of the Carolinas. Let's talk more about Erin here, because this is our first hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season, our 5th named system, first hurricane, 75-mile-per-hour hurricane, forecasted to get stronger and stronger and stronger. In fact, we're starting to see a clear center of circulation, but all this heading on towards the Leeward Islands, it's quasi-associated with the circulation, but that low is getting tighter and tighter. And look at the lightning. So intensification, a tropical storm, a hurricane, organized clusters of thunderstorms. So yeah, we have that going on right now. Erin is moving into its happy place, plenty of warm ocean water where it derives the fuel from to get this thing going. Light to little shear going on. Again, very happy place. So unfortunately, this is going to become the strongest storm on Earth as we head over the next several days here. The waves, the surf, the rip currents are life-threatening. That's a combination we have to be smart about. You don't have to cancel your plans for next week unless the forecast dramatically and unexpectedly changes. But you do need, you don't need to cancel your plans to go to the coast. But what you do there, that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. We've got to stay out of dangerous water. Now, Hurricane Erin is stronger now. Max winds now at 85 miles an hour. We're expecting a lot more strengthening. This is based on Hurricane Hunter data. And because we have tropical storm watches up for the northeastern Caribbean islands, intermediate public advisories are coming out every 3 hours. So that's why this advisory has been issued. And based on the Hurricane Hunters, the winds have come up. Satellite presentation of this hurricane is looking a little bit more well put together, and that's only going to get more so the case. Now, so we've got the tropical storm watches for some of the northeastern Caribbean islands, but the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico are under a flood watch. This goes all the way through Monday evening. So locally, heavy rainfall could cause some locally significant flooding, landslides, or mudslides in the bands, outer bands of Erin. The Caribbean islands, the northeastern Caribbean, you got some light northerly winds right now, but the stronger winds are going to remain on the other side of the hurricane. But as it passes by, you could get brief bouts of sustained winds of tropical storm force, or at least in gusts. And you could have some thunderstorms. There's tropical storms and Cat 1 hurricanes can produce a lot of lightning, especially in the outer bands. But look at the formative eye there. So that's another indication that Erin is strengthening. Just the satellite appearance is enough to tell you this is on a strengthening trend. But we want some confirmation. We want some actual data. So we've got all three types of planes that we've talked about this week in the air right now simultaneously. An abundance of riches in terms of data from inside and around hurricanes. No other part of the world has this kind of data. And you've got the G4 jet that's going around the hurricane. That's that track. And you've got the NOAA plane that also took off from Barbados, and it has done 2 passes through the hurricane. And this red line now is the Air Force plane that is on its way in and will make its first pass through the center within the next half hour or so. But that NOAA plane, the P3 that's been going through the center a couple of times now, this most recent pass, this is what they measured at flight level. Okay, this is not the SFMR instrument, that stepped frequency microwave radiometer. That alphabet soup is about an instrument that can measure remotely wind speeds at the surface. But this is not that instrument. This is flight level winds that peaked up at about 93 miles an hour in that second pass. That's flight level. You have to adjust that. You got to lower it by about 10% to get an estimate of the surface winds. That's why we've got around 85 mile an hour maximum sustained surface winds. The Air Force is just now getting into the tropical storm force winds on the southwest side. So we'll see what they do in terms of what winds they find. And they're going to have to fly at different altitudes. Usually it's one plane at 10,000 feet, one plane at 8,000 feet when both the P3 and the Air Force C-130 are in there at the same time.
Good evening. I'm Felicia Rodriguez. Thank you for joining us here at 11. Chief Certified Meteorologist Chris Martinez just received the latest information on Erin, which is now a Category 2 storm. He also has more on this sweltering heat. Chris?
Yeah, Flay, we're talking about winds right now, 100 miles per hour as Erin continues just north of the Leeward Islands. We told you that we were seeing some strengthening, so it was at 85 at the early advisory. Now 100 sustained winds right now in the center circulation as the storm continues to move as forecasted. That is the good news. Again, really no big changes with the 11 o'clock forecast track. Again, so winds at 100 with some higher gusts moving towards the west-northwest at 17. The forecast cone has started to shrink a little bit, so we're talking about more accuracy right here. And we're still anticipating this storm to blow up into a Cat 4 hurricane. It looks like as early as Sunday into Monday, and then stay as a major hurricane right now, still well east of Florida and the Bahamas and the United States, even as we head into the middle part of next week. So the only noticeable change this evening at 11 o'clock with that advisory just coming in, winds are now at 100 miles per hour, so getting stronger as we speak.
And happy Saturday. Thanks for joining us on WPTV Morning News. I'm Vanya Joseph, joined with Francis Payton this morning. Francis, a lot to get into, especially with this graphic here behind us.
Yes. And, I mean, you're a Floridian, so you know exactly the structure of the hurricane. And, I mean, it's kind of pretty this morning as it moves just north of the Leeward Islands. Thankful that that eye wall is not going to take a direct impact towards those islands, but still going to see really intense wave heights nearing about 20 to even 30 feet, and we're likely going to see again strong winds. We're actually looking at wind speeds right now about 120 miles per hour. This system's actually moving still on the faster side, about 20 miles per hour towards the west northwest. Still on track to really not see any direct impacts here in the Sunshine State. Well, we can anticipate seeing some increased wave heights and rip current risk for later next week. But in the meantime, Hurricane Erin is right now a Category 2. Looking at that, Category 3 as of the 5 o'clock update. That system is going to continue to track to even strengthen even further to become a Category 4 before it starts to take that northerly turn and head closer towards Bermuda.
We're seeing those winds gusting better than 30 miles an hour right now in St. Martin in the Leeward Islands. So squally weather already affecting us here. It's a very powerful hurricane, as you can see, taking up a lot of this satellite imagery across the northern Caribbean islands. There's that eye right in the middle. You've got that calm in the middle of the eye, but it's the eye wall that surrounds that eye where we have the strongest winds. And now they are up to 130 miles per hour. So this rapidly intensified. Cat 4 right now at that pressure drop. So the hurricane hunters found the data to basically have them bring out this update here. It's moving west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. Hurricane hunters, you know, they find the stronger winds. They issue that report back to the Hurricane Center. And then, of course, they broadcast that information. And that's how we know that it did reach that status here as they were flying through the storm. Right now, this is where they're located with those winds of just shy of 74-mile-per-hour winds. But it did become a hurricane just yesterday morning as of the 11 o'clock advisory. And I have to say, the advisories did say that there's that potential for rapid intensification, and that is certainly what is playing out this morning. Look at this enhanced satellite. All the colors showing the different color cloud tops. You've got the convection reaching all the way down to the northern Caribbean islands with winds between 25 and 35 miles an hour, and flash flooding is certainly going to be a possibility there as well.
Bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross for his input on the latest developments. Brian, good morning. What a storm we have.
It is. Mother Nature never ceases to amaze us on what can happen when exactly the right conditions come together. Hurricanes can really spin up if they're not very big. If you think about it, there's not as much air to get moving if the core isn't very big, and that's what we see going on this morning. There is the core of the storm. It's very symmetric around the center. We're going to look at it close up in a second, but let's get the numbers. 145-mile-an-hour sustained winds. The hurricane hunters are flying through it right now. They measured about 160 miles per hour at their flight level. And then so nominally you take 10% off of that. That's where we end up with the 145 miles per hour moving west-northwest at 20. But you notice it's wobbling, and I bet this concerned some people in the islands this morning. It kind of made a bend back down a little bit south, but the net of all this is continuing up this way. When storms intensify, indeed, they will tend to wobble, and 935 millibars and continuing to drop. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that actually go down a little bit more as this continues on. Let's look at it close up here where you can really see the islands and you can see the eye. Look at that. It's just one of those pictures that you see of a hurricane in a book. This is what hurricanes look like. There's the core. It's really very, very small. If you look at the island of Puerto Rico, which, you know, isn't a huge island, it's a decent-sized island, but, I mean, this is a really small hurricane. And the news is that the strongest winds are very tightly contained within that overall envelope. Now, this storm is going to expand dramatically as we move forward in time, maybe 4 times to 5 times the size that it is right now eventually, but for now it's small, so it's staying well to the north here of these islands. But you do see here these bands. See this strong band of thunderstorms here, and then we're going to have another one back over here. So these are going to come through the islands, and they are going to know there's a hurricane out there. Take a look here when we look at the radar, where it's in radar range out of San Juan now. Now the radar is right about there in Puerto Rico on top of the mountain, so it's a long ride for the beam all the way out to the hurricane. So it's only seeing the very tops of it. That's why it doesn't look very strong out there. Same thing over here over the northern Leeward Islands. You see all these yellows and oranges popping up here? Well, what that tells you is they have to be super high in the atmosphere in order for the beam coming all the way from Puerto Rico to see them. So when those go over, there are real downpours going on these islands, and they have left up the tropical storm watch for a couple of these islands. And here the local governments there make that decision, or the controlling governments there make that decision. No watches for any kind of wind on the islands, but they are going to get downpours. starting early today, coming this way. But the bigger effect on the islands is going to be when this tail here that wraps up it comes over. So as the storm goes that way, this tail is coming this way too. It'll come through the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. That'll be tonight and tomorrow. So they have flood watches and so forth in effect. Here you can see on the widest view of the radar, there's a tail out here. You just can't see it very well because it's so far from the radar, but it's going to take a good while for all this to clear. All weekend long, this is going to affect the islands, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the various other Caribbean islands.
Good morning, South Florida. I'm Andrew Perez.
And I'm Alexis Frazier. Thank you for waking up with us. We are, of course, tracking Erin. That system officially a Category 4 hurricane. So here is a look at the latest model. Erin is expected to just brush Puerto Rico with outer bands. But what does this mean for us here in South Florida? Well, don't listen to me. We have an expert, meteorologist John Gerard in the house. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Andrew says, Erin, not welcome here. If your name is Erin, you're welcome. Just not that one. Okay, that one's got to go. Anyway, there's a lot of excitement, a lot of discussion, a lot of high interest in this, but not because it's a storm that's going to impact our weather. It's the first hurricane of the season, now the first major hurricane of the season, so everybody wants to know where it's going to go. And you might have some friends and family down across some of those Caribbean islands, so you'll be happy to know it's only going to just brush by to the north there, but nonetheless, it's not going to be a storm for us to worry about. You can see the eye on the visible satellite loop. Remember, that's a lot farther out east over the Atlantic Ocean, so the sun's been out for quite a while there now. You can follow that eye as it works its way off to the west right now. So here's the way things look on the wide view. You can see those Caribbean islands. You can see the Leeward Islands and the Lesser Antilles there. There is the Virgin Islands. There's St. Croix. There's Puerto Rico. Well to the north, but it's a large storm, so they're going to still see some rain bands and some gusty squalls, maybe the tropical storm for us. There's a tropical storm watch out for the northernmost leewards right now. No hurricane watches or warnings, remarkably, despite how strong this is, because the thinking is that it's going to go far enough to the north where the core of the hurricane is going to miss Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. But look at the pressure. It's dropped 60 millibars just in the past 24 hours. This thing really exploded overnight, and this morning the winds are now 145 miles an hour. It will eventually make a turn to the north. It hasn't happened yet. I hope it hurries. I hope it happens soon, but it hasn't happened yet. You'll notice it's slowing down. That'll be the first little tip-off that it's about to turn, but still moving off to the west right now. Again, there's that little tropical storm watch in effect for the northernmost leewards. It could remain as a 4 right through tomorrow, and then down to a 3, still a major hurricane as it approaches maybe Bermuda. We'll watch this about 600 miles off the coast from us. So again, it's just a reminder that we are getting up close to the peak of the season. You need to be prepared for that one. It may not be this one, maybe the one after. Just be ready for hurricanes where we got them all the way through November the 30th till the end of the season. Back with our local forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
This is the latest update for Hurricane Erin, which is now a 155-mile-per-hour hurricane. We're just 2 miles per hour shy of Category 5 status, and there are signs that this is still strengthening. We have seen explosive, rapid intensification over the last 24 hours, and right now this is moving due west. Really wanted to make that northerly turn here pretty quickly, and it needs to. It is deviating slightly from the expected track. Hasn't quite made that northerly turn yet, so we're going to be watching the motion of this, which right now is moving due west at about 17 miles per hour. This is a powerful hurricane. It is uncomfortably close right now to a lot of the Caribbean islands, like the northern Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Turks and Caicos, Bahamas, absolutely seeing some impacts. Eventually, it will make that northerly turn, but look at the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. This is expected to be a Category 5 hurricane before the day is done. And look at some of those wind speeds, 165 miles per hour. Category 5 status starts at 157. So this is still a strengthening storm, and we've seen evidence of that from the hurricane hunters, which have been flying through this, both the NOAA hurricane hunters and the Air Force hurricane hunters, and they are going to be doing continuous flights here to get that crucial data that we need to know about what is going on inside the eye wall of this storm, which is a very powerful eye wall right now. And the pressure just continues to drop. We've dropped over 10 millibars since the last update, and as that pressure falls, you'll see the wind speeds increase in response. We still have a lot of lightning in the eye wall, so signs, once again, that this is still intensifying. We're starting to see some extremely heavy rain in areas like the Virgin Islands, Antigua, as well as Barbuda. You've got Puerto Rico in play here for some flash flooding potential, especially when you bring elevation into play. The heaviest rainfall is going to stay over open water. That's good news, right? But, you know, anytime we have that deep tropical moisture and we've got, you know, a system like this, big, powerful hurricane, we have to watch flash flooding very, very closely. And also some of those wind gusts, too, tropical storm force winds could be impacting some of the Caribbean islands.
To come out at any moment. So now a Category 5 Hurricane Erin moving along the coast there. But you can see areas near St. Thomas and moving into Puerto Rico. I mean, they're going to get slammed by rain. We're going to be dealing with winds. While we're not going to be making direct impacts, not going to be making landfall, which is good news, it's still going to be a very impactful storm for a lot of folks. So we're going to help break this down for you. At the latest look of what's been going on here, this is the latest winds that we're seeing, 160-mile-per-hour winds coming out of this storm. I mean, Nick, look at that pressure going down by, what, almost 15 millibars within the past less than an hour was the last update we got. So, I mean, this storm has just been increasing by the minute and just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, it's that inverse relationship. Pressure goes down, wind speed goes up. So to put this in context, the last update had this at 145-mile-per-hour winds. It's now at 160. And remember, anything at or above 157 miles per hour indicates Category 5 status. That is the highest echelon that you can get on the Saffir-Simpson scale when it comes to hurricane demarcation. So this is a top-end major Category 5 hurricane now, and it continues to push to the north and west. Like you mentioned, it's not going to be making any direct land impact, all indirect impacts. Having said that, folks will certainly be impacted by this with all of the wind and all of the high surf in and around the eye wall of Erin.
Oh, definitely. And on top of this, also intense amount of rain that we're going to be dealing with, especially in those lower islands. But I want to mention the hurricane hunters. This is how we got this information. They went into the storm and were tracking all the wind speeds, the max winds coming out 165 miles per hour there, but NHC going with 160 miles per hour with that pressure. I mean, it is so low, and that is that indication that this thing is just getting bigger and stronger. And on top of this, too, that eye becoming a little bit bigger in diameter. We had that eye wall replacement cycle, which is basically just when we have like a band of those stronger thunderstorms around the original eye. Kind of breaks it down. It weakens it usually, but obviously re-strengthened very, very quickly and was now able to make that Category 5 parameters for us there. And this is a look at the Hurricane Hunters track going into the storm, and getting all of that data is so incredibly important when it comes to this stuff.
We received the latest update. It happened at around 1:45 Eastern time. They typically can come in a little bit earlier with the intermediate advisory. It was expected at 2 o'clock Eastern time. And all that said was we are maintaining Category 5 status with a slight drop in millibar pressure, which still is a sign that we have a strengthening system, although rapid intensification is now starting to cease over the next 6 hours. Erin maxed out in its potential so fast, and we'll watch it maintain that intensity over the next couple of days before we watch a gradual weakening, but still maintaining major hurricane status as it moves through the North Atlantic. So here's what's changed. Notice the winds are staying the same. We still have one hurricane hunter flight that's set to take off and investigate the system at the upper levels, but the majority of the flights we were tracking out this afternoon and this morning have returned back to St. Croix, a secondary station for them. But the millibar pressure, that's what sticks out to me as a subtle drop, and then also the westerly movement at 16 miles per hour, so slightly slowing down. But the difference between 17 and 60 miles per hour is fairly marginal. I wouldn't consider that a significant slowdown, which could have a big change in the overall forecast. But what we're waiting for is for this to start turning to the north and to move west-northwest. That's when we'll start to watch Erin make its curve. And the sooner, the better, really, when it comes to Turks and Caicos and for the Bahamas. Let's talk about Erin, though, really quickly. I'm in a variety of group chats talking about this storm, and folks who left work at Thursday evening are looking at it now and saying, whoa, what happened? I mean, it feels like weeks went by for this storm, not just 24 hours. And even if you are keeping up with the storm, the change was so fast. Coming into work today, Category 2, and now we're looking at a Category 5 by the morning. Underwent rapid intensification. Notice that wind speed shift from 75 miles per hour to 160 miles per hour. A 90-mile-an-hour increase just about. So that's on the upper echelon of the hurricanes and under rapid intensification. To me, I would say extreme rapid intensification, although that's not a specific criteria that has to be met. To meet rapid intensification, you need 35-mile-an-hour increase in the wind speeds in a 24-hour time period. And Erin doubled that and then some.
Let's take you to the Atlantic, where Hurricane Erin has evolved into a monster Category 5. NBC6's Steve McLaughlin joins us live with a look at the storm. Steve.
Yeah, this rapidly intensified 85 miles per hour in about 24 hours. We sit at Category 5 with winds of 160. It is now moving due west. Luckily, it is north of the islands. But we've been asking a couple of questions the last couple of days. Would the storm track just a little bit south of that forecast cone? It did. And the second question is, how far south would the tropical storm gusts make it? We surmised it would make it into Puerto Rico, into the Virgin Islands. And indeed, these outer bands are what are whipping through over the next 24 hours. We have a flood watch for all of Puerto Rico. Parts of the Virgin Islands have flash flood warnings. We have high surf advisories. And as these bands come through, you can get these tropical storm gusts for the U.S. and British Virgin Islands and for Puerto Rico, even though the storm is lifting up to the north. But it's about 178 miles from San Juan. It is moving in this direction, but it will make that very sharp turn up toward Bermuda. Category 5 status will remain for the next 24 hours. This is actually Monday morning, 3 a.m. when we're back down to Category 4 with winds of 155. And then as we get toward Bermuda, we still have a Category 3 hurricane. So remember that the cone of concern is where there's a 2 out of 3 chance of the center of the storm going. I did want to show you the center line right here, because if the storm takes the center path, it's a Category 3. There will at least be tropical storm conditions in Bermuda, but they miss the heart of this major hurricane. But if the storm were to track more this way, all of a sudden there's a major hurricane directly over Bermuda. What Bermuda wants is for the storm to track more this way, which would increase the high surf and probably the wind and rain for the East Coast starting at Cape Hatteras. But this center track will absolutely bring at least tropical storm conditions to Bermuda. We'll talk more about the storm's rapid intensification and our forecast back here in South Florida coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, well, take a look at this now. Hurricane hunters earlier today flying right into the eye of Hurricane Erin. The storm rapidly intensifying into a massive Category 5 overnight. And some parts of the U.S. may see the effects of Erin starting this week.
Our Weather Authority meteorologist Peter Sherwood is tracking it all for us. Peter, that image was impressive.
Very impressive. And you know what? This is a remarkable storm. We are now getting information from those hurricane hunters that Erin is undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. So what does that mean? We are seeing with those maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour as it's moving towards the west at 15 miles per hour. So yes, earlier today we saw the maximum sustained winds at 160 miles per hour. It is showing that it is a weaker storm. As you take a look at the satellite right now, you can see how earlier today it was well defined with the eye wall. You can see how you can point it out very vividly. Now it's a bit murky. So what's happening is that we are starting to see another eye wall form outside of the existing eye wall. And with that, we typically see tropical systems decrease in intensity when they undergo eye wall replacement. And with this, we are going to continue to monitor it, because as that new eye wall gains a little bit more energy and gains organization, we expect it to strengthen once again. So yes, now it's a Category 4 hurricane. We expect it to go up to a Cat 5 by tomorrow, and then it's going to turn towards the north. You can see there now tropical storm watches in place for southeastern parts of the Bahamas, and then it's going to likely move between Bermuda as well as the eastern half of the U.S. and and we anticipate the indirect impacts to develop for the eastern half of the U.S. We're talking about rough surf as well as a high rip current risk. Coming up, we're going to take a look at our forecast here at home. I'm going to show you those temperatures that are expected to heat up for the week ahead. Sanella?
Now, 7 weather with meteorologist Brent Cameron.
Middle of August means a ramp up in activity in the tropics. Usually we see the peak based on historical averages around the 10th of September. That is the very pinnacle there. So we are just 25 days away from that. And right on cue, we have a strong system, Category 4 Hurricane Erin. By the way, earlier today actually was a 160-mile-per-hour system, a Cat 5 for a time. Right now we're seeing it move to the west-northwest at 14, and that is very important right there. West northwest, it's starting to now take that gradual turn we've been talking about. It's no longer directly heading west. Sometimes these the activity can tend to wander when it comes to, or wobble, these centers, the eyes of the hurricane. But there you see Erin, the eye, very visible here on the satellite, well north of the islands, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. But look at all the rain still sweeping across that region, gusty downpours and some flooding concerns. From a Cat 4, will it become a 5 again? Not according to the latest forecast intensity. This is the track as it goes in time, still likely to turn east of the Bahamas and west of Bermuda, away from the United States, as not one but two fronts come down and basically provide a block, and we could see some gradual weakening by the second half of next week. Any impacts along the eastern seaboard of the U.S.? Well, higher rip current risk and higher swells. That's just about it. So some good news there as we watch from a safe distance.
Still, the news is all good today. Any kind of land area impacts will be edge impacts with this storm. We have very, very high confidence of that. But a couple things are going on here at the same time. One is, as you say, as it wobbles, look at the wobbles here in the track. As it wobbles a little to the left, and it has been taking a little bit on the left side of the cone as it's been moving forward, and that's put the center up in here a little bit closer to these islands, but still not significantly so and not unexpectedly so. And we'll talk more about that in just a second. But the other thing is, if you notice in here in the core, you had this very circular looking core yesterday and early today, and now it's much more disrupted. It's going through a natural internal process called an eye wall replacement cycle. It's getting a new, bigger eye wall that's spreading out the storm, and that's going to also have the effect of brushing these islands with a little more intensity than it would have if it had stayed that small core. But it never stays the small core. That's not a stable way to be for a hurricane. So this is an expected process, although it's impossible to forecast exactly when it's going to happen. There you see it close up. It's still a very round-looking circulation, which tells you that the atmosphere is still very conducive for this thing to maintain significant strength. When we look very, very close up on it, you can see what's happening. Look, here's the old eye in there. See those tall thunderstorms? Because the sun, remember, is in the east. The sun is coming from kind of Africa. And so we're really able to see the tall thunderstorms. But look what's happening is you have another band forming out here. And indeed, the hurricane hunters are finding that. They found hints of it yesterday, but now it's really underway. As they fly through it, they see two peaks of intensity flying into the center. Yesterday, you only really saw one. And what's going to happen is this inner one is going to kind of die out eventually, and this outer one is going to take over. Well, that's like the figure skaters expanding their arms, and guess what happens? The spinning slows down. So that's what we have today. So we have a Category 3 hurricane now with 125-mile-an-hour winds, but it is still more or less on track. All right, this is the radar out of Puerto Rico, and the Puerto Rican radar is about there. So this is about as close as we're ever going to get up there. There's more going on in the hurricane than we can see all the the way from Puerto Rico. But you see these strong bands are still coming over the Virgin Islands, and you can make out why these bands are so significant. Because look, the same band, because the storm is moving relatively slowly away, these same bands go over the same areas over and over and over again, and they can dump a lot of rain. So you can have this flash flooding in a very local area where you happen to get the band, but then another area with a different mountain direction or different kind of drainage doesn't have the flash flooding. But this is going to be the issue all the way across Puerto Rico today, and then the DR tomorrow, and then eventually into the southern Bahamas, this feeder band following the storm. So here are the winds analyzed by the Hurricane Center. These are tropical storm force winds, and this is why Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands are not under a tropical storm watch. They're just not expected to get those kinds of sustained winds. But as the system comes north, we have the Turks and Caicos here under a warning, and then a watch here in the southeastern Bahamas. But you notice that the system is a little farther away from the rest of the Bahamas. So we'll see. They'll still know there's a storm out there, especially in the water. And of course, the Bahamas are all about the water in the currents and in the surf at the beaches. But it looks like with the system pulling away, but the system growing in size, they'll be just on the fringe of it there in the Bahamas.
One of several areas on high alert for up to 8 inches of dangerous flooding rain. You see areas like Puerto Rico, Paul, being impacted today. There's a number of power outages, too, across the island.
You know, the power grid has never been rock solid here in Puerto Rico. So to have the winds and the rain come through with Erin is just really, you know, it's unfair. You know, we rebuilt, but we didn't improve a whole lot since Hurricane Maria back in 2017. So, yes, about a third of the customers in Puerto Rico without power, so maybe the half of the population on the island. You can see it's a Category 3 hurricane right now. That center not nearly well defined in terms of that eye as it was yesterday at this time, as it's becoming it was a Cat 5 24 hours ago. Cat 3, but it's a few miles per hour away from Cat 4, and we expect it to strengthen well into that Cat 4 range as we head throughout tonight and tomorrow. We have tropical storm watches up for the Turks and Caicos, tropical storm warnings up for the Turks and Caicos, a watch up for the southern Bahamas, and we could see more watches and warnings issued as we head throughout the central Bahamas, even northern Bahamas, as we move into this week. Right now, take a look at the difference. You know, 24 hours ago, we were dealing with a Category 5 hurricane. It was upgraded at 11:20 yesterday morning here. We had not just rapid, but extreme rapid intensification. 50 knots or 58 miles per hour means it's extreme rapid. This was 85 miles per hour, so it blew that out of the water. And again, one of the strongest rapidly intensifying storms we've ever seen in terms of recorded history of the satellite era. On the visible satellite, clearly see the center and that eye trying to get reorganized, but overall, the cloud shield is huge across this area, so the weather is in those clouds. In those clouds, we have showers and thunderstorms, and we have thunderstorm right now around San Juan, and we're seeing heavy rain falling from these clouds as well. Look at all the lightning with this, and now we're seeing more and more heavy rain moving into San Juan, one of the heaviest populated areas here. And we're even seeing scattered showers still here in St. Thomas, but it's really portions of Puerto Rico dealing with these flash flood warnings around the Guayama area as well as the San Juan area. We're seeing flash flood warnings going on here. So again, heavy rain has been falling, not to mention 5,000 to 6,000 plus foot mountains here, bringing even more rain out of this tropical air mass and tropical thunderstorms coming on through. They're all swirling around that center. So the center is here. And this is the radar out of Puerto Rico, so it doesn't go that far. But trust me, there's probably a lot more rain falling here across the northern shore and eastern half of the Dominican Republic. Wave heights, well, near shore around San Juan, about 10 foot. Across the DR, around 9 feet. But closer to the center, just to the east side of that, a 32-foot buoy report of the waves coming on through there. That's about the size of a 3-story building. 32-foot wave here, and that's on the so-called weaker side of the storm as it moves in that direction. So expect those types of waves to come towards the U.S. coastline as we head throughout this week.
And once again, we are tracking the tropics as we're having new updates from the National Hurricane Center. The 11 o'clock update has come in, and we're talking about this storm intensifying, which we expected to see this storm get a little bit stronger, back to a Category 4, moving northwest at about 12 miles per hour. Now the wind sustained at 130, gusting up to about 160. Now that it's done its eye wall replacement, and now that you can see a well-defined eye wall here as it's north of the Dominican Republic. So we're going to continue to see this track up into the Atlantic, east of the Bahama Islands there. You can see it as a 4 for the next day here through Monday, and then it becomes a 3, and then we're looking at it getting down to a 2. It starts tapping into a little bit cooler water, but stays between Bermuda and the Outer Banks of the Carolinas. But there is going to be some pretty good sized waves coming in, especially over towards the Outer Banks. But it's going to create rip currents stretching all the way along the eastern portion of the country, all the way from Florida, all the way up towards Maine. But it's going to cause wave problems for us as well. So that means rip currents will be a heightened danger if you're going to be out at the beaches, especially for Monday through the pretty much most of the week. We have to just really watch this closely because you can get waves anywhere from 5 to 7 up to 8 foot or greater the further north you go. And that's going to cause problems for folks out at the beaches. So just be cautious if you're going to the beach. Once again, Erin here, but we have a 40% chance for some formation out here towards Cape Verde Island. It looks like that could be forming out in this area. So we're going to track that and watch that very closely.
It is going to be another hot, humid day as we start the new work week and as the kids are headed back to school. But I do want to let you know more on Hurricane Erin. We just got the 5 a.m. advisory in a little early. Winds of 130 miles per hour. This is a powerful Category 4 hurricane, just about 105 miles northeast of Grand Turk Island, moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. You see this system is large. It's very powerful. The outer bands of this system have tropical storm force winds extending out from the center 230 miles. So a lot of the Bahamas already dealing with those tropical force winds and rain. The forecast projected path continues to have it move north and then to the east of the United States. But again, our indirect impacts from this system will be some rough surf up and down the East Coast. And our closest proximity to this system will be tomorrow. And that's when we'll increase our speeds and increase the threat across parts of Broward and Miami-Dade and in the Keys for the marine forecast, especially the threat of rip currents. So as of this morning, you can see the tropical storm force winds extend out from the center 230 miles. That is very far, but the system is so large and powerful. That's why we're dealing with these tropical storm force winds and even hurricane force winds extending out from the center a little closer to where we have a hurricane warning in effect for Turks and Caicos and towards parts of the southeastern half of the Bahamas. The other thing I want you to know is that the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service has actually put the coastal areas of parts of the Carolinas, Northern Carolina, and that's because of the coastal flooding that could happen with wave heights of 15 feet in surf zone across parts of the area. As we do see the closest approach for them will be going into Wednesday and Thursday. So for us, it's tomorrow, and then it makes its way up the East Coast as it does so. Again, the closest approach for the Northeast will be later this week. It looks as though rainfall rates anywhere between 2 to 4 inches up to 6 inches in some isolated areas for the Bahamas with this system.
All right, got to be careful up and down the eastern seaboard. It doesn't matter if you're in Miami or if you're all the way on the coastal Maine.
That is true, because not only do we have Erin that's going to ride up and give us all waves and rip current, we have yet another area to watch. The models, by the way, have been picking up on for quite some time here.
Yeah, of course, it's been up and down on what it's going to do, whether it will develop or it won't. But we still are going to be watching this thing over the next couple of days. And then once it gets into this hash marked area, that's when we have the best chance for development.
So the big question is, does it continue west? Or does it take a little turn to the north?
That's the $1 million question we always ask every year. What's it going to do? Which track is it going to take? So again, you can see Erin closer to Steph. Here's the wave we're watching, of course, coming off of Africa, noticing some of the limiting factors, whether it be dust, whether it be shear, whether it be little cooler waters out here compared to what you have closer to home.
Listen, this is kind of what we saw with Erin, too, where it was in this little node of happiness. It had some dry air to begin with, and then it moistened up a little bit. The shear, it was kind of tucked in, but had a little bit. It's kind of feeling some of those same effects as well.
Yeah, good point. And of course, just looking at what the model's going to do. This is the European outlook, so you can see it takes some time. Once it gets closer to Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, now we're starting to maybe see something come to fruition.
So the Euro wants to develop a trough that's going to pick this up and keep it offshore, just like we saw with Erin.
Okay.
Now, the GFS
Why
has
not?
been GFSing for the last week, and everyone is fighting on social media. Don't listen to these people. Listen to that. It's like, it's hilarious to me, actually.
So we've switched it over to the GFS model to kind of show you where it's going to be and what it wants to do. Again, still, when you're this far out, there could be so many different scenarios that take place. I call it like the butterfly effect. If this happens, then this could happen. If you go back and do this, then it impacts the future.
So what happens with it? Well, the GFS for a while has been wanting to bring it into the Gulf. That's why we have all these meteorologists fighting. Don't show those models. You don't know if that's going to happen. And it had it going up over Florida. And now this latest run has it just to the east of Florida. So listen, the GFS is GFSing, as we like to say. But remember, when it's where it's at now, we still have 10 to 12 days, and so many things can change in that time period.
We still have to get through Erin first. I mean, I don't know, looking down the pipeline.
That's true. Erin's just starting to kick off.
Just now starting to kick off.
For the lower 48. Of course, it did damage in the Caribbean. But this is the time of year where we see the main development region, as it's called, the MDR, really start to light up. This is where all the storms have originated, if you go back in time, during this month.
Yeah, and of course, one of these paths is the one we've been watching, could be very similar to what we see, or that's why we asked, does it continue its westward trajectory, which then causes so many problems for us with that funnel.
The big player here is the Bermuda high and how strong or weak that is. If it's really strong, it will continue to push things west. If it's weaker, things will turn around the western edge of it. And then also trophiness we have to look for. Fernand is the next named storm, and we're kind of nearing the peak of hurricane season. We're slowly getting there.
Yeah, get to the end of next week. It'll be interesting to see where we stand.
Your storm team tracking Hurricane Erin as it churns up the Atlantic.
Yeah, the outer band's dumping a flood of trouble across the islands. Take a look here, roads inundated in Puerto Rico.
Now to a live look at the Turks and Caicos, the strong winds and rough waves crashing the shores there. Let's get right to meteorologist Dylan Federico. He's live in the Weather Center, where there's also something else to be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, that's right, guys. All eyes on Hurricane Erin strengthening this afternoon, now up to 140-mile-per-hour winds once again. So this is a very strong Category 4 hurricane. Hurricane hunters are in there investigating it right now, and they've noticed a lot of lightning in that eye wall. So that tells me that Erin is re-strengthening once again and could strengthen a bit more heading into this afternoon. Now, taking a closer look at it on visible satellite, see, there's the eye trying to pop out there. It's been going through an eye wall replacement cycle over the past day or so. Once the eye pops back out, it should be able to strengthen a bit more. But notice one thing here, it does look like it's dealing with a little bit of northerly wind shear, and that may limit how strong it gets. Either way, this thing's going to turn to the north later on today and accelerate, but also grow in size as it moves out into the open Atlantic over the next several days. Massive wind field expected with this, 600 miles wide of tropical storm force winds. This is going to cause life-threatening surf and rip currents along the U.S. East Coast later on this week. All right, so for today, Erin bringing tropical storm conditions to the southeastern Bahamas, gusty winds, flooding rain, rough seas, rip currents as well. But as this moves to the north over the next several days, this is going to generate some gigantic waves, 70 to maybe 100-foot waves offshore. Either way, significant rip currents and surf expected along the U.S. East Coast, along with erosion. So this will be a big weather story heading into the rest of the week. Obviously, from Boston all the way down to Florida, major rip currents are expected. All right, but behind Erin, we're watching another tropical wave. This one located way off to the west or back over towards the islands. This has a slow chance of development over the next several days as this pushes towards the Antilles. I don't think this will ramp up nearly as quick as Erin did, but we'll have to watch it as it approaches the islands over the next several days. Either way, regardless if this develops or not, brings some heavy rain to the Caribbean islands later on this week. And the next name on the list is Fernand. We'll keep you posted here at WSVN.
Live NBC6 News at 4 starts now.
All right, we begin here tracking the tropics. Hurricane Erin continues to churn in the Atlantic, bringing devastating winds to the Caribbean. Dangerous beach conditions along the entire East Coast.
And the storm went around Puerto Rico, but the island still was slammed by strong waves and flash flooding, and has seen tens of thousands of reported power outages. Meanwhile, off the coast of St. Croix, the U.S. Coast Guard says 2 men had to be rescued from rough waters. And now Erin is expected to trek through the open Atlantic Ocean between the mainland and Bermuda.
And the storm is expected to stay over a couple 100 miles from the U.S., but that impact on the East Coast, the shores from those dangerous currents could still be deadly. In North Carolina, already some mandatory evacuation orders that are being issued as Hurricane Erin threatens the area.
Let's get over to First Alert meteorologist Larissa Abreu, who joins us now with the latest track and more on the storm's potential impact to us here in the U.S.
Hey there, ladies. I wanted to start off with visible satellite because at this hour you can see how the storm is just churning north of the Bahamas, really just grazing the southeastern portion of that island chain. And that's where we do have tropical storm warnings that are in effect. This storm will be making a northwest turn here as we head towards the next several hours. Here's that 2 o'clock update. 140-mile-an-hour winds at its center. That means it is a Category 4 storm. Also notice how slow it is moving west-northwest right now at 10 miles an hour. A couple stats with this storm: hurricane force winds extend outward at 80 miles from its center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 230 miles. That is a lot of real estate that this storm has, and it is supposed to grow as we head towards the next couple of hours. It'll remain a Category 4 as it begins to turn north and then remain plastered over the Atlantic, so no direct impacts to neither Bermuda or the Carolinas. But this is going to be something we will be watching. As it gains latitude, it will also decrease in intensity. Still a powerhouse, a Category 3 storm, and as it makes its closest approach to the Outer Banks of North Carolina, that's when we do anticipate large swells there. But the eastern seaboard going to see large swells in addition to dangerous rip current risk, including us here at home in South Florida. And I'm going to bring you that part of my forecast, plus what we can expect for the rest of the week, coming up in about 15 minutes.
A sobering thought to think, what if Erin had done what it did Friday into Saturday, about 100 miles, 200 miles to the south? It could have been so much worse. So things are going to be improving for the Caribbean islands. We've still got some tropical storm conditions, Turks and Caicos, southeast Bahamas, and the hurricane's moving northwestward and will turn north. So it's going to stay east of the Bahamas, the center will. And it is weaker than it was before, but it's still a Category 4 hurricane. Pressure has come up. Major hurricanes tend to go through ups and downs. We've got to monitor these very carefully with the aircraft data, but it's been relatively steady over the last 24 hours. Largely due to aircraft data. We know what the maximum sustained winds are approximately, and that's the Air Force that took off from St. Croix from one of their forward deployed bases, and the NOAA P3 took off from Lakeland, and they've both been going through, and it was these data that prompted the Hurricane Center to bring the winds down from 140 at 5 p.m. to 130 on the intermediate public advisory at 8 p.m., and they are sifting through these data to feed into the 11 p.m. advisory, but I haven't yet seen anything that says, oh, it's a lot weaker or stronger than the 130 miles an hour. A lot of lightning. This is common in hurricanes that are reorganizing their core, and the outer bands usually are very electrified as well. And it's only headed toward warmer waters. So even though the atmosphere might not always be ideal for strengthening, thank goodness, over the next few days, the water, the fuel is going to be there, and the atmosphere isn't going to be that much working against the storm. In fact, today we've seen a little bit of a restriction of the outflow to the north. Most of the outflow has been to the south because this trough off the east coast that has opened up the ridge for the path for Erin to go north has been impinging upon the outflow on the northern side. But that's temporary. because this system is getting out of here, and then the trough that's producing the weather in Illinois is going to be the one that takes Erin out to sea. So watch, see we have this upper level high here to the west of Erin, so it's producing some northerly shear along with this trough. But watch how these systems get out of the way. Give it a couple of days, it's approaching the area between Hatteras and Bermuda. Look at this outflow because of the approaching trough. So the atmosphere will get pretty conducive again for at least maintaining a very strong and horizontally large system before it actually turns it to the right. So that's why the Hurricane Center holds on to a lot of that intensity all the way up to the north wall of the Gulf Stream. We're highly confident the center passes offshore, but here's the kicker, Alex. Look at the size of this thing growing to bring the tropical storm force winds to the Outer Banks, and the tropical storm and storm surge watch are up for that area because of all the energy this is going to churn up, even though the center's offshore.
Así es, Jorge, y fíjate que este no va a ser el único día que vamos a tener lluvia. Desde ayer ya vengo explicando que la cercanía de Erin en lo que es la porción occidental del Atlántico va a estimular la entrada abundante de humedad y esto va a propiciar aguaceros y tormentas prácticamente hasta el final de la semana. En estos momentos veamos la posición de Erin, está a 675 millas al suroeste de las Bermudas. Noten que ya no es un huracán categoría 4, pero sigue siendo un potente huracán categoría 3 a esta hora de la mañana con vientos máximos sostenidos de 115 millas por hora. Y hay algo importante en esta imagen de satélite. Noten por acá cómo hay falta de nubosidad en ese centro de circulación del sistema. Es que por acá hay entrada de aire seco en este poderoso sistema y lo podemos apreciar completamente en esa imagen de satélite a esta hora de la mañana. El cono de incertidumbre lo sigue mostrando moviéndose hacia el norte, perdiendo fuerza en las próximas horas, convirtiéndose en un huracán categoría 2, después volviendo a fluctuar en esa intensidad, vuelve a ganar un poco de intensidad, categoría 3, pero ya se ve claramente cómo hará la curva por acá frente a las costas de Carolina, hará una curva bastante cerrada hacia el nordeste para perderse en aguas abiertas del Atlántico. Este sistema tropical no se espera que su centro toque tierra, es decir, tenga interacción con tierra, pero los efectos se van a sentir en toda la costa este del país con fuertes corrientes de resaca, alto oleaje, sobre todo en la zona de acá de Outer Banks de las Carolinas. Acá hay orden de evacuación porque el oleaje pudiera llegar en estas pequeñas islitas entre 20 y hasta 25 pies. También se esperan inundaciones costeras en esa área y eso es precisamente parte de los efectos indirectos de tener un sistema tropical pasando en la costa.
The first one, really doesn't show us a lot until it gets north of the islands, but you'll be impacted by this first wave on Friday. Notice the X and then maybe some development here. The second wave looks interesting, especially by visible already. I wouldn't be surprised if those probabilities went up, especially in the short term. Here's wave number one. It's going to roll along. It's this kind of big, big tropical wave that's going to roll through the islands as we get in toward Friday with some showers and thunderstorms. Here are the probabilities from the European. Decent, but certainly not off the charts like they are early on for Invest 99L. And notice the probabilities get less the farther west that we go for 99L. So there it is, sitting at about 30% right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see that go up at 8 a.m. this morning, especially given these first visible satellite pictures. If you kind of look in here, you definitely see some inflow coming into this particular gyre south of the Cabo Verde Islands. And, of course, this area got whacked by Erin before it was Erin. So, hopefully those heavy thunderstorms associated with that wave stay just to the south of the islands. I think the GFS right now does a better job at initiation, frankly. So I'm actually showing that on here. The first wave is pretty much open at the present time. The second one actually, I think, has a low pressure with it, somewhere around 13 degrees north, 22-ish west longitude, if you want to do it that way. Notice how this first wave, though, kind of opened up a decent moisture channel, at least initially for this one, to kind of come on through and not get impacted. I wanted to show you this map. This is not a track cone. It doesn't mean this is hitting the United States, but it means that it's going to be in the 6 to 8 day range at present speed and movement near the islands. So we could be dealing with that. All right, quick look at the European, which, like I said, doesn't do much till that wave gets north of the islands. That's the first one I speak of. And notice they just kind of wash out the second one. You can see Erin, of course, up to the north. The GFS, all right, which is going to come up here, actually does a nice job at initiation of the wave. And there you see it moving on off toward the west and kind of staying low, but weakening in time. And then there's a new wave coming off. So plenty to watch post Erin.
Because we use this word major hurricane to mean category 3 and above, but a major hurricane would exclude Hurricane Ike, for example, that wiped out the Bolivar Peninsula just northeast of Houston there, or east of Houston, and also would wipe out Hurricane Sandy, which obviously did tremendous damage on the Jersey Shore and all along the New York and New England coast. Both of those were minor hurricanes in our not very clear language that we use for these things. So anyway, the fact that it's 110-mile-an-hour category 2 is not relevant to the big threat with the storm, which, like Ike and Sandy, is the water being moved in the ocean up toward the shoreline. Thankfully, this is not going to make landfall like those two storms did, so it won't be at that scale, but still at a large scale. So 110 miles per hour, moving northwest slowly, and this slow movement is normal as storms make the turn, and then it'll start picking up speed eventually, but it's going to take a little while. So the slow movement, the main issue with the slow movement is it's putting the energy in the ocean for longer, and we have more swells and energy going toward the coast, and that's what causes these rip currents, and it's going to cause the higher water levels, especially up around the Carolinas and the North Carolina, the Cape Hatteras area and so forth. Talk more about that in just a second. Pressure is up to 958, so that's it's all good. That part's good, is that weaker is better than stronger, but bigger is more important than stronger in terms of causing problems in the ocean. Here we can see what's going on. Notice if we draw a line right here, the clouds look like they have a completely different character up in here. That's because a lot of dry air has been pushed in here by upper-level winds. So the models have been talking about the hostile upper-level winds for the next another 6 hours or so from now, or 6 to 12 hours, and then they should let up some, and that's why the Hurricane Center actually is calling for a slight increase in wind speed, even with this slow movement and this growing storm.
But again, we continue to drive home that point that water is going to be the problem here along the coast, Dr. Postel. As you watch this thing, the good news here is all things are pointing to the forecast verifying in terms of the track this thing takes.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing any surprises. I don't expect any to come. We all know the marine hazards are going to be the most significant by far, as you mentioned. The beach erosion, the coastal flooding, the dangerous surf, the rip currents, and the like. It could be a very significant event for us right along the east coast of the U.S. for a couple days yet. Alex, thank you very much for that. But weather-wise, I don't think we're going to be dealing with a whole lot of issues, even up and down the east coast, even on the Outer Banks. Yes, we could get some gusts to tropical storm force, but I thought even long ago, days ago, that this kind of thing is not typically a weather problem for us along the East Coast. It can be a very significant oceanic issue, which is exactly how it's happening here. We're dealing with a hurricane out here, a couple hundred miles, several hundred miles now east of Florida, and the latest stats there, you can see it's 105 miles per hour. But as Alex mentioned, the very asymmetric pattern noted on the sort of satellite presentation is indicative of shear and dry air. The combination of the two has now, for at least the last 24 to 36 hours, infiltrated the circulation of Erin all the way into the interior and destroyed some coherent thunderstorms that were a long part of it. No longer. There's a new flare-up trying to get going here. We'll see how long that lasts, because there's some dry air all the way inside of this thing, and that may lead to more of a transient type of behavior with some of the convective flare-ups that you see. If you were to look at that and say, aha, it's ready to go, it's going to strengthen again, maybe not. You got to be careful with that, because you need durability to the thunderstorms in order for them to really couple with the oceanic circulation or nearby low altitude circulation in order to strengthen. That's a lot of fancy talk for you need to watch the storms, watch them last for 12 hours, then make your assessment on whether or not those storms are going to be really responsible for strengthening it. So Let's have a look at where we think it's going. There's the track, NHC's track, and the extent of the tropical storm force winds. And the weather conditions right now here in much of the Bahamas are pretty good. And in fact, we thought that was going to be the case. Same thing along the east coast of Florida. Yes, you would note you probably have a northeast wind. Maybe it's not the most common direction of the wind this time of year. But when you have low pressure offshore, you're going to get that just like we have here. Fernandina Beach has had some showers nearby, winds 12, gusts to 20 at some point. But this is so far on the distant periphery of Erin. They're transient again. They'll sort of move in. 10 minutes later, those showers are gone, and we'll be dealing with a pretty good day along the Florida coastline, Georgia coastline, South Carolina, North Carolina as well. It's the water that we have to watch out for that is very, very dangerous. Hurricane hunters, I haven't got any more data in from their recent flight here through the worst of the storms right now in Erin. We were noting that about, let's see, what was it, 40 to 50 miles out, like out in here, the winds were estimated to be in the 80 to 90 mile per hour range. And the strongest winds are very likely on the north and east, east semicircle of this as we watch it continue to move north and be impacted by the westerly shear on it. And notice the pressures. Yeah, you might look at that and say that's a trend. Maybe it is a little bit of one, but I wouldn't take too much note of that. Those pressures, a couple millibars here and there, can go up and down fairly easily.
So here is Erin, Category 2, that is already feeling the impacts of high pressure and a front that'll slide offshore. That'll protect the East Coast from a direct landfall hit. But see those big feeder bands there? They will definitely bring on shore some gusty winds from time to time, pockets of heavy rain, and a 2 to 4 foot storm surge. Eventually, it'll head out into the open waters of the Atlantic. We continue to have our typical rainy summertime pattern here with plenty of sun, heat, humidity, and a couple of afternoon downpours. So here's the latest as of 11 p.m. The winds came down from 105 to 100 mile per hour winds, but it's going to gain some of that back, possibly 110 miles per hour as it nears Cape Hatteras, and it's going to remain a hurricane all the way through the Canadian Maritimes. Meanwhile, there are two other areas behind Erin. Tropical wave here. Once it reaches the area highlighted in orange, it'll get a 60% chance for development. And then this one here, tropical wave, it's already an Invest 99L. That has a 30% probability of developing in the highlighted yellow area.
One sentence. Stay out of the water until the weekend. All right, really. And if you're not feeling safe or comfortable even by then, don't go in the water either. But this, from this point on, we're done. We're done on the East Coast beaches. Maybe a little help for you in South Florida by the time we get to Friday. But other than that, I mean, this thing is a massive wave machine, which it continues to generate massive swell pushing on. I mean, you've got 20 to 30 footers offshore. All right, so we're at 100 miles an hour, Cat 2. Don't pay a lot of attention to that over the next couple of days because it really doesn't matter what the category is. It matters what the wind field is as this moves to the north. Okay, and what's happening on the beaches. That's the key. Hurricane hunters are on their way out there. They left Biloxi this morning. So, like yesterday, I'm just going to geek out at every new drop that they do in the center of this thing and kind of watching, to see really, and what matters is do we get some of the internal structure of the hurricane back? Because we lost that yesterday. We lost a lot of that yesterday. But what's interesting is a lot of the global models dropped this thing about 20 millibars over the next 2 days. So you still have a heck of a wind and wave machine. That's not going to end. It doesn't matter if it gets to, think about this for a second. It's 100 miles an hour. If it goes to 110, what's 10 miles an hour? Right, we're still at Cat 2. If it goes to 115, it gets to Cat 3. You still got the same animal in through here for the next 2 days. So water vapor certainly showing a much better looking center, but it really depends on what that eye structure can do in terms of if it's going to deepen as a hurricane or not going forward. Shear has lightened. We're saturated again, so certainly there is a chance of that happening. Starting to pick up now on some of the coastal radars, some of these ancillary bands on the outer side of this. But look at our wind field now, 265 miles out from the center. So if you double that, that's your whole wind field. So you get 530 miles there, just absolutely huge. Hurricane force winds out 90 miles. So even that has expanded from where we were yesterday. Here's a look at the buoys. Northeast side of this thing, northwest side of it, 45 miles an hour. All this is coming toward the coastline. And even the buoys just offshore, literally from Ocracoke south to Savannah, are already gusting. All right, we're already in the 20s, so we're still building up the waves. And what's interesting is the wave propagation has been northwest, all right, but the winds are all out of the northeast.
Back here on Weather Command, and the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center is already in, and Hurricane Erin remains steady. A Category 2 hurricane, still a very dangerous one, even though it's not technically what qualifies as a major hurricane. That's Category 3 or greater. But don't dismiss the intensity totally, because there's an indication as of the latest advisory. Look at that, coming out at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. The pressure is down. Winds are remaining steady, but that pressure dropping is sometimes an indication that we're actually seeing a strengthening hurricane, and perhaps by later advisories, we will see that. The forecast explicitly shows Erin to strengthen. There's also something else that Erin's beginning to show us again. We just talked about it a couple of minutes ago. An eye, perhaps we're starting to see this eye emerge, but just look at how large this is. The cloud field, Marissa. I mean, you're taking a look at the southeastern seaboard. This is what we were waiting to see. Mm-hmm. The beginnings of a very large hurricane off the southeastern coast, which is, producing some wild waves, but it's probably only going to get worse for some folks like in the Carolinas, as that cloud shield is likely going to move overhead too. So those sunny skies are going to start turning cloudy.
Yeah, winds will pick up. You'll be feeling that. We've already noticed at the coast and through the Outer Banks some of that inundation during high tide. Right. We'll continue to be dealing with that in through the afternoon and tonight. But it does look much healthier. There's that little eye that you're talking about trying to get through.
Right here. And you've got a little bit of development, too, those showers and storms around the actual core. And keep in mind, this is not any longer a slower moving hurricane. This thing has picked up pace, actually near average, what you would typically get with a cyclone, 13 miles an hour to the northwest. And that's where the at least eye is going. Hurricane hunters flying into this thing, though. We are getting better reads on even what those outer bands are producing. And Brian had mentioned some of those wind gusts, even hurricane force. So as this thing expands, it's going to be churning up and spinning up more of the Atlantic, producing some problems as before we know it, it'll be out of here.
Let's have a look at the latest advisory now from the National Hurricane Center. This was an intermediate advisory as of 8 o'clock this morning. 100-mile-per-hour Category 2 Hurricane Erin. Now moving, I think it's probably more closely moving due north now. We'll see in the latest update that comes at 11 o'clock Eastern time. Should be out pretty soon in the next 15 minutes or so. But I think it's now starting to turn north and then very soon northeast thereafter, keeping by far the hurricane force winds, the core of this system way offshore. We don't need to worry about that, but the beach impact's very significant, of course, when we talked all along with that, with the huge waves, rip currents, and coastal flooding expected. What's changed since yesterday is not the expected impacts along the coast, but what's happening here offshore. In the heart of Hurricane Erin, I would say in the last 12 to 18 hours. Clearly, you can see that the weather conditions right now are not a problem for us, and they're not really going to be today. The Outer Banks being an exception late tonight and tomorrow morning, where we could see some wind gusts in the tropical storm force range, but that's very manageable. We are going to see very significant flooding, and of course, all those marine hazards, as I mentioned, as forecasted, are going to be significant threats. But what's happening out here is very, very interesting, because what we're seeing, I think, is the development of a very strong hurricane right in the middle of an otherwise very large tropical storm. I don't know how to describe it any other way right now, but looking at the pressures now coming in from the reconnaissance, they are continuing to drop very, very quickly. This 943 millibar reading was when the drop zone was at still experiencing a 20-mile-per-hour wind. So we know the pressure was likely even a little lower than that. And here we come around again toward that center. I think we're going to see fairly soon a rapid increase in wind speed here, right near the center. But Alex, thankfully, this is going to remain well offshore, and otherwise we're going to be dealing with a large tropical storm with multiple wind maxima in there, with winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour in gusts skirting the Outer Banks overnight tonight.
All right, South Florida, welcome back. We do have that 11 o'clock advisory on Erin, and we do have a strengthening system. Winds are now up to 110 miles per hour, still making it a Category 2 hurricane, but the eye now exposed. So signs of organization, a little more strengthening, not battling those strong upper level winds that it was dealing with yesterday. But one thing to note, it's been moving towards the northwest this entire time. So everyone along the Atlantic seaboard possibly nervous, wondering when that's going to take that north turn. It's starting to now drift towards the north at 13 miles per hour. Still forecast to pass between Bermuda and the eastern seaboard, but now it is forecast to become a major hurricane as we work our way into early Thursday morning. Tropical storm warnings and storm surge warnings remain in place, with tropical storm conditions already possible for the Outer Banks of North Carolina, and then that will continue for Bermuda into tomorrow. That's the very latest.
That's going to be the main threat. The closer you are to the beach, the more of this problem you're going to see. You can see a lot of rain as a possibility around the Outer Banks, maybe 1 to 2 inches worth, but the main threat is going to be that wind and the prolonged wave action smashing into the beaches itself. So what about the forecast? Some changes going on right now. 120-mile-per-hour winds. That's the forecast right now. That's going to gain some strength later on today through the overnight hours. Tomorrow morning, you wake up, you're talking about a Category 3 storm as a possibility, but at least it won't make a direct landfall. But it's so wide, you're going to get brushed with the tropical storm conditions anyway. And since it is such a wide storm, it's putting a lot of energy into the water. That water comes ashore. Storm surge warnings, we've got them going on now, essentially for the Outer Banks, the Pamlico Sound, into the Albemarle Sound, and you also have the tropical storm warnings extending all the way up to Chincoteague, and then offshore waters from Chincoteague up to Manasquan Inlet in New Jersey. Those are all the red shaded areas. We are going to get brushed, like I said, with tropical storm force winds. That will be late this evening through the overnight hours and then peeling away by tomorrow afternoon. But look at the shape of this storm. It is just a well-formed machine at this point. Look at that. That is the eye wall right there. Look at the spiraling rain bands going around it right there. Also, the outflow in all 4 quadrants right now undisturbed. This has room to grow, and it's going over some warmer temperatures in the water, like 85 to 87 degree water temperatures. Get up north a little bit farther. It looks like it's undisturbed. We'll take a nice little 3D tour of it, and I just want to show you the expanse of the clouds as the outflow clouds are now going in through South Carolina into North Carolina. If you look up right now, the high thin cirrus clouds, low country South Carolina, that's the outflow from Erin. I mean, that's pretty cool to see, right? I mean, spin this thing around just a little bit, and you can see the eye wall right in the center, a nice eye itself, and it looks like we're going to see that eye continue to grow in strength. Talk about the eye wall. You're going to see those thunderstorms continue to ring around this thing as they gain some strength over the next couple of hours for sure. You can see the winds extend out to 90 miles per hour or 90 miles out from center for your 75 mile per hour or more wind gusts. That's a hurricane force winds. I mean, you can see right there across the core of the storm itself. Where does it go? This might be even underdone also. You can look at this little area of yellow. That's a tropical storm force winds. I think you can draw it out to about here because it is such a wide storm itself, and the whole thing is sliding up to the north
as we go through this evening and certainly overnight tonight. So this will be an interesting camera to watch, especially since we're within 300 miles or so from the center, or the eye of Hurricane Erin. Now, Erin looks a lot more impressive today than it did yesterday. It has certainly strengthened. It's also changing shape. It's much, much larger. In fact, the tropical storm force conditions extend out from the center of Erin by over 250 miles on either side. So 40-mile-per-hour gusts certainly are going to be in the cards for parts of the Outer Banks and even up to the Delmarva, places like the Maryland coast, the eastern shore there, right on the beach where you have very little friction, so that wind can be exposed to the coastline. And then inland a little bit, you're not going to probably get those tropical storm force winds. It's just not the setup that would favor that. But winds have strengthened a little bit over the last 24 hours, 110 miles per hour, so it's a strong Category 2, and there is the potential it could strengthen just a little bit further, but because of the size of the storm, it's not going to rapidly intensify to some major Category 4 or Category 5 hurricane. That kind of trend was earlier in its lifespan and not so much at this point because the size of the storm's going to stay large and it's harder to get those stronger winds to wrap around a more broad center. But it does have a more intact eye today. It's a much more clearly defined here on the visible satellite, very well defined. And notice we have a lot of thunderstorms, especially in those outer bands. But notice near the center, over the last couple of hours, we've even had some towering thunderstorms. So still some strengthening, certainly can't be ruled out. There was a flight that just came through around lunchtime, giving us some of the latest data. They're heading out, and we'll get new reconnaissance data throughout the afternoon when they make that next pass through in, and we'll give that to you as soon as we can. All right, so starting to see the moisture starting to click up towards the coast. Notice the dry air filtering in across much of the eastern seaboard. Not a lot of rain yet. You can see where those outer bands are in retrospect to the Carolina coastline. Still about 100 miles or so offshore. And the tropical storm force winds won't really make it in until tomorrow morning. So really, conditions are going to be going downhill. Once we get past sunset tonight, we'll start to see that water rise, that push of water increase with the next high tide this evening, and then especially going into Thursday morning and Thursday afternoon.
Wow. Okay, first.
Pretty incredible technology.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And just looking at them throwing that stuff out the back of that plane is amazing. First alert meteorologist Sammy Squires keeping an eye on the tropics for us tonight. Sammy, what's the latest?
Well, the latest is that it is still a Cat 2 hurricane, but it is expected to strengthen even further, just briefly, though, as it pushes off towards the north. So 110 miles per hour in order to become Cat 3. Major hurricane, it has to get to 111. So we're right on the verge there. It is moving towards the north at 14 miles an hour. So it could continue to strengthen just a smidge before pushing off towards the north and making its closest approach to the U.S. about 200 miles away from portions of North Carolina as well as into Virginia. So that's why they are seeing those major swells. But we even have the chance to see these really high surf as well as rip currents down our entire coastline. So we have a high rip current risk that is in effect through portions of the weekend, as well as a high surf advisory for seas of 5 to 10 feet for the Treasure Coast, and still pretty choppy for Palm Beach County beaches as well. So small craft advisory for seas over 8 feet as you head to about 20 nautical miles away from shore. So very choppy conditions, and we'll get more into that forecast and take a look at what else is in the tropics that we're tracking coming up.
All right, let's talk more about what we could expect behind Erin. Remember, this is the active portion of the season, not only with the frequency of these storms, but as Erin showed us, the intensity that they can pack in. Out of the latest advisory that came in at the top of the hour, notice that area to watch behind Erin now increased its odds of development. It's now in red. So a 70% chance of development. The steering opportunity looks very similar to what we are seeing with Erin. Notice we do have portions of the Lesser Antilles. That's going to be the U.S. Virgin Islands, even maybe Puerto Rico, close to that development area. This is going to be in that 7-day window. So it's the next 7 days that we're looking at this spot. Now with the steering, it's going to be further out towards Bermuda and into the Atlantic. But notice the steering mechanism for Invest 99L. This is a spot that's going to take a different direction. It's going to go more into the ITCZ. That's the Intertropical Convergence Zone, the MDR, more time over water. Favorable conditions allows this to form into potentially another named system as we push into latter half of August and even maybe early September. But my concern with that one is that this one dips far enough south to include the entire chain of the Lesser Antilles and those spots in the Eastern Caribbean. Look, this is what it looks like right now. We're not looking at that 7-day window, but the 2-day window with that 40% chance of development. Right now is a disorganized kind of area of thunderstorms. At times, though, earlier today at the Fox Weather Forecast Center, we were looking at, hey, there looked like there's some low-level circulation. Maybe this thing is a little more healthier or balanced than initially thought. So that's another spot to watch, of course, as we push deeper into the season and as that overall steering changes. You'll see that Bermuda high dominating right over the Atlantic, and with that, obviously guiding these storms as they move through.
Some significant, noticeable coastal impacts that are only a preview of what's going to happen tomorrow morning and tomorrow evening.
So the worst is yet to come for a lot of areas, particularly into the Carolinas and Virginia. Dr. Knapp's going to talk a little bit more about what is happening here with Hurricane Erin. The latest update just came out just minutes ago.
Yeah, so let's go through the entire new track and intensity and what the Hurricane Center is, saying about the current situation. And again, it's not just about the intensity. It is about the horizontal size. So at this stage, the category in the cone don't tell us much anymore about what we're going to be experiencing along the coast. All this tells us is a pretty intense hurricane near the Cat 2-3 threshold, and this could briefly get across that threshold to 115 miles an hour and could once again briefly become a Category 3, but that isn't going to change the overall scenario much, and then it will gradually weaken and become even larger and then merge with a frontal system this weekend. But along the way, because it's such a horizontally large hurricane, it's going to take a while for the whole thing to pass by. It's already been causing some issues on its northern and northwestern sides this evening, and then we have to wait for the backside to go by. So Thursday and Friday are not going to be good water days, and we are going to have some wind impacts along the mid-Atlantic and northeastern coastline. Now, here's another characteristic of Erin that the satellite and the recon, the Air Force Hurricane Hunter data, have been showing tonight. This has two eye walls, what we call concentric eye walls. Around the inner core, we got, about 20 miles out from the center, we've got one wind maximum associated with the inner eye wall, but that's actually the weaker one. The stronger eye wall is somewhere out near 75 miles away from the center, and that is another indication of how horizontally large this hurricane is, with hurricane force winds extending out to about 100 miles away from the center. And then the tropical storm force winds are out past 250 miles. And so that large wind field is what is churning up the waves that are impacting the coast already, and then pushing the water toward the coastline in the mid-Atlantic and northeast. And it's going to continue to do so for the next couple of days. So we've had the winds come down last evening, and then the re-strengthening that we anticipated, and the increase in size has continued. And now, this was right before it became Category 5, when it was a similar intensity to what it is now. And then former Cat 5s, look at what they do in terms of getting larger even as they weaken. So this is on the order of 500 miles across in terms of its extent of tropical storm force winds. Look at that upper level outflow. That is what has been causing the central pressure to drop along with the warm waters. And the jet stream to the north that's ultimately going to turn it northeastward is creating this outflow jet. So it is really supporting the continued strong Cat 2, Cat 3 threshold, and is supporting a very low pressure, which is mostly being used to create this gigantic hurricane wind field. We're already in it. We're already in the east winds blowing from east to west toward the coastline, and this northwestern quadrant has been the windiest part of it on land in the U.S. We've recently had gusts to 35 miles an hour in Piney Island, 35-mile-an-hour gusts at Hatteras, so we're getting close to tropical storm force gusts, even stronger offshore, and we could have sustained winds of tropical storm force by tomorrow morning.
From Hurricane Erin, still a 100-mile-per-hour hurricane moving toward the north-northeast quickly, and even more so than in recent hours, and it is going to probably continue to accelerate on a path that moves it farther and farther away from the East Coast with each passing hour, and the weather is only going to improve, and that should happen fairly rapidly, but the ocean is still going to be sloshing around for a while, and that's going to cause some dangerous conditions to remain on the beaches now long after the weather has improved. Let me take a step back and look at Erin and what it did that caused immediate attention to it nationally, internationally. It's because of how quickly it intensified. Back on August 11th and 12th and 13th, nearly a week ago, it was rumbling around the main development region of the tropical Atlantic with a lot of eyes on it because it had a lot of the DNA. You could almost tell just by looking at the satellite pictures that this thing had a chance to get really big and strong. Very few had any idea that it was going to become that strong that quickly. We saw this become, well, the third most rapid intensification in the Atlantic Basin in terms of pressure drop in 24 hours. It lost 78 millibars in a 24-hour period, and only two other storms had ever achieved that in the Atlantic Basin on record. That would be Wilma, and that would also be Milton of last year, Wilma 2005. So this was rarefied air to see this thing strengthen so very quickly. And of course, with that lower pressure came the strong wind. You could see it achieving Category 5 wind there. Now, here it is right now in the most recent track showing you moving poleward and now toward the northeast even. and picking up speed as well. You can see it's almost now turning, I would say, not just north-northeast, but more northeast even, and even perhaps even farther toward the east eventually during the day. And the weather conditions I mentioned are going to be improving pretty quickly. Here's what they are right now. The winds have never been really much of a problem for us, but we knew that was going to be the case. A couple of stations at maybe 10 meters or above, which is the standard height, 10 meters, but even above that, did achieve and just barely touched tropical storm force winds on the outer banks of North Carolina, but the vast majority of the stations did not. We saw some gusts over 40, but that doesn't count. It's got to be a sustained wind in order to be that tropical storm force. So here we got with the current conditions now in parts of southern New England and nearby middle Atlantic states. And again, the northeast wind continues, and that is leading to the very large and agitated surf in the western Atlantic basin in its entirety. These are now significant wave heights, 22 feet. We know they were even 40 feet last night in some locations and even higher than that. Remember, significant wave height is the average of the tallest third of the waves. So the peak maximum heights were probably twice that for some individual waves. It is absolutely stunning what Erin has done to the ocean wave-wise. So look, there goes. You can see it kind of turning now and bending toward the east. The pressure is coming up. It is now being sheared rather substantially by this incoming upper trough. Dry air on that westerly shear vector is really doing a number on its integrity as a tropical cyclone. And it won't be long, I don't think, before it becomes sort of this hybrid or extratropical system. But then once it does, it's going to be a problem for mariners and everybody else in the North Atlantic with a giant North Atlantic gale sloshing the ocean around still.
Yeah, I'm looking up at the Fox Weather Alert System. This was super early, as we said. That's the new advisory, the 5 p.m. from the National Hurricane Center. And at the top of this hour, we'll be speaking with Fox Weather's hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, again. This is just coming in. Quick glance. The winds are still at 100 miles per hour. The motion has accelerated again, and this was expected as this starts to gain latitude, and it feels some of the stronger winds aloft the jet stream. It's getting launched out into the North Atlantic, now moving at 20 miles per hour. So this thing is picking up the pace, and it did make that hard turn off to the right. That's why we have this, the historical track on it. Man, but once it was about a beam of the southern part of the Outer Banks, this thing turned hard off to the right. And that is a great thing because it limits the proximity for the places that we were talking about, at least with some of the wind impacts up toward Cape Cod, the islands, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, out Long Island, and points south from there. Now, the issue is that with the shape of this, and you can kind of eyeball it, you get this big, giant counterclockwise circulation with a giant wind field of Erin, something like this, and you look at the shape of the coastline from the Outer Banks up to Cape Cod, this is a forcing of the water into the coastline, which at a minimum is going to be generating some very dangerous rip currents. But the problem over this water, this is still at 100 miles per hour. This is still a Category 2 hurricane. It's over warm water there. That's going to be co-located, the two things, the onshore push of water and the big high tide cycle this evening with the new moon being tomorrow. This was always going to be a high astronomical tide, even outside of a big circulation like Erin, pushing more of that water into the coastline. So that's the initial thoughts. By the way, this here, as we were saying, that part of the tropical storm warning has been expired. It still continues, up into southern parts of the Delmarva? Okay, yeah, up to Chincoteague. I think it's still up in effect for now.
This is not a windstorm anymore because the direction of the wind is changing. So we're not getting that strong northeast wind that came into the northern part of Cape Hatteras earlier. Now it's really switched around. So we'll look at the winds in a second, but you'll see they're not from the ocean directly onto the shore. This is going to be all about the tide. And as you were talking about earlier, this is an unusually high high tide coming up, the way the sun and the moon just happened to line up with the new moon coming up. So the high tide this evening is going to be higher than the high tide was this morning when we got some coastal flooding, although no big issues. Here's the storm, as you said, moving on away from the coast, but it's not so far away from the coast that it's not still putting a lot of energy in the ocean directed at the coast. So that energy will raise the water along with effects of the wind, although the wind is not going to be a big thing. There's the 100 miles an hour. The pressure is still down. We haven't had a new pressure reading. The big change, or the change, I guess not that big a change, but it's moving now northeast away from land at 20 miles an hour. The radar that we get, the radar coming out of Long Island up here and also out of Mount Holly here and maybe out of Boston, we're getting a little bit. Just this is the edge of the strong band around the storm. Otherwise, just very light rain along the coastal sections there. Nothing really significant.
Let's get to the tropical update. We're still following Hurricane Erin. We just got the new advisory in. The center of this sprawling hurricane passing between southern New England and Bermuda tonight. It's pulling farther away from the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Right now it's 365 miles northwest of Bermuda. That is where it is centered, racing toward the east-northeast at 22 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds at 100 miles per hour. We're still finding the winds gusting to about 40 miles per hour at Nantucket, but you'll notice Bermuda, which is still under a tropical storm warning tonight, the winds are sustained at 32 miles per hour, but for now, no gusts are being reported. Erin is going to continue to pull off toward the east-northeast, weakening along the way, staying out over the Atlantic waters, and through the weekend, it loses its tropical characteristics. Calvin?
Welcome back to Fox Weather First. I'm Bain Froney. Hurricane Erin has been impressive, to say the least, and at one point undergoing extreme rapid intensification to a Category 5 storm. So let's take a look back at how Erin got to where it is today. Erin was and still is a monster of a storm, but we've been tracking it here at Fox Weather since the beginning of time, since it, well, started off. August 11th, Erin was just a tropical wave near the Cape Verde Islands, but even then, it caused intense destruction, loss of life on the islands due to excessive rain. Now, August 15th, that's when Erin became a hurricane, a Cat 1. But it only took 1 day, 24 hours, for this storm to rapidly intensify into a Cat 5 hurricane with 160-mile-per-hour winds. Now, thankfully, Erin stayed offshore, but it still impacted the British and U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, torrential downpours, rough and dangerous surf, and rip currents along its coast, along with strong gusty winds impacting a lot of these areas. And even with the storm hundreds of miles away, we had so many areas being impacted by this system.
Doesn't mean that water has calmed down quite yet. It takes a while, especially for a massive storm like Erin, where tropical storm force winds extended more than 300 miles away from the center, which is right there, by the way, starting to lose its tropical characteristics, so maybe no longer a hurricane by later on today, but now it's still packing winds of 90. It's a Category 1, but it's moving very quickly to the northeast at 22 miles an hour, and we'll notice some of the wave action still going to be with us, especially on the Jersey Shore, out toward the Hamptons, up towards Block Island, Cape Cod, and even the coast of Maine, up towards Nova Scotia, seeing those larger waves. So here is a look at the wave heights right now. As you can see down toward the Jersey Shore, east end of Long Island, anywhere from 8 to 10 feet for the most part, breaking around 7 feet down toward Virginia Beach. Outer Banks, though, is still looking at some serious wave action out there between 10 and 12 feet. And again, Erin is well away from our area by now, but we still have the impacts in terms of waves and rip currents. The red line on this map indicates where we do have high rip current risks. And I know it's the last weekend before Labor Day weekend, by the way. A lot of folks maybe want to head out to the beach. It's going to be beautiful weather even tomorrow, but notice how we still have red on the map for tomorrow in terms of those rip currents running high across the New England and northeastern coastline. We have other areas to watch, a couple of invest areas actually under investigation for development by the Hurricane Center. This one actually has a very high chance of becoming our next depression or storm. This is your chance of tropical depression winds in the coming days, and they just upped that chance. The odds are now up to 90% over the next 7 days in this hatched area. Notice Bermuda right at the end there. So So yes, it is moving away from Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Good news after we just got kind of battered by Erin in terms of heavy rainfall and power outages in Puerto Rico. Next name on the list is Fernand. This one could have an impact on Bermuda. So we're going to watch it very closely into the weekend and beyond. Notice the models are in agreement, going northbound, and then perhaps even getting very close to Bermuda by the time we get into the Tuesday to Wednesday timeframe. So we look for that low-level spin. The European does have it going safely to the east of Bermuda. So thankfully, it looks to say, you know, well off to the east of us, but we still can have those indirect impacts. However, the American model could be more direct impacts, especially if it takes that track a little bit more toward the west. That will put Bermuda in at least those tropical storm force conditions. And we've got other areas to watch too out there in the eastern Atlantic. More to come.
As it races off towards the northeast. And I mean, look at the speed at which this thing is going. East-northeast at 33 miles an hour. That is a clear indication that the jet stream has gotten involved and is now sweeping it out. And you're looking at this too, by the way, if you're waiting for updates on Erin, it is the remnants of Erin final advisory. So no longer getting those, you know, 3-hour advisory updates from Erin. Overall, we do know that it's going to rip across the ocean there. You'll see that the wind speed, I mean, even though it's post-tropical, impressive when it's combined with the jet stream. So still could pack a punch for those areas in Europe.
So our tower camera showing us from Miami a beautiful start to the day. We can see 85 degrees for us in Miami, 83 for Fort Lauderdale, and then we have another 87 there. So it is definitely feeling really warm, mild and muggy out the door, and our rain chances are up today, but they start to drop heading into the rest of this weekend into early next week. But we got to talk about the tropics too. Our formation potential, drum roll please, here's your tropical update. We are talking about 2 different areas of potential right here for that formation into a tropical system, right? So we have Erin that's moving away, completely falling apart. It is no longer a hurricane, it's the remnants of Erin, and we do know that that area in red, thank goodness, is going to be not our issue. It is moving away from us. However, Bermuda needs to monitor it closely, and then we also see the Lesser Antilles need to be on the lookout for any sort of tropical trouble heading into the next couple of days. So what's going on? We have these 2 areas of low pressure. This one right here, the one in red, is going to be our next named system most likely, but it moves away from us. And this high pressure also is protecting us and keeping the other low pressure down towards portions of the Caribbean and away from South Florida. So we're in the clear for now. We're going to keep it that way, hopefully, for the rest of the season. But if that changes, don't worry. I'm your weather bestie, and I'll have all the updates you need, including your 7-day forecast in the next couple of minutes.
All right, continues to stay busy in the tropics. We just talked about Tropical Storm Fernand forming just about an hour or so ago there, southeast of Bermuda by about 405 miles. Fortunately, not a threat for Bermuda. Top winds are 40 with gusts to 50. Fernand could become almost a hurricane in the days ahead. It curves to the northeast, so again, Bermuda on the weaker side, and then it looks like it'll weaken in the hurricane graveyard of the North Atlantic, passing well east of where Erin did. We also have Invest 99L, this tropical wave, still just a 20% chance that this develops as it moves west at 20 to 25 miles an hour. Now, when it gets into the Caribbean, the conditions are less favorable for development, but the models do carry it all the way into the western Caribbean. But again, looks like not a threat to Florida or the U.S. at this time. And looking at the progress of the hurricane season, we're ahead of schedule. We normally don't get the F storm until August 29th, and our accumulated cyclone energy is 35.9, well above the average of 22.3. Yep, we're ramping up to the peak of the hurricane season, which comes on September 10th.
So once again, we really tend to heat up in the morning and then watch as temperatures come tumbling with some rain cooled air. Some activity in the tropics, new advisory on a tropical storm Fernand. This is to the southeast of Bermuda and not heading to that island. It's going to be steered around high pressure. And then there's a front coming off the United States as well. So the path for that is going to continue to the north and northeast. That means no land in its future track and should fizzle out after about Wednesday. May have a short amount of time to strengthen during the Monday-Tuesday time frame. All the while, we'll be watching this feature getting close to the Lesser Antilles into the Caribbean, eventually now in the Atlantic. This could become a depression or the next storm. That would be the G storm Gabrielle, 40% chance of development there.
We just had Erin.
Now we have Tropical Storm Fernand and Invest 99L headed towards the Caribbean islands. So there's a lot to get to say the least. Now, Tropical Storm Fernand, we knew that that was incoming as of yesterday, 100% chance of development there for the NHC at this hour, 24 hours ago. But Fernand is not going to be any type of formidable storm. It is just a tropical storm, and it will expect to stay as a tropical storm for its entire lifespan, although there is some room for strengthening here. Current advisory, this is 5 o'clock, 40-mile-per-hour winds, moving north-northeast at 15 miles per hour. There's Bermuda, so it's still about a couple hundred miles off towards its southeast. So Bermuda, you've got some leeway here. Biggest threats for you guys just going to be some rougher swells. Here's that strengthening zone from Monday night into Tuesday morning, and then it interacts with a cold front moving off the United States coast and the jet stream. And that's really going to shear this thing out and limit any chance that it would have. Plus, it's getting further north, so we've got the cooler waters to deal with. As far as North Carolina, New Jersey, it may be a little raw thinking about, hey, okay, we just had a hurricane that didn't make landfall, but we felt the impacts. This one, we will not feel impacts at all. So there really is no worry in regards to Fernand. Now, it's a bit of a different story, though, when you look at Invest 99L. At this point, medium odds of development here, but it's within this 6 to 7 day window. So even beyond what the National Hurricane Center is advising, where some of the models are highlighting a potential hurricane moving into the Gulf. They're not all in agreement there, but it is a trend that we'll have to watch over the next few days as we get closer to Labor Day weekend.
That it will turn into something like a tropical depression or a tropical storm. We do have a tropical storm, Fernand. If you remember, several days ago, there were a couple of forecast models that were trying to show this coming a little bit closer to the U.S., but then they pretty quickly got the idea that it was going to turn off toward the north, and it did. And look at this. This is Bermuda right here. So this actually turned off toward the north, even east of Bermuda. So this was never going to be an issue for the eastern U.S. We got Invest 99L down here. A couple waves trying to come off the west coast of Africa. It is that time of year. But these are the only two storms that are on the board right now. Just some typical convection down here in the Gulf of America. You've got a cold front that's come off the eastern U.S. I suppose we could kind of watch this a little bit just to see if any kind of area of low pressure wants to develop along it. But forecast models aren't really too jazzed about that over the next few days. I think we're actually going to end out August pretty quiet as far as impacts in the U.S. from any tropical system. So let's start with Fernand. Here it is, 45-mile-per-hour storm right now. So this is a tropical storm. Again, it doesn't really look all that impressive, but keep in mind you're used to seeing these very impressive satellite images of Erin at points over the last week and a half or so. If you recall, around this time last weekend, Erin was a monster. Category 5 storm. I think it was Saturday, so I guess it was like 8 days ago at this point. I can't believe how fast time flies with that, Chris. It seems like just yesterday we had the Cat 5 Erin. But yeah, what ended up being an impactful storm to the east coast of the U.S. This one is not going to be. A few little side impacts to Bermuda, but this is nothing that they haven't seen over there. A little bit of a wind field here, but again, nothing compared to Erin. A little bit of a closer up look here. Yeah, you can see some divergence aloft. We've got some thunderstorms that are going on, but you do notice a bit of a spin. It is a tropical storm, that's for sure. Almost looks like two eyes kind of developing here toward the end, right? When you got no impacts with the storm, you've got to try to find something interesting to talk about. So there you go. You get some googly eyes here toward the end. I'm sure somebody on X is going to flag that. I know the last couple of storms that we had that with, what was it, Matthew in 2016, it looked like a skull. I think people that were saying Erin looked like some kind of face or skull. That was a little bit of a stretch, but I digress. All right, there's the cone with Fernand, and it moves off toward the northeast. It may do a little bit more strengthening here as it moves off toward the northeast tomorrow before it finally loses strength as it moves out east of eastern Canada. All right, here is the second storm. This is Invest 99L. It's been an Invest for the last several days. It is bringing some rain and some wind right now to parts of the Lesser Antilles, but once again, those islands, they deal with this stuff all the time. They're more worried about, hey, are we going to get a direct landfall from a tropical storm or a hurricane? This kind of stuff, especially when it's moving at a pretty decent clip, is usually not too big of a deal. You got to watch for some flooding issues here and there. But yeah, there is a 30% chance that this develops into a tropical depression or a tropical storm. This one looked very healthy when it was coming off the west coast of Africa and looked pretty healthy at points as it was making the trek across the main development region out there in the Atlantic. And now it's looking a little bit less healthy, and that's because it's running into a lot of dust There actually is a lot of Saharan dust around this part of the ocean right now, or I should say the air above the ocean, not actually in the ocean. And there's the radar. So we actually do have a radar site up on one of these islands so we can get a decent idea of some of the rain that's falling. And again, heaviest rain is off the coast, but you're going to get these little squalls coming in from east to west. And this should be about it with this storm. There's St. Lucia right now, so right now kind of in between showers. You can see maybe a little bit of rain in the distance there on the right side of the screen. Kind of way back in the background. A little bit tough to tell, but man, that's a great shot.
So let's talk about the tropics, which for the most part remain on the quiet side. We've got Invest 99L, which you can hardly make out this morning. Fernand, which is heading up and will become extra tropical probably over the next 48 hours or so. And then frankly, the rest of we got Tropical Storm Juliet in the EPac, and the rest of the basin is pretty much on the quiet side. So you can see where the system is in relation to the deep convection, and it's kind of weird. It almost looks like it would be down in here versus off to the north and west of that. But there's a little bit of shear associated with that. So it's maxed out in its intensity. It will remain a tropical storm and then eventually become what we call extratropical or lose its tropical characteristics. All right, so 99 has a pretty, I guess, unsubstantial life ahead of it, really. We don't have much to show for this. It's going to continue to work its way all the way across into Central America, either into Ecuador, Nicaragua, Honduras, somewhere in there, as what we call an open wave. And then we'll see what happens with it when it gets on the Pacific side. Now, I will say, even though this is an outlook, there is going to be a front sitting over the Gulf, you know, with this odd air mass that's coming on down. So we'll see if anything tries to fester on that. It'll be small scale. But could we get a clustering of showers and thunderstorms? It's certainly potentially something to watch. It's usually not the case this time of the year because we don't have fronts coming down into the Gulf. But this one is. So, hey, we got to watch it, right? So here's what the CPC says, at least 20% chance that something develops next week, and then maybe a little greater chance going out in terms of area from September 3rd through the 9th. But I'm going to be honest with you guys, I really don't see anything that is hazardous to us even into September for the first few days. So we still have 78% of the season left. So that's the takeaway for you. And there's still the peak of the season to go and then the downside of that into October. So a back-end loaded season, it's still a possibility.
Here's the forecast through Friday in terms of rainfall. Not much in the northern part of the state, but a little bit more here, just south of Tampa, a zone of 3 to 5 inches. And we could see maybe 1 to 2 in the southern part of Florida. Of course, this is sort of the general overview, broad brush. But of course, with some of these individual storms and those rainfall rates that can creep up, there could certainly be some higher totals. We need that rain, though, in some of these areas here. West central portions of the state are dry in Tampa, moderate drought just off towards the east, and the south parts of the state as well. We've got extreme drought just north of Miami, so needed rain coming on through. We'll take it, Jen. You just don't want too much, too very quickly.
As always. Roof repairs at Tropicana Field are underway. Bloom netting surrounding the steel framework of the stadium. Hurricane Milton caused extensive damage last October. The $59 million project is expected to be complete before the start of the 2026 season. The roof is engineered to withstand hurricane force winds up to 165 miles per hour. That is Cat 5 strength. In the tropics right now, we are looking pretty good in the Atlantic, I have to say, considering we're in late August. You know how August can be. We have Tropical Storm Fernand right now in the Atlantic. It is fairly small. It is moving away from Bermuda. It's not close, and it is a tropical storm, not expected to be a hurricane. We've got Juliet over there in the Pacific and another area to watch adjacent to that. Here's a closer view of Fernand, where you can see that there's the center circulation, and then a lot of the thunderstorm activity actually is just off to the east. So a little bit of shear affecting it. It's moving to the northeast at 13. It is 400 miles plus away from Bermuda, not going to impact them in that northeast movement, and we expect that it will not reach hurricane force strength. So that's the good news there.
And once again, taking a look at the tropics here, we're still seeing Tropical Storm Fernand out there spinning around northeast of Bermuda, moving northeast at 13. Winds right now about 50, gusting to 65, still holding on, but it's going to start losing that steam as we go through the overnight through tomorrow and then into the middle of the week. So it looks like no threat to any mainland, but as we get into the season, we'll continue to see things potentially ramp up a little bit as we are getting towards the end of August, and September is generally our busier season. But for the
next several days or 7 days, it doesn't look like anything's in the tropics that is trying to form or create any type of waves off the west coast of Africa. But we'll continue to watch that closely.
Both you and I grew up out west, where you go back to school the second week of August. And so Labor Day is just a little different. Let's take a live look outside. We're going to take you to Miami. This is going to be a spot where Labor Day might not be as great. We're expecting thunderstorms as we flip the camera to Aruba. This is one of those spots in the Caribbean that you might pick for your vacay because usually you're a little buffered from hurricane season. But U.S. Virgin Islands, this is the time of year where, honestly, you're kind of gambling. And if you gambled on having your Caribbean vacation this stretch, it paid off.
Yeah, go buy a lottery ticket.
Exactly. You got really lucky because the only thing we have in the tropics right now is Fernand, which is all the way in the North Atlantic. It's falling apart, looks awful, and it's not doing anything. So this is great. I love when we can do a tropics update and it's like, guys, we got one thing on the board and it's not a big deal, which is wonderful. It is a little disconcerting in the fact that it's only the end of August. We have so much more to get through. But with that said, the latest on Fernand, it doesn't look great. The center of this completely exposed and open. The cloud cover is down to the south because of the strong wind shear, and it's going to continue to, sail off into the sunset.
Yeah, eventually becoming something post-tropical by tomorrow even. And when you look at this on enhanced satellite, you wouldn't even pick out where the center of low pressure is if you didn't have the winds.
You have to put on a wind barb or maybe a pressure outline.
Yes.
That's the only way you're going to find it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how sheared out this thing is. So Fernand, not an issue at all for nobody. So at least there's some good news there.
It's going to be another very hot day, by the way. I don't think we're going to do records, but still we'll expect to have temperatures climbing to the low 90s. Let's get the tropical update now. We're assessing where we are in the season, and we're 6 days away from the start of September. Based on climatology, much of the action over the Atlantic basin generally occurs between mid-August and mid-October. As we get closer to September, that actually puts us closer to the climatological peak of the season, that date being September 10th. We're already on our 6th named storm of the season. That is Tropical Storm Fernand, out over the North Atlantic, not a threat. It'll continue moving farther out over those waters, losing its tropical characteristics, heading toward the middle of the week. Outside of that, we are not expecting any new development for the next several days. Back to you.
Want to point out that we still have Tropical Storm Fernand. That's still out there. Winds at this point still around 50 miles per hour. No major impacts to Lifeland or property. It's going to fall apart in the next 24 hours as it moves into some colder water. Otherwise, for now, notice in that extended forecast for the long weekend, we're dodging the rain. We will see some improving conditions in the extended forecast, but for now, it's going to be a wet next week or so.
Al fin de semana y a la próxima semana laboral. Y te preguntarás por qué. Bueno, nota que muchísima humedad tropical acá en color anaranjado está prácticamente estancada sobre nuestra área por varios días consecutivos, lo que va a dar paso a esa actividad de lluvias y tormentas. En el trópico, bueno, pues todavía acá tenemos a la tormenta posttropical Fernand. Ya ha perdido cualquier característica de un sistema tropical, está en medio del océano, no representa peligro para ningún territorio. De momento se está acercando prácticamente a lo que es la parte central del Atlántico Norte. También unido a Fernand, ya estamos vigilando otra cosita que viene saliendo desde acá de África, una onda tropical que durante el fin de semana estará al sur de Cabo Verde con un 20% de posibilidad de desarrollo tropical, así que muy atentos al trópico en estos próximos días.